Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, authorities from the government, researchers, collaborators, and the Pediatric Innovation Hub coordinated by Sant Joan de Déu, Barcelona Children's Hospital, coming from United States, different countries from Europe, i4KIDS family, general attendees. Welcome to the Pediatric Innovation Day 2024 in CosmoCash Auditorium. Please, a big warm applause. Here we go, let's go. Yes, it's a great pleasure to share this interesting day together at this scientific place, as you see, CosmoCaixa. To start with, we want to thank Fundació La Caixa for letting us be at this incredible science museum auditorium called Agora. It's a place to be, Agora, to share all these reflections with featured exhibitions of nature, research, and space, where life is leitmotif for a better world, for a better place, a well-being place, to place an innovative, to be safe and happy. It's great to meet you again at this local ecosystem place from research in pediatrics. Take a 360 look around to realize about the steps taken alone at this way together and the steps to be taken from now on. So important. A summit for all. So please, big welcome. Thanks for coming on site in this auditorium, and thanks to those who are attending through streaming. Hello, how are you? Morning. It's great to meet you again, and we all keep on working for a better pediatric qualified field and so on. We need journeys like this one that we are about to start. Proud to share researches, advances, investments, so important as well, and a big effort we've done that will contribute to come out the best results. We're really happy to come back again to Barcelona, 3 times here in Barcelona, in Catalonia, after 2 last international editions in Warsaw, Varsovia, and Riga. For those who still doesn't know about PID, what's Pediatric Innovation Day? What's it? What's so important about the Pediatric Innovation Day is an annual event that brings together i4KIDS members to explore advancements and new opportunities aimed at enhancing pediatric patient care and well-being. This exciting event will bring together leading experts here in the stage and innovators to explore the latest advances and future opportunities in fetal, pediatric, and maternal healthcare. As you notice, we prepared a powerful program agenda for today. We hope you'll enjoy it as much as we enjoyed making it possible. And we'll start with a general view of what we've done during all these months, all this last year, a general look to the current scenario, investment, national, international. We'll take into account some currently bites of research. And we'll share, obviously, a coffee break and a lunchtime to take advantage of this moment to share and networking together. And after that, in the second block, we're going to celebrate and join an important accelerating program competition. So here we go. Let's start the Pediatric Innovation Day in Barcelona with the institutional welcome. So we're very pleased to invite to the stage Dr. Joan Comella, Director of Research, Innovation and Learning at Sant Joan de Déu, Barcelona Children's Hospital in Institut de Recerca, Sant Joan de Déu. So thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure to welcome you all to the Pediatric Innovation Day 2024 in Barcelona, hosted in this incredible space by La Caixa Foundation. We are really deeply grateful for the support and generosity of La Caixa, another year and many more to come, I hope. Allow me extend this thanks to our Ministry of Research and Universities, Mrs. Núria Montserrat, that has not been able to be present in the inauguration, but she will join us after the theoretical part around 3 p.m. And we are really happy to have, his schedule is some kind of impossible, but he makes kind of space in the agenda to be with us and to say hello to anyone, to all of you. We also want to express our gratitude to Agaur. This is the agency for funding research in Catalonia, and for funding the i4KIDS network, and specifically the creation of i4KIDS. And also let me thank Robert Fabregat and Lluís Blanc. Robert is director of the BioCat cluster here in Catalonia, and Lluís Blanc is director of the network, the Spanish Network of Innovation, belonging to the Spanish government. And I want to thank them for attending the meeting and participation. I'm sure that your discussion will enrich and highlight many values that are relevant for research in pediatrics. And of course, to all our distinguished speakers, industry representatives, network members, and more than 300 attendees in person, and also more than 130 people online, most of them from our friends in i4KIDS Europe. You are very welcome, all of you. But I want to give a special thanks to a very special delegation. And this is our friends from across the Atlantic, and it's the Impact One team from stands for Biodesign. For the past 2 years, we have worked hand in hand with them, united by the shared mission to drive innovation in pediatrics and maternal health care. And today, we continue to strengthen the collaboration even more. Thank you, Janine, Koen, and all the team, especially the Catalan people there, Elizabeth and Marta. Big applause for them. Has been a strong effort, all the team coming here, so thank you very much. Last but not least, let me thank our incredible team, Arnau Vall, Sofia Ferreira, and all the members. Thank you so much for making this event possible. I know that has been a hard work, a hard time, but I am also sure that the event will be a complete success, and it will go smooth. Thank you to you all. This year event holds a special place for us as we return, as has been said by Elizabeth, to Barcelona after 2 editions abroad in Poland and in Riga. In these 2 years, the network has grown thanks to invaluable support of great hospitals, institutions that share our vision to redefine how we think about child health. Together, we are building a truly international network committed to transform pediatric care. But let me take a moment to reflect on where we stand today in pediatric innovation. We'll be short. Well, in recent years, we have made remarkable strides in pediatric healthcare thanks to breakthroughs in advanced treatment for rare genetic diseases and advances in oncology and neonatal care. Many significant challenges remain. The field of pediatrics and rare diseases continue to suffer from a lack of investment and innovation. The proof are the numbers. As most of you know, nowadays, a child with a rare disease waits on average 5 years to diagnose, and only half of them get that diagnosis, that precise diagnosis. And only 5% of the ones that have been diagnosed have access to curative treatments. Of course, we try to treat all them by symptoms, but not for the real cure. As many of you know, probably, at Sant Joan de Déu Hospital, our institution, our mission is deeply focused in addressing these gaps. As a hospital, we are dedicated always to care, if we can, to cure, for the most vulnerable population, especially highly complex pediatric patients and rare diseases. And with the final objective to build a better society. The road ahead is challenging, but we firmly believe that the solutions lie in effective collaboration. We believe that research and innovation happens when we bring together different perspectives across disciplines and borders. No single person or institution can address the complex challenge of pediatric and rare diseases health alone. That is why it's so vital, as is an opportunity to share ideas, build networks, and shape the future where every child has access to the best possible diagnosis and treatment. So, without further ado, I am delighted to officially open Pediatric Innovation Day 2024. Let's make the most of this incredible day to continue driving innovation in pediatrics and maternal health, ensuring a brighter future for every child. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Comella. We hope so. Care, cure, and build a better society. We face this horizon with this research pediatric challenges indeed. So, congratulations for all your projects you are carrying out with all this expertise from all the researchers departments in Sant Joan de Déu. Now we invite Raquel Valle to explain us about the work of i4KIDS in order to know a little better the work they do and which research lines are focused on at this moment. For that, we'd like to welcome to the promoter of i4KIDS to the stage now. He is already here. So Raquel Valle, the promoter of i4KIDS, brings an extensive experience in health science with a PhD at the background in both academic research and the biotech industry. Her work has been pivotal in fostering pediatric health solutions that bridge research, clinical practice, and commercial viability. Today, Raquel will share with us an overview of i4KIDS, including these objectives, key achievements, and the programs and the activities that are shaping the future of pediatric healthcare in Europe. So important, i4KIDS is a driving force in bringing innovative, impactful solutions to the lives of children and families. And we're excited to hear about the work they are doing. So please, Raquel, let's go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you for the introduction. So it's a pleasure to be here today, and it's amazing to see all of you just join us as researchers, entrepreneurs, clinicians, and different actors that are all of us just focus in this innovation, in trying to foster and support a pediatric innovation. So I would, before to start, to explain which is i4KIDS and the main activities we are doing and the achievement that we have been achieved during this year, let me just stop and do one reflection. Why it's important to support pediatric innovation? And if we think carefully, I think the answer is easy, okay? Because it's not an option. In fact, it's a responsibility. The reality says us that children have not the same opportunities that adults. Okay, there are too many devices that are designed specifically for adults that later have to be adapted to the children. Or the number of approvals, it's much more less. Or even more, treatments, medications. How many of them are prescribed off-label? And if we think in long term, in fact, if we are investing in pediatrics, at the end, we are investing in the well-being of patients, in the adult. That's why I think that all of us, we are here today, not because it's an action, it's a responsibility. Saying that, I think I can start, explain which is i4KIDS, and which are our major objectives. So i4KIDS is an open innovation hub that it was launched in 2020 with this main commitment and responsibility to foster and support pediatrics maternal health around Catalonia. So, it's not working properly. So, since this 2020, the ecosystem has been growing and maturing, meaning that somehow we are doing things well, although we have a long way ahead us to many challenges to address, no? But the ecosystem right now consists in more than 30 research entities, no? In which we can include universities, hospitals, research centers with more than 90 research groups with a portfolio of specific lines in pediatrics and in maternal health. No? And completing this ecosystem, we have other actors that are supporting, boosting all this pediatric innovation. No? And somehow, i4KIDS, what it's doing, it's trying to catalyze, catalyzing this interplays between all these actors. So, okay, but i4KIDS is much more of this, no? Although this is the core, the heart of the i4KIDS, no? And it's a little bit more ambitious, no? And during the last year, we have been growing and expanding. And thanks to different collaborations, we are able to address some of these limitations and barriers that the pediatrics has. I won't extend in all of them, just to mention that we have some collaborations with Stanford, with Impact One, that we have today here. And we will have a big announcement. I can't say anymore. And we are working with this platform, ITEMAS, no? From Carlos III. We just focus in rare disease, no? In which we have been collaborating with different hospitals around Europe. And we will stop to talk a little bit more about these 3 European projects, no? i4KIDS for Rare, i4KIDS, and i4KIDS Euro, no? So the first one is i4KIDS Europe, no? This is a 2-year fund European project with a big consortium that is coordinated by Sant Joan de Déu with different hospitals around Europe and different services as well that have 2 main objectives. No? The first one is the creation of this pediatric innovation landscape in Europe, and the second one is try to understand why we have these huge barriers, no, in Europe about these disparities between the amount of technology of treatment that rise to the market if you compare adults between and child. No? So with this in mind, what we have been doing is collecting all this data and identifying these barriers that mainly are the perception of the risk of innovation, the size of the market, regulatory problems, and this dispersion of the knowledgement, the research knowledgement, that leads at the end, triggers to this lack of inversion in pediatrics. So what we have been doing is collecting all this data, this analysis, and doing an action plan in which we include some recommendations to try to overcome some of these limitations. Now, this will be published in a white paper the 9th of December. So you stay tuned about this. The other ones is i4KIDS. i4KIDS is going in the same direction, meaning that it's trying as well to address some of these barriers that pediatrics have. That it's the adoption of the technology, and it's doing more or less the same. It's this analysis of which are the current instruments or mechanisms for adopting these pediatric innovations and develop an action plan in which what we want to do is engage these demand-driving financing instruments to promote the adoption of these technologies. And the last one is i4KIDS for Rare, that focuses specifically in the lack of pediatric medical devices in rare diseases. For that, the members of i4KIDS for Rare have launched an acceleration program in these 3 specific areas, in cardiology, rehabilitation, and neurology. But besides these projects around Europe and these collaborations in Spain and with Stanford, we have our own programs that we share with you. We share with the members of the i4KIDS. So these programs we can divide in three, the industry, the hospital, and also the acceleration program that I will explain a little bit more. And then we have the own network, in which we also share with you some activities, and for example, this Pediatric Innovation Day. So our golden program is the acceleration program. This is created to try to guide and support those projects or those researchers, clinicians, and others, innovators with this entrepreneur soul or spirit. I have to say that the TRL, the maturation of this project, that's quite early, between 2 and 4. And it's specific for pediatrics, meaning that we are not overlapping with other programs that are here in Catalonia. And this program is divided in two parts. One part is the validation part, in which we validate the value proposition, and the second part is the valorization, in which we offer some mentoring and as well some advisors, specifically for each of these projects, in which we include some market access and business strategies, intellectual properties, and as well how to communicate with the investor. I have to say that today we will have this final competition of our acceleration program, and we will have the opportunity to listen to Jaume, to Barbara, to Sandra, Clara, and Alfonso in their pitches. So another program that we are offering annually, we try annually, to the members of the i4KIDS is the Industria Challenge. In this case, what we are trying to do is try to bridge, construct these bridgings, these connections between the industria and the healthcare, that needs some solutions in pediatrics. So, for example, last year we have been working close to AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca have the following challenge, that it was how to increase or enhance or how to boost the vaccination of the flu in pediatrics, in order just to reduce the impact of the disease. So we launched this call for solution, and we got it more than 20 proposals. And we will see a video right now because I think it's interesting, because the winner was in the Mobile World Congress in the context of the 4 years from now. I think we can share with you. So we cannot hear the video.
In pediatrics, understanding pediatrics as maternal, fetal, and pediatric care, we see a big gap of products into the market that can help in diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of patients as compared to adult care. We see that the healthcare system is now more expensive, and we have new technologies arriving that can help leverage the big problems and burdens that healthcare has. But to make those solutions arrive to the patients, we need public and private collaboration and open innovation, as we are presenting in this challenge, in which we had AstraZeneca, an expert in the field, also all the startups that participated, and a hospital with the clinical expertise.
Together we launched i4KIDS Challenge in order to tackle corporate and awareness of influenza vaccination. Thanks to innovation and technology, the pediatric population can benefit from influenza vaccination and get the best out of it.
We as Arcane Angel AI, we present this with AstraZeneca and i4KIDS because we have been building AI models worldwide for pharma companies and as well for hospitals in order to increase early disease detection and also adherence for treatment. And we say, okay, this is a good opportunity in order to educate parents outside the clinical space so they can take better decisions for the children, but based on knowledge that it's related to the clinical side, but also for the scientific publications that we have related to that so they can make better decisions.
Okay, so I have to say, if there is anybody in the room, that want to support an industrial challenge, it's welcome, Of course, sorry, we are working for the next year to launch our industrial challenge as well, So then we have the, sorry. Then we have the hospital challenge, not that it goes in the same direction, but in this case, the challenge is coming from the hospital. We launched for the first time in this 2020 the hospital challenge, and it was decided by the CEOs of the ECHO, the European Children's Hospitals Organization, and the challenges were to improvement of the clinical workflow, the high-risk medications management in pediatrics, and appointment efficiency. So, among all the proposals that we have received, the winner was Centilia that had this technology to intravenous and support the treatments in a safer way. So, besides these programs, we have our training capsules as well that are for free. These training capsules are small modules in which we try to support information about entrepreneurship for clinicians and researchers, in which we have some expertise in intellectual properties, market access, and how to build your own startup as well. And these are monthly. So, and the last activity that we are offering to the members of the i4KIDS is the Pediatric Innovation Day. So I have been mentioned, Elizabeth, this year is today is the 5th one, but we already celebrated another one in Riga in September. It was a big party, in fact. It was amazing. The main objective was just to consolidate the ecosystem, and then we presented as well the white paper, because we did it in the framework of the i4KIDS Europe. So the day before, we did this international mission in which we brought some researchers, clinicians, and tech transfers and managers to visit, to learn about other ecosystems. We have been visiting BECUS, the hospitals, and also the university, and it was really enriched for all of us. So if I have to give you some results during the last year, let me say that right now we are around 60 members. Associated members, with more than 90 research groups that focus in pediatrics, in maternal health, that we have training capsules, that we have been launched in YouTube, more than 25, that we have been mentoring more than 20 projects, and we are still working in all of them, in all of this. So, but behind all this work, we have a team, We have 6 members in i4KIDS, 6 professionals with different backgrounds. All of us are committed, and willing to help you. And I think the last thing that I would like to say, if you want to join us, so please come, You are very welcome. And with this, I will finish. So thank you for your attention and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Raquel. Congrats for your intensively work in i4KIDS, this Pediatric Innovation Hub. Would you like to join? Yes, of course. And you? What about you? We hope so. So Raquel talked before about this bridge, important bridge, this barriers we have to focus on and we have to face. So this global collaboration is so important, and this is the clue, and this is a part of our next step in our agenda in Pediatric Innovation Day. So we are very glad to introduce the keynote speaker for this edition, talking about this bridging continents, saving lives, global collaboration in pediatric health and innovation. So could you please, Dr. Janine Fuerk, Associate Professor of Neonatal Prenatal Medicine at the Stanford Children's Hospital, come to the stage. Thank you. Welcome. Very big, warm welcome. Dr. Janine Fuerk is a medical doctor as in Clinical Associate Professor of Pediatrics, Division of Neonatal and Development Medicine, co-director of UCSF Stanford Pediatric Device Consortium, Assistant Director of the Biodesign Innovation Fellowship Program at the Stanford University, and where she mentors and advises new entrepreneurs through all aspects of medical device development, from identifying clinical needs to commercialization. Her areas of investigational interest include the development of commercialization process of neonatal, pediatric, and maternal health medical devices, as well as the utilization of a simulated environment to develop and test medical devices. So thank you very much for coming, for being part of this new chapter of this i4KIDS world, and we'll expect your explanation about it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for that warm welcome. Everyone can hear me just fine. It is so lovely to be here, and it's so lovely to have my entire amazing team here as well. So if you have any questions about what I'm about to say, all of these people probably know more about it than I do. Just kidding, but they are absolutely wonderful. Okay, so we are all strongly affiliated with the Stanford Asylum Center for Biodesign, which some of you may have heard of, which has many core principles, but really the mission is to advance health outcomes and equity through innovation, education, translation, and policy. And that's a big mouthful, but I'll break down what we actually do. So most of the time when you start to think, especially in academia, and you talk about tech transfer, you're talking about a technology, and then you find the need for it. And I know you guys don't all do that here, which I'm very, very, very glad that you don't. But oftentimes, technology, then you find the need. But we actually flip that completely on its head and say, if you really understand this need, then you can find the technology. That's probably actually the easy part in all of this. So the way that we do that is through a biodesign process. And some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with this, and others, this is the first time you're seeing this. But there are 3 different phases. Both identify, invent, and implement. So with identify, you're finding a clinical need, and invent, you're developing a disruptive technology, and implementation, you're finding a viable business. So not just philanthropic support, but actually a viable, sustainable business. And this looks all circular and linear, and it's just fine. But as we all know, if you're an innovator, it goes back and forth many different times, and it's much more messy than this clean picture looks. So this is Biodesign's famous slide, and I love this slide because it means that over the last 20 years, the technologies that have been developed straight out of the Biodesign Fellowship or grad class have helped over 13 million patients. Okay, it's a big deal. But then I ask the question, how many of those are pediatric patients? You want to guess? We'll do some audience interactivity. Okay, shout out a number. What did you say? 500,000. Okay, we have an optimist. Anybody else? Anybody else? 10%. 10%. Okay, still kind of an optimist there. But I love that you're an optimist. Anybody else? 1%. 1%. You're making me do math here and calculate. So it's actually only 14,000 before we came along. So 14,000 out of 13 million, essentially we weren't innovating at all for pediatric patients, and we got completely left behind. And as a neonatologist and a pediatrician, this is a real problem. And I hope I never have to show this slide again, but I keep having to show this slide because it is still a very real reality. Industry spends more money to develop health technologies that address the last month of life than on technologies that can transform a lifetime. And this is a problem. And this needs to change. And let's just put it to a graph if you don't believe me that that statement wasn't enough. So you see the little blue bars down there? You see how flat they are? Guess which one's the pediatric approvals? The little blue bars. The others are the adult approvals. Those are PMAs or HDEs if you're more familiar with the language of the US FDA. So it's flat and it really isn't growing. Now this is only data through, you'll notice, through 2016. And that was not the most recent FDA report, which we'll go into. I also wanted to talk a little bit, so there's a regulatory problem. We're not approving technologies, we're not inventing technologies, and then there's this whole problem around reimbursement. And I want to spend a little bit of time here because it's very different in the US. I understand you have reimbursement challenges too, but we have some very convoluted ones. So how does your company get paid? You ask anybody how your company gets paid, and every single person in the US will tell you, well, you just look up the Medicare codes. Anybody know what age serves Medicare? Sorry? The aging population. So anybody over 65? How many of my patients are over 65? None of my maternal patients, none of my neonatal patients, nobody's over 65. So I can't use Medicare to do anything, and it's a federal program, so there's only one entity, okay? So what do we have to do? We have to go to Medicaid. Medicaid serves is the public insurance for a poorer population, and about 50% of children are on state-based Medicaids. That means that there's 50 different Medicaids. So every time you have to figure out how you get paid, you have to go to 50 different Medicaids. Number one. Then there's a whole host of other private insurances that are linked to parents' employment. And they're very covert about all this. There's no codes associated, there's no way to get new codes. It's very, very challenging because people just didn't think about kids when they were developing the system. They thought about the people who vote. And I wish that was funny, but it really is. They think about the people who vote, not the people who are gonna be our future. So with private insurance, it's linked to your parents' employment. And guess what? People change jobs frequently, and they change insurances frequently, usually on an 18-month cycle. And that means that no private insurance company that actually really runs this market cares about long-term outcomes because it's some other insurance company, they're paying for some other insurance company's benefit. This is also really wrong, right? This is crazy. It's crazy that we have a system like this, but we do. And so I'm going to tell you all the other things that are wrong and how hard it is to do pediatrics, and then I promise this will not be a downer talk. So people talk about the small market size. We don't talk about small market size. It's a smaller market size. There are few institutional investors. I already told you about reimbursement. It's actually hard to engineer things for little people who might be 500 grams and then grow up to 70-kilo adults. It is hard to deal with ethics, potential to harm them. People don't ever want to have anything public that they ever hurt a child. Get that? Nobody wants to hurt a child. And those children can't advocate for themselves. And then there's this theoretical burden of evidence around regulatory, and I'm actually pretty positive about regulatory, not just because they give us a really big grant that we dole out to all of you, but I actually am pretty positive about them. And so FDA approval, it's there, you have to do it. But you can do it. So let's go back to the problem. Anyone who actually lives in the world of pediatrics knows that this is the world that we encounter every day. And you might be asking yourself, what is this? So on the left, we have adult central line management. A company develops this, there's a quality control system. They, make sure that it's sterile, that things are appropriately placed, right? That's probably a good way to handle a central line. You know what my patients get? That's an umbilical cord. It goes straight into your abdominal aorta as well as your IVC. So you're going into the central vessels of a baby. And right next to is the diaper. So you might wonder why those have the highest rates of infection. We don't seem to have a problem with this. This is an arts and crafts project that the nurses do at the bedside. And that's how we secure our lines. It's crazy, okay? But nobody ever thought, all the things that you do for adults, you can't just slap that on a desiccating and umbilical cord. you have to figure out something that is specific for neonates. But nobody ever picked up that problem until they did. And so, there we go. So there was a company called Novonate that both James Wall, who I know some of you met before, a pediatric surgeon at Stanford, and I were involved with, that later sold to Labry, but we developed this, and it is an umbilical catheter securement device. It's silicone, it is sterilely packaged, you can secure both lines, and it protects you from the diaper. Super simple and easy, right? It's not complicated, but you had to have in mind that you were going to design something specifically for neonates. So we said, okay, we did it once, let's see if we can do it multiple times. And the reason that we wanted to do this was because we knew that the way to actually get devices to patients was to do it ourselves. And so we raised very modest amounts of money, and we're able to have all these companies acquired. So the first one was the umbilical catheter securement company. The second one was mine, which was it's called Emmy, a way to help people manage birth control pills to prevent unplanned pregnancies. And then the last one was a pediatric cardiologist named Bronwyn Harris, who started a company called Tuio that eventually sold to Apple. But all of these only raised $1 to $3 million before they were acquired. And so it was smart innovation that allowed us to do that. And then we said, well, now that we figured out how to do it, we need to share this with everyone because of all the problems I just told you about that drive us all mad. So the FDA also realized that this was a problem. And so they ended up creating, because of that graph I showed you before, they ended up creating 5 different pediatric device consortia, which they give usually around $7 to $7.5 million US dollars every 5 years to, and they then give most of that away. So if you have a US entity, you're allowed to apply to any of these consortia, whether they have pitch competitions and other things, to actually get grants that are usually range between $25,000, and we have one that goes up to $100,000. So keep that in the back of your mind. So these are really starter grants. They don't get you all the way there, but the FDA is trying because they wanted to fix that too. The other thing that people forget about in pediatrics is there's no regulatory filing fees for any pediatric indication in the US FDA. There are incredible orphan drug benefits, so we don't have to talk through those. Some of those are going away, but they're still, they fixed it in the drug market in the sense that they really incentivized companies to develop rare and orphan drugs. And then PCI meetings are something that we can actually do as part of the UCSF Stanford Pediatric Device Consortium, where we can get you a meeting with the FDA if we believe in your technology and want to stand it up, and you're part of our portfolio companies, and we can get you in front of the leadership of the FDA to have an off-the-record meeting before you've ever had a pre-sub. So they don't do that for anybody else. They do that for pediatric companies. And then the FDA is also trying to do a bunch of different things, creating this thing called ShipMD, and then there's this other acronym that's very long. I think there's 5 Ps in an MD, if I'm correct, and that's started by the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health. It's trying to create public-private partnerships. Now this is hard, and this is the US government, and things run slowly there. So, as they do in most governments, we won't talk about our current political situation though, so. Yeah, I know. This is what's happened since then. So this was the report that they put out in 2021, okay? So you can see data all the way up to 2021, and it looks pretty good. I mean, on the y-axis are years, and on the x-axis is number of approved devices. So before I showed you it was maybe 1 or 2 a year, and now it looks like it's more, right? I want you to ignore the green bar, okay? And just look at the pink, purple, and blue bars. It's still better, and I'm proud that it's better. The reason I want you to ignore the green bar is because it gets hyperinflated. So those are adolescents. It's the youngest population that anything would apply to. And really, when they say adolescents, they mean 18 to 21-year-olds. Those aren't really adolescents. Those are big people. Those, big children. And their physiology is not that different. So you're not really designing things for them. They're just saying, hey, we included a couple 18-year-olds in our trial, and so we were able to get this indication. I'm still proud of that, but I also don't want you to think this data gets skewed by it, so because sometimes the numbers get a little bit off. So make sure you remember that. It's still, you know, there's sometimes it says 10 and sometimes it says 15. 2020 was a really good year, at least for something, right? And then you're probably going to want to know, what's Impact 1? Well, Impact 1 is probably what my co-director, Kun Cheth, and I are most proud of in our entire career, our amazing team that we have. But it didn't start easy, so it started with a UCSF Stanford Pediatric Device Consortium grant back in 2018. We both joined at that time, and then we were able to create Impact 1 about 2 years ago because we realized that we didn't want to just be located in the US with medical devices, because that's what we were limited to, pediatric medical devices. We wanted to make sure that we expanded to maternal devices, fetal devices. That's another political story that we can talk about some other day, why fetal doesn't have a place in the world in the US. And also wanted to expand internationally. So that's when we actually started to further develop our relationship with i4KIDS, which I will let other people tell you about today. And what does Impact 1 stand for? So it really is all about advancing pediatric and maternal health technology to impact lives from day one. And this is our leadership team. So you'll see a lot of them here. We have Kunj is here with us, Juliana's here, Elizabeth, Marta, and Elizabeth and Marta are both from Barcelona, and Antje and Anu are here as well. So if you have questions, please just come and grab them. We realized today that we left all the boys at home, so sorry for that. But they're amazing fellows that are working in all different areas, some all over the world. And they actually are all entrepreneurs, and they all start their own projects, which then spin out into companies. So they know what they're doing, and they actually do it. But what do? So we accelerate, innovate, and legislate. So what does that actually mean? So accelerate, we take in different projects, no cost to anyone. This is just what we do, and help support them. So they present at our innovators forums. We've had over 150 companies do that from around the world. You can see where we're at. We're on, I love to say that Elizabeth helped us get on every continent except for Antarctica, so I'm still waiting for that one. But a lot of these tend to be really early stage companies, and they're all over the map. So a really good representation from pediatric companies, neonatal companies as well. And what doesn't usually happen in medtech, that a lot of these are female founders, and a lot of these are underrepresented in medicine as well. But what I'm probably most proud of is that all of these companies tend to be really, really young, and yet, remember how many patients Biodesign did in 25 years? 14,000? In just 4 years, all the companies and teams that we've supported, which we'll take credit for too, but you know, it's really all of their work, have treated over 78,000 patients. And this isn't even including this year. We didn't even do our numbers for this year yet. So we're really proud of that. They're able to raise real money and from institutional investors, create real jobs, and we're able to be part of their journey. And we have lots of generous support, but can always use more to continue moving forward. So we do base a little bit of our global reach on the Biodesign extension programs. So we are able to connect with them and promote pediatric device innovation within all these locations as well. And of course, but then we realized there's no place for pediatric CEOs to hang out and to learn from each other, and we keep reinventing the wheel. So we started a Pediatric CEO Summit, and we got to have our second one just last week in New York City, which was sponsored by Deerfield and Kobe Cure. And so we were really thrilled to be a part of this amazing agenda, have a wonderful time, but actually just stop reinventing the wheel as individuals and start putting together our collective energy. And then there's all the work that our amazing team does. So this is Dr. Kun Cheth's project. We said that fetal had no place to go. Well, she is definitely changing that conversation. So there is a condition called LUDO, lower urinary tract obstruction, where you actually have to have shunts placed while you're still in while your mother is still pregnant, so you actually have to go through into the amniotic fluid, into the baby to put in a shunt. And usually you have to do this 6 to 7 times because they fall out or they get kinked. Well, she has developed one that doesn't, and they're in animal models right now, so has really found a real model for a very small population with a very big impact and been able to really make it happen. All of these are not actually spun out as companies. We incubate them for quite a long time in-house. And then if you want to know about necrotizing enterocolitis and how much I hate it, you can ask me or you can ask Juliana Pearl, and she'll tell you. So the problem with necrotizing enterocolitis is a condition that neonates get, and mostly premature neonates. They get it, and the issue is that we can't detect it, but they can die very, very quickly from it or have lifelong implications. And so we can't tell the difference between their belly being bigger or them actually having a life-threatening disease. So we decided that we were going to find a way to diagnose it. Never thought we'd be in diagnostics, but that was where the need was, and so then we developed technology around that to diagnose it at least a day or two earlier, which is really meaningful. Then Elizabeth has her own project, which is preventing oral mucositis in children undergoing chemotherapy. It works for adults too, but I like to say it works for kids the best because they certainly have the biggest issue with oral mucositis, which is horrible mouth sores so that you can't swallow or you can't talk, you can't eat. And she has a way to help prevent that with cryotherapy. And then Marta, who's here as well, she's finding a pharmacologic solution because, of course, she's a pharmacist. And by the way, all these people have PhDs, MDs. They're incredibly accomplished before they even come to us. So we can't even take credit for all of their hard work. And to prevent perineal trauma during vaginal deliveries. So you kind of see the breadth of things. We're doing fetal, pediatric, as well as maternal. And the issue really is that we want to make sure that we're always actually entrepreneurs and still in the field actually doing this, because that allows us to have the best conversations and the best connections and be able to truly help people. So then I kind of alluded to our political system a little bit, but there's a lot of things we need to do in terms of advocacy and legislation. We've done some research, and this is from Juliana Pearl, but she found that there was so little pediatric investment. We already knew that, but we decided to put numbers to it, and it's small. We also try to engage in public-private partnerships and participate in public comments. I don't know if you have that same ability, but when the FDA puts out things, you can actually comment on them and say what you think. And it's a really important way to be able to do that. So we use Impact One as the vehicle to be able to do that as well, and we're just starting with that. Okay, so I told you it wasn't going to be all sad, right? And that this is horrible. I'm glad you're taking pictures of this one. So this is a new one. So we prove to you you can do it. We keep doing it over and over again, and we believe in it, and we know that there's an incredible mission. But there's also really good benefits to pediatrics that nobody talks about. So we're going to talk about them right now. There is decreased competition. Do you want to have 1% of a market, or do you want to have 80% of a small market? So you can compete against all those other large cardiac companies and get just a sliver, or you can dominate. I prefer domination, so there we go. And then you can obtain a large portion of a smaller market. There are more institutional investors out there. They're still hard to find, and I know that you have some here as well, so that's great to see, but we need more investment. And we need people who are about our mission and are able to turn up the impact dial and turn slightly down the ROI dial, but not all the way down. Still has to be a sustainable business. Hospitals are amazing. There's a really small number of children's hospitals. You don't have to conquer every hospital. Just go after the children's hospitals. They're a captive audience when they're in NICU and in the ICUs, and NICUs are a huge profit source. So I'm really big on neonatal innovation, obviously. And yeah, I said all the negative things about advocacy, but parents are amazing. What would you not do for your child? They're incredible advocates, and you can have a lifelong impact. And regulatory, I told you all about no filing fees and PCI meetings and orphan drug benefits, but that brings real money into companies and gives definitely an incentive. Okay, so it's not perfect, but we're still working on making that better, but we do need to highlight all the reasons why we should be innovating in pediatrics too, beyond the mission. So then this is a totally shameless plug for my team, but we launched a podcast, so tune in because your very own Sophia is going to be on it next week. So you'll want to hear that one. You can connect with us on LinkedIn and see what we're doing, and then we have a newsletter too that we'd love to highlight any of our companies that are in our portfolio and all the work that you're doing as well. And certainly this will be in there next month. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Brilliant explanation. Dr. Freud, if you mind to be here, just to some questions and answers. If you want to ask something to Janine, so this is your turn. So Martha and Julia, they're gonna help with that, with a microphone. There's some question for Janine. Yes? No?
Go back.
No? Everything is clear? So join this Spotify, LinkedIn, and inbox, newsletter.
That's good.
Yes, from Camelia, Doctor, please. Thank you. Microphone, this one.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nice talk. Thank you, Janine.
Thank you for the invitation.
I'm wondering what happens in 2020 for the approvals. We should repeat what happened there. I mean, of course, not COVID, but...
Yeah, you can actually look at the details in things, and so I think there was probably a bunch that were, I mean, PMAs take a while, so I don't think it was exactly 2020 that made the difference, but it was probably all leading up to that, and there was probably a backlog in that time. People were working from home, so maybe they were less distracted and less traveling. I have no idea. But there was probably more applications. But some of those applications are like batteries. They're not necessarily incredibly influential things, but batteries for AEDs and other things. So you can look through the whole document and see.
Some way were related to COVID or not?
No.
No.
There was not a pediatric waiver related to that.
Thanks.
They're doing a pretty good job processing things, and I know they get a bad rap, but they're actually doing a pretty great job. And we're more interested in hearing about CE mark and how to potentially get that, because that is what is making a lot of our companies nervous right now and coming to Europe.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Doctor. And then next speaker, Dr. Blank.
Thank you very much, and I congratulate you for this nice organization. My question relates with small hospitals, how they do engage with your organization in a way to get more patients for rare diseases, for example, or so. Is that difficult? Are there fear, to enter in such a big organizations because then they believe maybe they are losing something? That's my question.
So you're talking about different companies that want to engage, or you're saying different hospitals?
Different
want
hospitals,
to engage? So,
companies I understand, but hospitals.
Yeah. So it's interesting because we're part of Stanford Children's Hospital, but we actually are really outside of that. So we really based in, and so it gets a little, the lines get a little bit blurred, but we're really based at Stanford Biodesign, which is part of Stanford University and Stanford University Medical Center. And so we have an affiliation with Stanford Children's Hospital. That's where we do our immersion. That's where we do those things. And we are, several of us are clinicians there. However, I'm not up here representing Stanford Children's Hospital by any means. And so we are actually a very small organization. I say all that to say that we're actually not a big organization. We're a very small organization as Impact One. You're meeting most of the members today are here. And so engaging with us is not necessarily, I don't think people have too much trouble engaging with us. Whether it's talking about combining patients for rare diseases and things like that, I think that's something that the i4KIDS team, is doing extremely well and much better than we would. So I would look to your own local resources for that one.
Perfect. There's still another question for Dr.
Thank
Furk.
you for your presentation. I am Luis Fernandez. I am Chief Scientific Officer of Adira Health, and we are actually based also in the Bay Area, and we are actually doing things here in Catalonia. You are doing an amazing job. I would like to understand a little bit how will you address dealing with pediatric innovation closer to primary care, community center, like Central Valley, rural areas, a little bit more underserved population, because sometimes they are disconnected from the children's hospital. Thank you.
Absolutely. So my husband's actually from the Central Valley, which is a very different place. If you know California, you always think about San Francisco, LA, and it's very rural. There's a lot of cows. There's a lot of, it's where you get all your almonds and walnuts and everything else from. So I think it's a great question, and we're starting to tackle that a bit. And I'm going to ask that you speak to Dr. Anu over there, because she is a primary care pediatrician, and we're actually trying to understand that network a little bit better and try to understand what their needs are and actually how to get technologies to them, because we agree that that's a huge problem. Their time is limited, especially when you're looking at primary care and pediatricians, but we're going to have more on that in the next few months. But you should definitely let us know. Come on over, and since you're local and everything, and we can chat more about how we can potentially help you too.
Okay, thank you. We have another one here, please.
Hello.
There were no questions, and now there's
Yeah,
okay.
no. Yes, and the last
Needed
one
to
here,
warm up.
maybe, no? This is the second line
Hello.
after this one.
We're
Congratulations.
here all day, so it's okay.
My name is Olman. I'm from the Health Catalan Quality Assessment Agency, and we work in innovation and foresight. And first of all, congratulations for the impressive presentation. So my question regards to, normally we see how, in terms of global markets, let's say an entrepreneur here or a startup or an innovation here has to think of how to get into the States, which is sort of an insurance-based model. How do you do the way around from an insurance-based business model? How do you think of serving or, let's say, defining the value for example, a universal model? Is it just a CE mark that you're worried about to get into this European market, or are you also concerned about how do you generate value for health public systems?
It's like we planted him. I don't know. I'm actually going to pause on that question because I don't know is the answer. And I don't know how you do that, and we think about that, and we think that a lot of pediatric technologies could actually be really helpful because their impact is quite long, and perhaps that's what public health systems care about a bit more. And that's why we're leaning on our i4KIDS colleagues to actually help us with that. But your answer is going to be given in a couple minutes on how we're going to do that.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
The coffee
Spoiler
break.
alert. Spoiler alert. Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Perfect.
Lucas
Yes.
Carwell, a pediatric surgeon from Barcelona. Congratulations
Nice to
on
meet
your
you.
talk. Nice to meet you. And your team, that I know some of them. So I wanted to ask you, you mentioned some grants for this pediatric consortium,
Yeah.
but I think they are restricted to US-based startups or companies. Is it going to be open or will be open
So I
to
told you the
European?
little secret. You might not have heard it. I slid it in there, as in you have to have a U.S. entity.
Okay, we'll talk about it then.
We support many different projects from around the world. I mean, in our portfolio, we have people from Sweden, we have them from Australia, we have them from all over. So there certainly are ways to do that so that you can get into all the consortia. We also allow some outside of that as well, as part of Impact One and the UCSF Stanford PDC. So, but we can talk later. But yeah, just Google U.S. entity, and it's pretty easy to establish. Yep.
Seems to be here in the Catalan Research Foundation. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations for your presentation. I would like to have any comment regarding when do you teach this kind of process, you know, this very well standard and improved process during the training of new physicians, new healthcare professionals, and so on, and what is its impact?
So we do it in a variety of ways, and I spent no time really talking about what we do at Biodesign. We have one 10-month fellowship that's highly competitive. We take 12 people from around the world every year, which, you know, more than welcome to apply for, but that's a full-time thing that's very challenging for people. We also have many different courses within the university that teach people at all different levels, from undergrad all the way to grad school. So we take it in a very large slice. The other thing that we do is we have a global faculty and training course that allows people to really immerse in this. So it really is immersion. You can't just do it on the side. You have to, it's really exponential. So you have to experience it. You can't just read about it. You can, but it doesn't feel the same, and you don't learn the same things. So this is not for every physician. This is not for every engineer, but I do think that it has incredible value. We also then do executive courses for Boston Scientific and all those people. They come in. The global faculty in training is really interesting, though, because and I showed you the map where we have all the different programs around the world. We actually take people, immerse them at Stanford Biodesign and have them local for 6 months, and they're fully dedicated there, and then they go back and they teach their own team, so it's kind of paying forward. If you're asking philosophically, when do I think we should teach people? I think the earlier the better. If you go into medicine with this type of mindset, you're much less likely to believe when everyone says, well, that's just the way we do it. That's just the way we've always done it, which is a very common thing that we say in medicine. And maybe there's a different way. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but we can always talk later too if there's more detail that you want there.
So please, he's still here. Another question, a little one, short, brief? No, it's okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Janine Fuerk. It's a powerful, tackled presentation. And still, could you please stay here for a while on the stage? Because we have an important notice to share, the announcement of this 2024 edition of this Pediatric Innovation Day. So thank you for being here. We like to invite two girls from the i4KIDS program to announce a very important special collaboration. Global collaboration is possible. Yes, it is. So we'll see about this agreement that will mean a before and after in the pediatric research workflow world. So could you please, Marta Arenas and Sofia Ferreira, big applause for them. Come to the stage. Thank you.
Gracias, Elizabeth. Thank you, Janine. It's a privilege to be here with all of you, and especially with our i4KIDS and Impact One team here. My name is Marta Arenas. I'm a healthcare innovator and assistant director at Impact One. And today, together with Sofia, we're really excited to share a new initiative that we're working on. So.
Thank you, Elizabeth, Janine. Thank you very much. This is a big audience. I have to say I'm a little bit nervous. I am Sofia Ferreira. I'm an innovation manager at Hospital San Joan de Déu, and I'm also a very proud member of the i4KIDS. And well, let me take you back to 2022, no? In the second edition of the Pediatric Innovation Day, we had this amazing opportunity of meeting for the first time some members of the Impact One. No? We invited Elizabeth Rosas and James Wall to meet our hospital and to be part of the very special day of Pediatric Innovation. And James Wall shared his vision and the methodology that they have in the biodesign program. No? And that felt like the beginning of something beautiful and a beautiful professional and friendship relationship. Later on, in 2023, Janine was also a very important part of our Pediatric Innovation Day in Warsaw. She explained it and showcases some of the projects that have been able to arrive to pediatrics and that this is possible, no? And from that, we realized that we share the same mission, we share the same vision, and there was something that we needed to do together.
Exactly. Over the past few years, we've been working on collaborating to establish a two-way bridge for innovators in maternal and pediatrics across the US and the European Union so that we can help them innovate and accelerate their solutions. And thanks to our collaboration, we have unlocked access to our unique ecosystems here, like the Bioregió at Catalunya, but also at Stanford in Silicon Valley. And to further consolidate this collaboration, we thought that it would be great to have like a specific initiative that we could like share with you. So that's why we're here today.
Yeah, and we are very happy to announce the Impact4KIDS. Impact4KIDS is an acceleration program in collaboration between Impact One and i4KIDS team, and we are gonna connect experts from both sides of the Atlantic. No, so we're gonna bridge connections between Europe and United States in order to promote pediatric innovation arriving to the patients.
Yeah, exactly. Through this 6-month collaboration, we'll help innovators from the United States and Europe to reach and access the opposite market. The idea is like to offer personalized coaching and support, as we've been doing over the past few years, to help de-risk these innovations and accelerate their time to market, so that ultimately patients can benefit from this impact. So it will be a 6-month online program, and we have coaching sessions with experts focused on the development, validation, but also the implementation strategy in both markets, and will help innovators navigate like these unique ecosystems and also the healthcare system in both the EU and US. We'll also have a virtual ecosystem immersion in both ecosystems, and we'll offer like relevant connections to stakeholders to get advice and accelerate their innovations. And we also want this to be a collaborative project where innovators can share projects, can share challenges, and also opportunities, resources. So we want to have like a community of innovators in pediatrics and maternal health.
Yes, and well, who is this program for, no? So if you have projects in fetal, neonatal, pediatric, and maternal health, you are more than welcome to apply. We're working for projects in also medical devices, digital health, biotech, and diagnostics, with at least a proof of concept stage. Projects need to be based or in the European Union or in the United States, and we are looking for projects with a team member full-time committed to the project. And last, projects who have secured less than $2 million before applying.
Yeah, and regarding key dates, we'll open applications on December 2nd, and we'll close them on January 26th. So please stay tuned, follow us on social media, sign up for our newsletter, and you'll get all the updates as we open the application. And then our panel of experts will review carefully all the applications based on the idea, including the unmet need, the solution, also impact to patients, implementation considerations, and also the team composition and commitment. So in February, we'll be able to announce the 6 selected projects that will get support through March to September next year.
And well, this is the wonderful team behind the program. No, we are, as we already said, a collaboration between Impact One and i4KIDS, and this will be the people involved in the program.
Yeah, exactly. So please feel free to contact any of our teams. You have the QR code. I'll give you a few seconds to, because this never works. So yeah, please follow us on social media. We tend to be active, and we also, both teams, we not only have updates on this specific opportunity, but we also share resources on regulatory, reimbursement, pricing, updates that are in general interesting for the innovation ecosystem. So you also have our emails here, and yeah, please connect with us.
Yeah. And well, last, why joining Impact for Kids? Because we know that it's going to be more than just a program. It's going to be a connection, an ecosystem of experts in pediatric innovation in order to arrive to children who need it the most around the globe. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much. So please, Dr. Janine, in the middle of these 2 ladies, and congrats for the new challenge together. So this is a photo just after this announcement, making it possible through this good and synergy and symbiosis, working together in the same direction from America to Catalonia and back, crossing this big puddle. Yes, it's possible. So good collaboration, indeed. Thank you very much. Yes, after on the coffee break with all the team, we're gonna make another photo. Yes, thank you. And now we continue, and if you want to keep updated with everything that happens at the San Juan de Deus Pediatric Innovation Hub, i4KIDS, obviously we encourage you to follow us on the social media. You only need to scan this QR. Yes, I think on the back on your lanyard, yes, there's a LinkedIn, Twitter, and website address. So just a link with your electronic device. And so stay connected, stay tuned, following all the work during all the, next year and years on the future. Yes, following the schedule, as you see, yes, as you know, something is gonna happen here. We need 1, 2, 3 chairs, because we're gonna talk about all research projects and the need with this investment, institutional and super on local, national, and global scale. Do local, think global. Yes, this is a field that we are related to. So how are these government grants up to date? Today we want to bring together the Catalan research and know further about that, why we push it and compare with the Spanish one. To talk a little about this, we have the opportunity to listen to important voices in local and national projects. In one hand, we are very proud to have a speaker, Robert Fabregat, CEO of i4KIDS, and on the other hand, we also have Luis Blanc, coordinator from ITEMAS Carlos III from Madrid. So could you please, with a warm applause, come to the stage, because you're going to be moderated by Luisa Martinez, the head of research, Directorate at Research, Innovation and Learning at Sant Joan de Barcelona Children's Hospital. Luisa Martinez, your turn. You have the word. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult to come after the great announcement that has just been done. However, good morning to everyone. And I'm just going to go. Good morning to everyone. And after listening to Dr. Janine Furch, we will change the world stage and for one which is more closer to home. We are here today to explore the critical role of public initiatives in advancing healthcare innovation solutions, specifically tailored to children. As we know, pediatric healthcare presents unique challenges, from the lack of commercial incentives for drug, medical development, financial sustainability, and all the way to the complexities of addressing rare diseases. Public initiatives play a pivotal role in bridging these gaps, fostering innovation, fostering collaboration, but above all, in the adoption of these innovations by the public healthcare system. This session tries and will attempt to address pressing questions such as how are public programs transforming healthcare innovation, and especially in pediatrics? How can we ensure that these innovations are scalable and accessible? And then finally, how can we assure that these disruptive and innovative ideas are finally actually adopted by the healthcare system? And for this, we are fortunate enough to have two panelists here with us today whose expertise and leadership are shaping innovation, both at Spanish, local, and international level. And for this, on my left, we have Luis Blanc, who is a critical care consultant at Parc Taulí, former director of the Research and Innovation Institute Parc Taulí, member of the Catalan Council for Research and Innovation. But above all, right now, Dr. Blanc is instrumental in coordinating the platform for dynamization and innovation of industrial capacities of the national healthcare system, otherwise known as ITEMAS, which was easier to say, and is thus a key driver in accelerating healthcare innovation projects across Spain. So thank you very much for being here with us. And then further on my left, we have Dr. Robert Fabregat. He was Director General for Research and Innovation in Health for the Catalan Ministry between 2019 and 2021, head of the Cabinet of the Minister from 2018 to 2019. And since 2021, he is Biocat Chief Executive Officer, with extensive experience managing national and international biomedical projects. He has been a key figure in fostering collaborations that transform research from research into impactful, helpful healthcare solutions. And so together, I can say that they bring unique perspectives, very different yet complementary, on how public initiatives can foster groundbreaking pediatric innovations and ensure real-world implementation. So let's dive into the discussion. To start, I'd like to invite each panelist to share their thoughts on the current landscape of public initiatives. So Luis, if you want to break the ice, and from your point of view as coordinator of ITEMAS, which is a national collaborative platform at Spanish level, how is the promotion and adoption of innovation being driven?
Thank you very much to be at this event that I believe is really great. And what I've seen before, I believe is a really good initiative that I will talk with you now, because we need to implement this in ITEMAS for sure, you know what I mean? Because this needs to be extended for the purpose of what innovation is. So, I mean, ITEMAS was born, in fact, in 2010 and bring the word innovation to the health field, where none of us, not none, but was a little bit unknown the meaning of that word. ITEMAS has been evolving, and since 2020, there is a new definition. It's to promote innovation of those, discoveries or products or whatever that needs to be industrialized in Spain. So it adds the concept of tech transfer up to a point arriving to the market. And this is what ITEMAS does. Another issue is adoption. Adoption is more difficult, okay? So now ITEMAS is formed on there is a public call, then the institutions apply, and now there are 26 institutions, and I congratulate Sant Joan de Déu, because Sant Joan de Déu is there with your organization, which in fact was a need, for the platform, And then they work on other hospitals, small hospitals, that they are called associate. Associate means that they get the same benefits being at ITEMAS, but simply that may work together with one of the 26 funded institutions there. Why that? Because innovation must be, absolutely wide and transversal across the Spain geography. Any hospital can think on an innovation project. For example, Dr. Afur showed us something that can be born in a small hospital where they had this type of problems. Maybe not the exhale, but maybe, what you see to facilitate labor, for example. So, in these hospitals, we need to help them in order to catch all these innovative projects and then, trying to accelerate them through a program that I will describe later on, and for, anything related to the innovation process, mostly related with the business developers that, is the most difficult part of the innovation. That's what ITEMAS is. So it's a kind of, we call a word which, I don't know in English, but this thing is the same, is evangelization, it's the same, okay? Because we need to introduce the concept of innovation everywhere.
Perfect. Just to further clarify a point, I understand that ITEMAS is basically public institutions, from my knowledge. However, is there a line where you collaborate with publicly through the ITEMAS, with private institutions through the ITEMAS network? Is there collaboration private-public?
Well, you touch a hot point, okay? So ITEMAS, it's a public institution, but one of our goals is co-create. Co-create is public, private, through a tech transfer, get an innovation product. That's why, private institutions must be there. So we need, we have certain rules to collaborate with private institutions, but still there is a lot of work to do. We need to understand that here in Spain, that maybe we need to be like United States, where private-public collaboration is a need that all the society, all the administration understands, because it's something which is key for the future of the country, okay? And this still we need some work to do in Spain. So ITEMAS, it's born in the Ministry of Science at the Institut de Salud Carlos III, and it's completely public, but we must work with the private. So we need to have the frame for that, and we are we are working on that.
Perfect. And we can leave for later. I think public-private collaboration is key, and we will discuss later also the roles that families and the society plays in driving innovation, and how societies can contact with the public and private, but we can discuss this later. So now, Robert, if we now focus on a more regional level, I have often heard that Catalunya is a reference for an innovation ecosystem, no? How does this complement the national scenario, the Spanish scenery, and what conditions exist here that possibilitate this consolidation of this innovative ecosystem here in Catalonia, if you believe that this is so, no? If we are an example of a prospering and high-level ecosystem?
Yes, as you say, nowadays we can say that the bioregion of Catalonia is one of the most innovative ecosystems in Europe, no? And this is a result of the nice work that all of us have done during the last 20 years, no? I think that the main tool that we have is the creation of networks and synergies. And when we speak especially on pediatrics innovation, this is mandatory because at the end, you know all the barriers that you have now when you want to develop this kind of innovation, but one of the most important barriers is the financial support, because at the end, children is a smaller market for the economical return for the big companies is not secure. So we need this kind of public-private collaborations, because if not, most of the initiatives come exclusively from the public part. So as we have here in the bioregion, we have all connected, the startups, the spin-offs, the hospitals, resource centers, also the investors. This makes this kind of environment that make, I think, easier the development of innovation in general, but specifically in pediatrics. If we see in the bioregion, we have around 20 companies that are only focusing in pediatrics innovation. 5 of them are focused on rare diseases, but we have nice. Always there are few than we need, but we have nice success stories. You mentioned, for example, not example of this impact for kids, but BioCat and Sant Joan, that they work together in the health program, that allow us to identify needs that we have, but also trying to create, at further early stages the solutions. But you will further talk later about the Montana Invest Fund. We had just 4 or 5 years ago the Marathon Foundation, that achieved or raised, the second highest amount of money. You have specifically initiatives such as Unicas, for example. And I think that from the point of view of BioCat, we always defend that if we want to arrive and to make faster the arrival of innovation to the healthcare systems, we need to connect. We need to work together, the public, both public and private. Why? Because at the end, the public sector knows the needs they have. Not only the clinicals, also, as you say, the patients, the families, but we need to go further to this oriented innovation, We need to know the needs, those that we have to push more and to push with much more power there, and then to connect, because at the end, the developers of this innovation need to receive this kind of messages. I will explain later what we are trying to do with the PASS, the program that wants to accelerate the adoption of this innovation. But I think that in global, we have different pieces, but at the end is the network of connections of all the agents.
I think you've touched on some very important key points. When we speak about public initiatives, we find that pediatric innovation is largely underfunded, and when even you could assume that any financing of any public financing could support both pediatric and adult innovation. However, when, like you say, when you look at the statistics, you analyze investment, number of projects, spin-offs, solutions, devices, drugs, etc. They're often much less in number, And as you say, I think that pediatric healthcare has some unique challenges. It's a small niche. Obviously, it has to be scientifically and clinically sound, viable, ethically responsible. But I imagine that there's also this part of tailoring, and the personalization that needs to go into pediatric innovation that isn't always there and can be more generic at adult level. These complexities highlight the critical importance of dedicated public and private initiatives. And since we're here on a public, how can, and I think you've already sort of introduced a lot of these aspects, how can we leverage these networks, both at Spanish level and then at regional level, to drive innovation specifically for pediatrics, without having maybe to singularize them, having to bring out calls or finance specifically? How can we close this gap between what the public initiatives can bring and as you said, there are a lot of companies, there are a lot of startups that are already working in pediatrics. How can we use your networks to bridge this gap between between these two areas, these two sectors.
Who starts?
Whichever one. You can start.
Okay, thank you. I mean, what you said is very important. So just some figures. We accelerate projects in ITEMAS. From 102 projects, there are only 4 that they are pediatrics. I mean, these 4 pediatric projects, 3 are medical devices, 1 is drug discovery. So these figures do not, I believe, reflect the reality of the country, where, I mean, pediatrics as a health system, it's in the top countries in the world. So there is a dissociation there. Why that? Well, I don't know. Probably we are talking here the whole day how to solve that. But in ITEMAS, I was speaking with her now, what we can do. You need more associate centers, and we need to promote to work with more people. Because probably if there are some, I mean, innovations are everywhere, in processes, in services, I mean, in management or whatever. But the innovations that we would like to be transferred to the market and be adopted for the hospitals, I mean, this needs some pushing. And this needs to be done through institutions like ITEMAS, associated hospitals to Sant Joan de Déu, and also internationalization. Sant Joan de Déu, I mean, leads the internationalization, I mean, of innovation in Spain, where, I mean, pediatrics must have certainly a role. And then, I mean, then we need the public-private collaboration, and in diseases where, I mean, there is less private investment or whatsoever, we need to convince the governments that this is essential for the society. So they need to, I mean, to put money there, because if not, I mean, there will not be investment for rare diseases, or you know a lot on that. So that's the message. So we need to push all of us in the same direction. For example, at ITEMAS, talking with people, convincing people that innovation is important. We need to talk with the headquarters and the general managers of the institutions, because simply sometimes they believe that, I mean, this is not their problem. So we need to insist, and at the end, we need to change the administration, which will be the more difficult.
I think that in pediatrics, you concentrate all the difficulties that in general the innovators have, no? Because at the end, a smaller market, it doesn't appear on the medias, it's more difficult, there are clinical difficulties, there are also regulatory challenges, no, to solve, so you concentrate all of them, no, all these difficulties. For that reason, it's not easy. I think that, as I said before, this cannot be only managed by the public sector, because at the end, the money and the funding that comes from the public administration is limited. So we need to convince and to and to attract, no, the private collaborations, not only investors but also big companies, no, corporates, etc. No, and to do that, as I said, I think that we need to connect the needs with the developers of the innovation. No. Normally, when you are here working in the hospital Sant Joan de Déu, you see every day the difficulties, the diseases that children have, but there are a lot of technological developers that not only do not know about the needs that you have in pediatrics, but most of them come from other sectors, different, no? They start to develop their technologies, innovation, thinking about how to solve those that they see every day, no? But there are sometimes that they do not know these needs. So what we are trying to highlight is, okay, we have our public healthcare systems, they need to put, to show which are the priorities they have, no? And then trying to make possible this connection and to make the orientation from the very beginning. Because normally in the past, we start these connections at the end of the pathway. And when you are in a TRL that is 7, 8, 9, you cannot change the work that you did during the last 4, 6, or 8 years. So we are trying out with this program in Catalonia that this is a big difference in comparison with the rest of regions in Spain, but also in Europe. No, we are trying to connect from the very beginning the user, the final user, and I I speak not only about market, because I always say that we need to ensure the access to the patients, because there are some innovations that rise to the market, but not to the patients. That it means the adoption from the point of view of the healthcare systems. But we need to connect from the very beginning of the development of the innovation, at the early stages, the developers with the final users. And this is something that I think in pediatrics is specifically a must to solve. Yeah.
I mean, I think you've probably hit on the key there. I think mainly a lot of the times because when the market can have ideas, but then sometimes when they reach the actual user, the patient, you realize that, well, maybe I should have made this differently, maybe I should have, there's no actual connection. So how can you then connect this, the patient, the actual needs, when we talk about needs, not the market, but the actual patient, the final user, and the market and the public sector? How do you do that then? I mean, because I understand that the public sector, they have initiatives, you have the market that can, they can respond to those initiatives, but then the end user, how do you put the end user into the equation? How can public institutions, how can the Catalan government, how can networks like ITEMAS include the patient to make sure that those innovations actually respond to their actual needs? And then my second question would be,
Luisa, you raise at an important point.
Let me just add one small, so that you can also expand your question. Not only how do we put the patient into the equation, but then how do we talk a lot about collaboration throughout the network, but the needs of maybe some patients in Barcelona have nothing to do with the needs in Extremadura or in Galicia or in Murcia. How then can this collaboration help also to make sure that the health system adopts solutions which can impact different types of cohorts of patients? Because, I know, I think from my colleagues in i4KIDS who are extrapolating all our projects to Europe, the needs of children in pediatrics, let's say in the north of Europe, don't have to be the same as the one here. And sometimes when we collaborate in projects and we develop innovative solutions or products, not only are the public, the bureaucracy different, the legal issues, regulatory issues are different, but also the patient needs are different. Our culture has nothing to do with the Northern European culture, for example. And within Spain, we find these differences as well. So this double vision, not only how to include the patient, but how can we go beyond the differences when we collaborate in order to assure that, we are actually responding to those needs.
Okay, now the question is even more difficult, okay? So, Luisa, you raise a fundamental question. Patients must be there. We have Patients Association, not pediatric, but Patients Association in our innovation committee. We have a huge innovation committee with all actors that any project that we want to accelerate, the last to opinate is the innovation project, where the patients are there. But this is not what you are talking about, okay? Yeah. So patients are there and they say, well, but this is really good and this will be accepted and is needed. Then how to work on that? I believe that sometimes what we face in ITEMAS is companies that they arrive and they present their product. We have, this is a product that it will be very useful for patients, pediatrics or adult. But it's not something that the clinicians have asked for, okay? So this is the first thing to do. We need to connect the needs or the problems or whatever of the, in the health world, adult and pediatric, to the companies and then to find solutions. This is difficult, not in the opposite way. If we do that, then we can, work together. If we have the appropriate regulatory, which needs to be not complicated and not further complicated, because it seems each one that appears new, it's more complicated than the last one. We need a regulatory that can help these type of projects, and then we will have, at least from the needs from the medical community, the industry can solve. And here, the patient is a part of this equation. And we need, I don't know how, through living labs or whatever, you know what I mean, any initiative, but the patient must be there, because not only saying, this is good, but also for, fundraising or, well, collaboration, whatever, you know. So, but we need definitely to work on that.
I can explain the Catalan experience that we are developing since 2 years ago, no? That is this program for the adoption of innovation. When we started that, the problem was that, okay, those that are creating the innovation think that the innovation is the best in the world and will arrive, and when they arrive at the end, after having wasted a lot of years, they arrive and the healthcare system says, I don't need that, or this do not give me the impact that I need to make it easier, no? the adoption of this innovation. But from the other side, from the healthcare system, they also have a big problem, because they say, I have a lot of needs, specifically needs, and the market cannot give me the solutions, no? So from the side of BioCAD, we are trying to identify all this innovation, all those innovators, trying to help them to accelerate these technologies. But from the side of the Catalan healthcare system, what they are developing, and I think that they will present in a couple of months, is to have a transparent methodology to explain to the population which are the needs that they have in order to orient them, no? But the most important thing, as you said, Luis, is that they are selecting and identifying these needs not only from the view of the Ministry of Health, they are doing this together with the providers, healthcare providers, but also with the patients and the associations of patients. And what they will do is, okay, every 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, there will be different kind of needs, no? Because there will be mid or long-term needs, and other that it will shorter, but they will show this. I think that this will be very useful for this kind of needs, because they will show that there are some specific needs for children, that children are not only younger adults, because there are some innovations that can be adapted, but they are not easy, and there are a lot of innovations that are totally different for adults, no? And this kind of messages, I think that need to be very clear, because the audience that are here, you are experts in this field, but for the rest of the world, it's not easy, and we need also not to highlight this kind of differences, no, in order to make understandable that from the early stages, you need to focus this innovation to children. If not, it will be too late, no? And we are trying to do that, and I think that is very important, the voice of the patients, because and the families, not only from the healthcare systems.
And I think Dr. Furch mentioned slightly at the end of one of the questions, not only is this voice important, but also I think the idea that public institutions see pediatric innovation as a long-term investment. At the end of the day, a lot of the investments, a lot of the innovation that goes on in pediatrics, not all of it has to be product, or a lot of it is also related to how adding value, to treatments for patients, etc., is not only related to product. And a lot of this, the long-term return will be, in the long term, what is needed for public institutions, public initiatives to go beyond the short-term period, to go and see that investing now in pediatrics is helping the system in the long run. Because a lot of the time when we think of public investment, we think, well, a lot of them are politicians who make the decisions, and their view is only as long as their public term. So how do we go beyond that? What do you think is the way for public initiatives to go beyond that, for it to be in the long term as a challenge? I see this as a challenge for the future. How do you think, personally, we could go beyond this short-term view?
Okay, this is a more difficult question than the previous one, I think.
Well, what we need, is to convince the society that what we are doing, we means
all of us.
I'm the system.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
This is important in that way for the society to have, for the health system that we have, which is really good, because it is sustainable, because it is green economy. We need to present all this, and then, more important, this will be adopted by all the hospitals in our geography, and this is absolutely nowadays, impossible. We have 17 autonomous communities. Each one has their own administration and whatever. But we need to do that. When we have something that works here, I mean, why is not adopted immediately by another community? I mean, this is, and now, in my view, is where the patient, I mean, it's important, because patient associations or pediatric or whatever, they look, I mean, there is something there, and we need, I mean, this to be adopted here. And the politicians are sensitive when the patients demand something. Look at what happened at the Spain with the ELA and oh, well, you can translate better than me. Okay? So then we need the patients to be involved in asking. This is a need that we as patients, as citizens, must be done.
And I will come down to you, Robert. As we mentioned, a big percentage of pediatric innovation is related to rare diseases. And as Dr. Comella mentioned before, 95% of rare diseases have no treatment. 50% of them aren't diagnosed. A lot of them are very often misdiagnosed. Some of the challenges for the future in pediatric innovation is very much closely linked to therapies and to finding these treatments and curing as many as possible. One of the let's say the main issues that is in vogue at the moment are all the integration of advanced therapies and emerging therapies in this pediatric sector. I know that Catalonia has been very active, and so what is the future of this sector in pediatric innovation?
I think that the answer is related a bit with your previous question. At the end, we need to make and to ensure the sustainability of our public healthcare systems, and this is not easy. And this needs to think on long-term planning, because at the end, the money that we put in the healthcare system is not an expense, it's an investment. But this is not easy for politicians because they have a lot of short-term needs. Normally there are a lot of change. So this is the first thing that we need to change. And when we speak specifically on advanced therapies, it's more or less the same. Nowadays, these advanced therapies are very expensive. When they arrive to the healthcare system, they say, I cannot pay that because in addition, the evidence is not as clear. We need to create different kind of connections and collaborations. So in advanced therapies, in Catalonia, we have a lot of agents that are doing a very good research, and they are starting to transfer, and we have some success stories that arrived to the end, such as, for example, the CAR-Ts from clinic. We have local initiatives such as your platform of ATMPs here, but we also saw how Catalonia received 70% of the funding from the Recerca consortium, promoted by the ICI, from the Spanish government, and we created a couple. It was 1 year ago, but it started before summer, the ATMPs network in Catalonia, where we have not only the hospitals, research centers, but also startups, spin-offs, corporate investors, because at the end, we have more or less the same kind of challenge. We have challenge in terms of how to scale up these initiatives, and we need infrastructures. We also need talent, a specific knowledge from our professionals. We need to create new ways of collaborations, because at the end, we will need these public-private collaborations to make this possible. If not, it will happen the same as in other fields. And we also need to create new ways of reimbursement, and also to accept the risk of adopt this innovation. Because at the end, I understand both views. When a company make possible the arrival of these therapies to the market, they say, okay, I invest a lot of money during 10, 15 years, and I need to have a return. But when from the side of the healthcare system, they say, okay, but this is very expensive. I know these solutions, these therapies give us solutions to my patients, but it's too expensive, and it's not as clear the evidence, because are different kind of therapies. So we need to create these collaborations in which the risk maybe should be shared, and thinking on how these solutions will give the results that we expect after 10 years. So I think that we need to create a different environment of collaboration, if not, and we are trying to do this from the side, no, from the view of Catalonia. In fact, Catalonia is also leading a regional innovation valley in Europe in personalized medicine, focusing advanced therapies and data, because we are trying to lead these kind of connections in Europe, but from the regional point of view. I was last week in Brussels, invited by FP and also the European Regional Alliance on Health, and we could see how the view from the regional ecosystems can complement the view from the states, because at the end, the regional administrations are closer to patients and to the healthcare systems. So there is a view that is more strategic, maybe, that is discussed in the Commission and from the view of the states. But now we need to complement with the view and the difficulties that we have at regional, local level, because we can understand better, no, the problems that the healthcare systems have, or the needs that the patients have.
You want to? I've seen you nodding, Luis. Do you want to?
I was in the hub meeting of advanced therapies, and how many people were there, Robert?
Nowadays there are more than 50 institutions, 55 institutions.
In Catalonia.
In Catalonia.
That means that if there is enough, investment on that, then I'm not expert on that, and excuse me if but we go to the exemption, the hospital exemptions for this type of drugs. So that means that maybe we do not need to pay for some drugs. Yeah. Okay, and this is regulated in the Europe, I think. So we need investment in that.
I think summarizing a bit what you're saying, no, at the end of the day, it seems like what we need is like almost a new contract, no, between all the different actors. What was in place, let's say 10, 15 years ago, isn't the situation now, no? We need like a new sort of contract between all of us, where impact is important, where innovation is important, no, where new financing schemes are put in place, no, when we look beyond the short term towards the long term. But, and just to sum up, because I'm being told that we have 2 or 3 minutes left, I think we've seen a bit positive, negative, but I think, and coining our phrase of science for hope, I'd like to say that there is, we have innovation for hope for the future, no, that the future isn't as dark as it seems. So one phrase from each of you, if you could, a hope for the next 5-10 years, what would it be? Based on how we can bring about this new contract between all the actors to help innovation in pediatrics.
All right.
One phrase.
To be a little bit provocative, we need innovation, industrialized in Spain, because I work for the Ministry of Science, industrialized in Spain, to get funds for institutions, for more research, for rare diseases, for people, and then the country will grow to sustain this health system that I'm very proud, because it's really good.
Perfect.
I think that we cannot accept having future solutions and that these solutions will not arrive to patients, as we cannot accept that. Although there are a lot of difficulties and barriers, this will not be a nice to have, it will be a must. And I'm sure that this is the reason, because the paradigms are changing and these kind of connections are increasing, and this did not happen in the past. So I think it will happen, unless, although it's difficult, but we will continue working. And so
we're on track for a brighter future then. I don't know if we have time for any questions, maybe a couple of questions from the floor. Come on, Doctor Comella, here again.
Maybe I should not talk too much, but you were so provocative and so inspiring and so nice roundtable. Let me share with you some additional things or feelings. I don't know. First, we always say that this is a small market. That's not true. 6 to 5% of people has rare diseases, and of those, 50 to 75% of them are children. So what means that individual diseases are rare, but collectively, no. So what we need to transmit is that there are common needs for uncommon conditions. For example, technology. Technology could be applied for many of these different rare diseases. So it's not so uncommon, not so rare. So, but if we ourselves say that this is a small market because these are rare diseases, I mean, you know, we are throwing, I don't know, piedras, stones on our, yeah. So that's one thing. Maybe, I hope you agree with me. Okay, so second thing, very important for me. I mean, we here in Catalonia think we are kind of island on that, but Europe is losing the pace. I mean, when you see where the new therapies are generated, those are in the States and in China. So, and we are losing that pace. So, also to be provocative, if you don't produce, we'll buy. And that's the point. And if you think that education is expensive, try ignorance. It's even more expensive, right? So, I think we have a problems to produce those drugs, those living drugs that are expensive. Why? Because I think the reimbursement for the companies should be changed. I mean, there is a new deal on that. I mean, the third generation therapeutics, to me, is no longer valid what we have done for chemicals or for immunotherapeutics. You know, and I don't have the answer. But what is a drama is that we have gene therapy approved and working at 2 million, and the pharma company decides not to continue those treatments because they are not able to be adopted by the public system. That's a drama, because there are people behind that. Of course, I mean, there is always a balance. If you finance that, you're skipping, I don't know, malaria in Africa. Okay, we should not compare. There will be tracks for any of those things, to me. And for me, that's the most important thing. We should think on new ways to deal with that. I mean, shared risk, that's an important thing. Impact. What means that we spend such a lot of money enhancing 1 month at the end of the life. The new drug that has been approved on Alzheimer, I'm working in Alzheimer as a background. This will not work. I can assure you, the hypothesis is wrong. But we will approve that at 20,000 euros per year, per patient. I'm sorry. I mean, pharma is pushing, and it's his work to push. But we should be more, I mean, how to say? I mean, we're more stringent on HTA, on approvals, not in regulation. Regulation, we have enough regulation. But try to really assess the impact for the populations, you know? So, I mean, there is no question, there's an opinion, but if you want to share your thoughts, I will be happy.
I would like to just very short. I totally agree on the third part as you said. I think that we need to change the paradigm. These therapies are not like drugs, no, normal drugs. I'm chemist, I'm organic chemist, and I need, but not only the models of reimbursement. I totally agree that we need these research models and to put the focus on the impact, no, at mid and long term. And we also need to change the regulation, I think. But totally agree in this third part. About the second, also totally agree. This is not only a local challenge, it's a global challenge. This is the reason because we try from Catalonia to be around the tables where these challenges are discussed at the European level, because if not, the problem will be at the European level, not only here, but we are trying to do things from here because we have the knowledge and we have the capacities and the agents that I always say that we can be proactive in this field now because the train, we can be leading the train and not as normal here in Catalonia. Normally we are at the end. And about the first, when what you said about the market, I agree that this is not a small market, for sure, the figures are there. I was saying about the awareness that people have, because I don't want to open a debate, but I think that you also agree that women are not a small market, and how innovation is focused on women needs and on the women healthcare. So I think that the innovation has been developed to focus in men and adult men. So we need to change these things, and this means that we need to rise and to highlight the awareness about pediatric specific needs. So, and these kind of figures and numbers you say, we need to share with the rest of the ecosystem. Yeah. So.
We need more innovation pediatric days like today to raise awareness and no.
Regarding Europe, the Draghi Inform is exactly like this. I mean, if we do not do deep technology, innovation, and changing also the policy makers and all that, I mean, then we are done.
Time for one question more, and we're going to sum up this roundtable. Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice table. So I'm Yolanda Jordan. I work in Sant Joan de Déu Hospital Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. Maybe my question will be a little controversial, but what do you think about maybe the possibility to regulate or even to legislate about the proportion on pediatric innovation projects from both public and private companies? I mean, similar that it happens with clinical trials. And in this moment when there was a regulation about how many proportion of pediatric developments will be done, the number of clinical trials dramatically increased. So maybe it could be the final push for this increase in innovation in pediatrics.
Thank you.
If I correctly understood about the proportionality on pediatric and the rest of the trials, I mean, it makes sense. It's an issue. I mean, to focus on the importance on pediatrics, and also to have a more. I mean, you have a network, but your network is not enough. I mean, there are a lot of pediatrics. I work for Spain that they are not there. Once they are there, I mean, then I think this can be done. The problem with clinical trials is that most of them, they are financed by the big companies. And I don't know if certain trials will be financed by the big companies.
I think I do not have the answer, but I say maybe, because unluckily, right things not always happen spontaneously, and the inequality between men and women is an example. We need to regulate and to create quotas, to ensure that maybe we should do something like this, to ensure that there is a more or less a proportion focus on the needs on pediatrics, if these do not happen spontaneously by the ecosystem. So I check this into, we will explore this.
Or to extend all the innovation also to pediatrics and not focus only to adults.
Yeah.
This is something that can be in the checklist. In the checklist now we have is this green, gender, so this could be extended to pediatrics. That's a nice point. So I will raise this to the Charles III Institute.
Okay, things to do in this checklist. So we're supposed to be at the Ecuador of this day. Yes, so please,
thank you very much.
A big welcome. Thank you, Luisa, for this moderation. Thank you, Robert Fabregat and Luis Blanc, for pushing this collaboration between public and private and convincing all the public as well. So time to well-deserved coffee break. So please take advantage of this time together networking, chatting in a sunny terrace that you will find at your right side. If you could please clean down these stairs accessing through this right door. So straight ahead, and then we will ask you to be back at 11:45, please, in order to continue with all our strong schedules. Thank you very much. Let's see. Hello again. Thank you very much for attending. Now could you please have a seat? We need to be punctual on our intensive with this huge agenda for today in this Pediatric Innovation Day 2024. Ready to continue on talking about wanting to invest in our pediatric health field. Yes, thank you. Wait, that's amazing. Yes, we are aligned. So thank you. We hope you have fun with this coffee break. Then after these two panels, we're going to have some extra time to have lunch and share everything. Come on, so now time to discussion this transforming science into business, impact investment in pediatric innovation. As you notice, we have already our professional voices ready to share this panel about exploration and intersection of science, entrepreneurship, and impact investments with a focus on pediatric innovation. In this discussion with Anna, Mark, and Francesca, and moderated by Jesus, we're bringing together experienced voices from both venture capital as well as entrepreneurs, innovators, working on groundbreaking projects in pediatric health. Our goal is to explore the unique opportunities and challenges within this space, learn from each other's experience, and gather valuable insights for those looking to drive change in pediatric healthcare. So it's a good pleasure. It's a pleasure to introduce Ana Garcia, CEO of Beachy Diagnosis, Mark Ramis, Managing Partner of Montana Impact Foundation, and Francesca Budke. Yes, I pronounced that properly? Okay, thank you. CEO from DTX. Ana Garcia, industrial engineer with an executive MBA, has an extreme experience of more than 15 years in medical technology with a special focus on fertility, women's health, and related applications. She was at Overture, where she led the automation of assisted reproduction laboratories, attracting the first Google Ventures investment in Spain. Also co-founder of Pre-Free, and a based pre-eclampsia diagnostic spin-off from Charité Hospital in Berlin, and currently as a CEO of Beachy Diagnosis. Thank you for being Ana Garcia. So important your voice in this panel. Thank you for coming. Mark Ramis, Managing Partner of Montana Impact Fund, holds a PhD in biochemistry and MSc in chemical engineering and chemistry as well. Focus to invest and build companies in the field of children's health and pediatric innovation. Mark is Managing Partner at Montana Impact Fund and Venture Partner at Chip2B Ventures. Mark is already a board member or a strategic advisor or several health startups, and brings the experience as an advisor and board member for multiple organizations and as a co-founder of several companies. What an intensive day-by-day professional work. Thank you, Mark. And Francesca Butler, thanks for coming. He's the CEO of and founder of NEN, bringing evidence-based on digital therapeutics, pain solutions to preschool kids with cancer. Broad drug development expertise with over 25 years of commercial, strategic, and transactional experience from private equity management consulting, BT&L, and technology licensing from co-founding Aston Biopharma Advisors, a New York City-based healthcare consultancy. PhD in pharmacology from Cornell Graduate School of Medical Science, and a VA from Cornell University College of Arts and Science. Francesca has the experience in both science and business and has provided proficiency in multiple areas of the pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry. Successfully negotiated over 150 academic and commercial agreements. So congrats, Francesca. Thanks for being here. With this moderator, Jesus, how are you? Nice to meet you. As this Invenium expertise, Dr. Jesus Puroy is a biotech entrepreneur and entrepreneurship consultant. He's a business development director at Invenium Group. And Jesus founded NMC Pharma in 2012 and Avida Biotech in 2016, and has been involved in several projects as a mentor of investor in several entrepreneurial endeavors. His focus is on social entrepreneurship in health as well as pediatrics. Jesus has a PhD in biology in Universitat de Barcelona and a PhD in ISC. So thanks to all the speakers for your thoughts and knowledge and your interesting discussion. It's about to start in 3, 2, 1. Here you go.
Go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for this very dynamic introduction. So now we have to keep the pace, okay? Well, it's great to be here. Let me just add to that introduction that I am also a proud member of i4KIDS Europe, because Inveniam is, Inveniam is part of this project, and also i4KIDS, so we are very deep in this thing. So let me start by asking Mark about impact investing, because okay, you're a partner at Montana Impact Fund, and what makes it an impact fund and not just a fund?
Okay, first, thank you for inviting me to this. I am super excited to be here. Also, it's super good to see the almost full house, no? And this is, I think we need to congratulate ourselves for this, because it's extremely important. Answering your question, so basically, you have to think about impact investing as a new modality of, let's imagine that you are developing a drug, no? And you are doing this development in standard ways, and there's a new way to develop a drug, a new modality. So it's similar, it's happening in the investment arena. So you have traditional investment in early stage, and you know that only about 1.6% of this early stage traditional investment is being allocated into pediatric innovation. That's a number that comes very often. And this is a type of investment, a modality. It's focused on return of investment. Then, in the other side, you have what is called philanthropy, no? Or venture philanthropy. That's another modality. And investors providing venture philanthropy are not expecting a return of the capital that they are deploying into that, no? And in that arena, obviously, we need to increase, but I would like to say that it's working in some way that venture philanthropy is been investing money into children's hospitals in general. But that doesn't mean that that research is going to reach the market, okay? You will generate pediatric innovation, but you still need funders like Francesca and Anna to take that innovation to the patient. But then you have also the problem that only 1.6% of traditional BC goes to early stage pediatric innovation. So clearly a financial gap. And a couple of years ago, when we were thinking about building what is today Montana, we found that this new modality called impact investing was the one that fits very nicely with the purpose of our fund. So basically, impact investing is providing to investors return of capital, but, and that's the important point, what is securing to the LPs, to the investors, is the impact. And how impact fund works different to other funds is that impact is on the top agenda of the fund managers. And there are many examples on the regulation of the funds that explains that, but you take the message of that. So it's kind of an evolution of venture philanthropy and not a traditional investment that, as we know, in biotech or life science.
Mm-hmm. So Anna and Francesca, when you pitch to an investor, do you change your pitch if it's an impact investor? Do you tell a different story?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
What do you tell them?
Our story is all about impact and access for kids. So our story is exactly the same, whether it's a traditional investor or an impact investor. And our goal is to create a not-for-profit out of our organization as well, so that we can help democratize and disseminate pain management solutions to kids all over the world. So we're very open about that, and that's part of our mission and vision. And it's communicated to traditional venture capitalists, to corporate venture capitalists, and to impact investors, because it's core to our business.
I'll get back to that in a minute. What about you, Anna? Do you pitch differently?
I think it's super important when we seek investment that there is like a match between the market goals and the investment type of investor. So basically, 2 words about BizFeed. So what we have, we aim to be the X-rays of the psychiatrist and the neurologist, and what we have is a diagnostic test to help doctors to diagnose ADHD and other cognitive disorders, right? So it is all about impact in our case as well. So we're talking about 5% of prevalence in kids, 3% in adulthood. We will come back to this point because I think this is an opportunity also for the pediatric to go to adulthood in the future. But coming to your point, I think basically we seek investors that really understand and that they care. They care about what we're going to generate with that. I'm not saying that we're not giving the expected monetary results, of course, that implies that, but I think we don't seek just the money, right? We seek support and we seek understanding and we seek expand the technology in the way it really can reach the highest amount of kids possible, right? So the maximum.
So may I ask some debate?
It's a conversation, go.
So I think that historically, co-founders and first CEOs of pediatric companies, they have to do what Francesca is nicely also suggesting, because mostly impact investment is a new modality, is emerging. It's going to grow massively in the next 10 years, but still is a small portion, so majority are traditional investors. So you are pitching in a way to adapt yourself as a co-founder or as a CEO with what is your client, no? Your first client is your investor. So, but this is going to change, and it's starting to change, because specifically in pediatric innovation, impact investing is super interested in the intentionality behind co-founders, why they are building that company. And traditionally, a very nice example is pediatric oncology. Many entrepreneurs in pediatric oncology, they create the company with a clear first indication in pediatric first, and they move to, because traditional VCs, and they kind of force a pivotal to say, okay, let's go first to adults, and then adults to children. And impact investing is not looking for that, because the intentionality of the founders is to go to pediatric first. So I think that debate between founders and investors is going to change.
So in a way, you self-select which kind of investor is right for you if they like the kind of things that you tell. So Francesca, when you said that you have like a statement, like it says what your company is doing, and if you don't like it, then you don't want your money. It's more or less what you're saying.
I mean, we're happy to take their money, but you know, I think for us, it's really important that we're very transparent. You know, we started the company to be a pediatrics-only company. The plan is never to expand to
Your company is called NEN. You cannot be
NEN.
more pediatric than that.
No, and for those that don't know, NEN means kids in Catalan, which is a nod to where
If now you do adults, it's not going to...
No, it's not. It'd be a little insulting. So, you know, that's something that's really important to us. But when we do go to traditional investors, because we're looking at pain management in oncology specifically for the clinical validation piece of our work, because it's more organized, there are fewer centers, it's just a better research plan. Traditional investors will say, well, not that many kids have cancer. So, you know, I think the lens is for our solution, which is a broad pain management tool that can address pain across the 400 million kids worldwide that are in pain, which is a massive and terrifying number. You know, it's important to have a place to start. If you're, you know, when you talk about intentionality, that intentionality comes through when you're having discussions with investors. But some more traditional investors want to see much bigger markets, the SAM, TAM, and SOM that they all talk about, they might be put off by the opportunity. One thing that has come up a couple of times this morning, and I think it's really important for policymakers, for investors, for healthcare systems to keep in mind, is the impact that pediatric care can have on adults. So in the case of pain, and in particular pain in pediatric oncology, if the psychological aspects of pain are not addressed when they're children, there's a lot of medical trauma that these kids undergo, and they develop almost a PTSD-like syndrome that if the psychological aspects are not addressed, 59% of adult survivors of pediatric cancer have pain. It's idiopathic pain. It's not caused by the cancer that they went through, but it's caused by these negative pain memories, which are really sticky and persist. So, treat it, and obviously we could never do those studies because we'd never get funding to do 30-year studies, but there's a lot of evidence that suggests that if you can treat kids, you'll stave off a lot of conditions that will come in adulthood, and that's really, really important.
70% of pediatric oncology patients, they survive today, but almost 95% of them, when they are older than 45, they have age-related disease. Oh. So if you think about the systemic impact, because now everyone in impact investing is talking about systemic impact, no? On how treat these patients, even they survive the cancer earlier, to prevent age-related disease, as well as managing pain. It's a systemic impact. It's changed many things, not only developing drugs or devices, it's changed healthcare in a way. So, but this requires time, yeah.
So I wanted to complement on that, because I was very touched on the presentation this morning in changing the lifetime of a kid, of a child, instead of just curing the disease, right? So, and in ADHD, so there are like 46 million children worldwide. In more than 40% of the cases, they do have another comorbidity, so the nature of the disease is very complex. And what happens in most of the cases, they have unsuccess at school, they have even drug problems, a lot of, really, really catastrophic situation. And if this is not properly managed, this really implies that 3% of the adults, they also have ADHD because they were never diagnosed, right? So early diagnosis is key, and leveraging technology to really delve into the root cause of the problem, because right now, how all the cognitive disorders are diagnosed today, they are just interviews that they are filling by teachers, by doctors, by parents, so they are not independent of the observer. And this is part of the problem we really want to tackle. And indeed, there is an underdiagnosed in adults that they don't know they have ADHD, and they do have more problems in terms of feedback. So they have problems at work, they are socially disconnected. So I think addressing the children problem might help also in the adulthood somehow, so, right? So we also have it in our roadmap to explore that, because basically we have a product that is for children, so basically from 7 to 12 right now. And so the child had to perform like a 20-minute task while we are using an EEG headset, and we can extract this information and we provide to the doctor like a comprehensive report. But what if this technology also works for adults, right? So I think this idea of just investing in adults and forgetting the kids doesn't make sense in all the cases, right? While the opposite process might be an opportunity for us.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, because both of you are working in areas that of course have an adult aspect to it, not just afterwards, but for people who are experiencing pain or ADHD as adults. And how do you deal with, let's say, the opportunity cost of not pursuing things in parallel?
In our case, we made a clear decision to create a solution for kids. It's a gamified cognitive behavioral therapy. It wouldn't be appropriate for an adult because it's a kid's game. And we're developing also for kids 7 to 12. We'll have another product for the littles, the 2 to 6-year-olds, and we're in discussions with Sesame Street to help us create content for that product. And then, of course, the adolescents, we don't want to forget about them. They'll be the next wave. But for adults, it wouldn't be engaging for them. They don't care that there's a little pain monster that comes in and helps them and teaches them things, and that there's a dragon that helps them with belly breathing to activate their parasympathetic nervous system. These are things that wouldn't resonate with adults. We'd have to create a different product for them because our product was created for children. And the designers, we've worked with Centro Andedeo to talk to kids, and they take their jobs very seriously. And we have a kid advisory board who give us very unfiltered feedback, which is great. But it wouldn't apply to them, and that was intentionally done. That being said, one of our collaborators in the US is a caregiver for her mother who has quite late stage dementia. And she was playing around with it, and she said, and has pain. And she said, I'm going to give this to my mom. And she did, and she loves it. And so, it's one of these edge cases that we weren't anticipating, but it just happened to be in her hands, and she gave it to her, and she enjoys it. So while we're not developing for adults, and we're not going to move into that area, there's always the possibility that opportunistically things come up that could benefit beyond the initial population.
What about you, Anna? How you deal with this dual use, let's say?
Yes, maybe here I will compare because my background has been a lot in women's health. And to give you an example, we trained the algorithm for preeclampsia in 1,400 women. Right now we're training the algorithm with 253 kids. It took us 8 years to collect the data set for this algorithm. While right now, of course, it took us a year, and I'm not saying, we are first mover and we have 3 years preference, but I think also this was, speed is important to go for the pediatric use as well. Also, I would say the willingness to pay and to help the kids from the parent side. I will compare Alzheimer and ADHD, okay? So in Alzheimer, there is no cure. Maybe Lily, they have promising results, and we all have seen that. But in ADHD, there is the possibility to treat if there is early diagnosis, and parents are going to do everything for the kids, right? So that was the second part, more like the willingness to pay and how the setup is there. So speed, and also, that's maybe my perspective, and there is less competition as well. When we were developing the preeclampsia algorithm, there were 20 apps doing the same, that in the end they need to consolidate, because I don't see all the doctors, using single solutions for every decision making in the pregnancy. So it was more competitive, while right now, of course, we have competitors, but there is no, I think there are more opportunities that if you perform well, everything has to do with the performance of the product, right? So if you don't have clinical performance, what is called the other winner, you are not in the game, right? So I would say these were 3 important aspects, right? So, of course, high prevalence. We are not in a rare disease. So speed and willingness to pay, and I would say all of this.
I would like to change a little bit the angle of the conversation, if it's okay with you, about the science to business progression. And Mark, okay, so you have done the science to business route many times, and so you have been mostly on the entrepreneur side, trying to find money for the companies that you have founded. Now you are on the other side and distributing money to the companies that you like. How do you change, let's say, your mindset or the enthusiasm of, yeah, this is great, let's give, whereas as an investor you need to be more cautious about where you give your money? How is this a switch, or is this just natural.
The fancy word, the word now is entrepreneur turned investor. No, it's the way they say. It's very difficult because most of your career I've been like Anna and Francesca, like pushing, no, for something to get a yes, and now I am more into the no's, no, and because basically on the deal flow from, I don't know, 50, 60, you have to say 1 or 2, no? So, and
later I will ask you about that.
And especially on children's health, it's when you see a lot of intention, because something very interesting among entrepreneurs in pediatrics is that many of them, and hugely more than in other areas of life science, the intentionality, there's something behind. People is building a company because they love to do it, but because there's a personal reason behind. So for me, lesson learned to say no, or this is not yet, or this is early stage, it's extremely difficult. But the collective purpose of building this fund and be able to provide private capital to all these investors, because basically we are building this fund to be able to canalize much more entrepreneurship at very early stage is rewarding enough to do it. Yeah.
And I'm the opposite. So I was an investor turned entrepreneur.
Exactly.
So
That's a rare one.
Yeah. So I was a digital health venture capitalist for a number of years, and so I was on the other side. And
you were saying no.
I was saying no, not always even when I wanted to, but because things wouldn't fit into the investment thesis, or it wasn't the right stage, or it wasn't the right team. There's 100 reasons why. But you do tend to understand the language that's spoken on the investor side, which helps. I had an investor very early on, try to give me this talk, and then he looked at me. We knew each other quite well, and he's like, "Oh yeah, excuse me," but he said, "I can't bullshit you." And I was like, "No." So that helps too. But I think understanding your audience in either one, and I think from your perspective, having been an entrepreneur, there's a sense of compassion and empathy that you feel towards them, because it's not easy. I think being an entrepreneur and a founder is not easy under the best of circumstances. It's, I think, more difficult in a space that doesn't get the visibility that it should, like pediatrics. And also, we find ourselves in a very difficult time in terms of, investment funding and investing in general, particularly in digital health and healthcare.
So where is the bottleneck? And that's a follow-up of your comment earlier about the project that you see 50 and you invest in one. Are these 49 projects not good enough? And be careful what you say, because I know that there are many people in the room that have very good projects. So is this a matter of the bottleneck is the money, is not enough money, or not enough good projects?
Oof. Not easy question, but I think for what is extremely difficult to find is people that is able to do the change that it requires a project from academia. Because, to be honest, most of the projects that we are analyzing, they are extremely good science, good tech, even good patents behind. But at the end, it comes to a group of people that you have to trust each other, and we have been entrepreneurs because this fund is built by entrepreneurs, not only myself, and you need to find this chemistry between investor, and that's for me what makes click in order to choose that project. It's not like a funnel, but more like making the click with the one that you think this is the one that is gonna, because at Montana, at least at Montana fund number 1, we have a lot of responsibility because we are the first fund in Europe on pediatrics. So we have to do it right.
Everybody's watching you.
Because if we do it right, it's going to be a Montana too, but also other Montanas, because the need is there. So we have to find these clicks, and I think it's about the people, the team that you are building, not the other things. not the market, the opportunity, this also, obviously. But for me, it's the click between people.
Anna, how you prepare for that?
I
For the click.
I mean, if you ask me, what is the one aspect that you should consider in early stage company is to be a good team builder. I completely agree. So I think there are like maybe 5 roles that you have to have there. I think the innovator and the science, as you say, usually they have been working to build the product or to build the technology for many years. But we always say that there has to be someone that is the glue of the company. There has to be someone that is the sales. So really go and check the product market fit as soon as possible. And we also like to say, because right now everybody talks about the minimum viable product, right? So we say, no, we don't do that. We do the minimum clinical product. And for us, that has been like a completely shift. So somebody that really manages the medical affairs side and talks to doctor and etc. And then, of course, you have the CTO and the CSO that usually they tend to come from in our case, they have been researching in this for years. They started the company. But I think it's all of these roles together that they are instrumental in getting in an agile way. That agile, it's a difficult word in medical technology because you have regulatory, you have to find a good balance. But I think it's about all these roles together in our case, and this is exactly what we're doing right now. So to build this team, and we're very proud to say that.
Is that what you did, Francesca?
Yeah, I think you have to bring people together that are really founded by the mission and vision, and that want to take things forward with you. We founded the company 3 years ago. I'm about to bring on a co-founder, which is an unusual time, but a necessary time. And I can't say who she is yet because the documentation is still going through, but she's a builder, someone who can help us on that strategic commercial side. Loads of experience in digital health and medtech, in commercializing innovation. And that's really important. I think the team you build really reflects the product that comes out of it. And if there's passion there, I think that one of the benefits, because everyone talks about how all the negatives of innovating in pediatrics, one of the benefits in pediatrics is you get people who are mission-driven, who have chosen your company over other companies because they like what you're doing, they believe in it. And that, it's a long process, and there's a lot of hard work that goes into being in a startup. And if you can get that extra motivation because you're really bought into what you're building, that certainly helps.
Something that we see at Impenium, we work with entrepreneurial teams, and they're excellent people, but mostly like 80 or 90% scientists. So it's not usual that we get a team that is balanced in a way that you describe, and they have all the right people in all the right boxes, right? So there is an extra difficulty in finding what is missing in a team, so that it will make it acceptable for Mark and other VCs. And where do you go find these people, considering that this is a small pool? I mean, it's not like, I was going to say lawyers, but you have tons of them. But for these profiles, sometimes they're hard to find, even with a broader ecosystem.
Maybe 2 points there. I think we hire everywhere, right? So we are not constrained to a specific area, Barcelona, Madrid, wherever. And I also think we hire for soft skills as well, right? So we have very well educated people. I give you an example of our head of clinical trials. So she had a psychologist degree in London. She had a machine learning degree in Holland. She came back to Europe, to Spain, and her organizational skills are amazing, right? So all of this together, So I think hiring for potential and looking specifically in the soft skills, and maybe a second point I want to hear what Francesca says about it, is that in the startup world, we need instrumental people, but very hands-on, right? So when they come from the corporate world, nothing against corporate companies here, but they are used to deliver a deliverable in a specific context. No, in the startup world, you get an overview of everything that is happening in the company, but you have to be very hands-on. I also like the idea of the mission-driven, because we all share the passion of what we're building. But yeah, so this will be my comments on the HR side. I don't know if you do agree or...
I completely agree. And we, in the beginning, we had some false starts. I mean, I'm a recovering pharma person, so I am a corporate person. But, and some of our team members have been as well. But I think what's different is that in all of their roles, they were at the leading edge, innovating, and so it was almost like entrepreneurship within their organizations, which is a very different personality, one that pushes, tries to get things done within the company. So it's a little bit of a different mindset, but, we did have some people that unfortunately weren't a good mix. They wanted to come in and immediately hire consultants to do everything.
No, exactly,
no. So, you do have to roll your sleeves up. You have to do a lot of the work yourself, even if it doesn't fit into your job description. And as a CEO, you do a little bit of everything. But that willingness to be flexible around doing whatever it takes to get to the milestone is really important.
Mark, you wanted to add something?
Yes, just one comment. When we did company creation in the past, not in pediatrics, obviously the academic group, the postdoc that moved from the academic group to the company, and then 2 months later he goes to do a postdoc in Finland. The academic institution, it's very important. And sometimes it's very difficult for the academics to realize what's going on. What I think is a plus in the case of pediatrics is that academics, clinicians, institutions behind, they are very, obviously all of them are in life science, but in this particular sector, they are very purpose-minded. So pediatrics, they are very focused. They publish, even in Nature, blah, 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 but they want to find a solution for something, and that helps a lot on these initial years in comparison to other
areas. Yeah. We will open the floor for questions, but before that, I would like to give you time for a take-home message. What would you like people to remember from this talk, from this conversation?
So I think pediatric innovation, it's very important, and it has a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs, and also you will make an impact, right? So basically, I think it has everything. So let's hope that the future that doesn't forget what we are trying to achieve.
For the audience today, I will say that take-home message is there are good projects. Impact investing is growing, so capital will be there. What is still missing is funders, entrepreneurs. That's what we need, I think, in the ecosystem the most now. Yeah. So I encourage the people.
There's more projects for you to see.
For a founder, I would say we need more investors that are focused on the pediatrics.
Okay, so it evens out.
I agree.
But I do think we need to. This is an incredible, collection of people that are really focused on pediatric innovation. We need more of these sessions, and we need 10 times more people in each session. We really need to be spreading the word about pediatric innovation. Kids matter, and we all need to have a commitment to kids. James Wall famously says they're 25% of our population, but 100% of our future, and that's very, very much the case. So we need more founders, more investors, more public and private investment as well, because even, there are a lot of opportunities for startups in the European Union, but the focus tends to be on bigger markets, so there are some limitations with pediatrics. So we need dedicated pediatric efforts on the entrepreneurial side, on the investment side, and on the institutional side.
Thank you, all three. I don't know, are there any questions? I don't think that I can see you well, but...
Thank you, Jesus. Time for one question from the audience. Here in the auditorium of Cosmo Caixa. Someone wants to ask something? Yes, this one. Yes. Oh, two, both. Perfect.
Hi.
Shirley, please.
I am Luis Fernandez. I am the Chief Scientific Officer of Adira Health. I am co-founder, and we are both in Spain and also in the US. Everything you have said is actually brilliant. I really like it. But I think that we need to discuss more how we convince payers, insurance companies, etc., that you say pediatric and they say, oh, I have too much type 2 diabetes of adults. Because otherwise it's very challenging. Even at the hospital level, regional level, they feel like that's not the big problem that I have for the waiting list. So what will you suggest that we do to actually tackle this issue?
Totally agree with your comment. That's what I was mentioning, and it's trendy, but I will say it again. Systemic impact is what we need. And for example, one of the projects from i4KIDS, I don't remember the name, is i4KIDS or something like i4KIDS. It goes about public innovation that can be buy by the healthcare system. This is so relevant in Europe, and pediatrics has been forgotten in that. So we need to push, and that's why different type of programs like that has to be to payers and governments. Yeah, I agree, but.
And I would say we have a long way to go, but there are some interesting green shoots coming out, at least in the U.S. You know, the way Medicaid is covering kids, the CHIP, which is the Child Health Insurance Plan, I think it's called. You know, there are some specific legislative efforts that are looking to target kids and make sure that they have access and they're protected. You know, in the U.S., half of the kids aren't covered by insurance.
Today on the news, 75% of the Americans, they have obesity. And so if we don't change the mindset on thinking, okay, why they have obesity when they are adults? This could be prevented earlier. This could be, that means a lot of food as a medicine, nutrition programs for children, because basically it's where you learn not to eat. And you know, we need that type of things to change, because the opportunity is there. Yeah.
And just one other, just one last thing. You know, access is a huge problem across health systems around the world. Digital health and digital therapeutics and solutions and diagnostics and tests can help with that access problem. And there needs to be more of a highlight on it, because since COVID, before COVID, but certainly since COVID, there's tremendous attrition within the medical, the medical professionals. It's only getting worse. So there are more and more patients that have fewer and fewer access to physicians. And you can bridge that gap with technology and with innovation, but that innovation has to be reimbursed.
I just wanted to mention that indeed, I agree with your comment as well, that the go-to-market model for any startup, like how do you really start, it's key. My experience with value-based models, at least in the US, has worked very well. Because there are companies like, I don't know if you know Privia Health, that they own clinics, but they also share efficiency, so cost efficiency might be something. So I think there are different models to explore. Of course, you need to have the CPT codes so that everybody is, like, economics have to work somehow, but my impression is that there are more and more value-based hospitals or systems that they are really encouraging startups to see, okay, if there is any cost efficiency, we do a safe sharing, right, scenario, or it's not easy. I mean, but strategically they work, then you have to go into the numbers and see. That would be one thing. And the other aspect that I wanted to mention, I don't know if you're familiar with Germany. I have lived there for many years, and there is this DIGA, right? DIGA is the instance that has been, I mean, I think it's a good example of how a system can really work for digital solutions, because in the end what they do is in 4 months to get your digital solution approved. So it's available, and then you have 2 years to show the clinical evidence, right? If after 2 years you have not shown anything, then they kick you out of the system, basically. and you have the challenge of how this app will be prescribed. But I think these are two examples of how going to market in a different way, not just the straight, and probably there will be more, but.
I think DIGA is interesting because it's regulatory clearance and reimbursement in one
Yes,
path.
exactly.
Yes, please, in a few words, please.
Yeah, thank
Sir,
you. Thank you for this very interesting talk. I just have a question. Now, pharmaceutical companies are now, it's mandatory to develop a pediatric investigational plan. So they are investment in, or at least they are pushed, or it's mandatory for them to push in the pediatric plan. But I was wondering if we can lobby VCs in our setting to as well make them mandatory to invest like 5% or 1% or 2% of their fundings into the pediatric startups companies.
But just to be clear, the pediatric plans are for 2 years of regulatory exclusivity. Most of the pharma companies don't have marketing teams that target kids.
I know, but at least they are obliged to develop a pediatric investigational plan. I know at the end it doesn't go to the market, but at least they are forced by regulators to develop that plan. But I was wondering if for investors like VCs, if it could be possible as well to make them mandatory to invest 1% or something like that into pediatric startups.
You're the investor.
Yes, to sum up this.
I don't think
I know Mark is investing 100% in pediatric companies.
It will be great, but this requires, obviously, I think the more things that you do mandatory, the better. I also think that if you do the other way, incentive ways, like the pediatric voucher review in the US, it may be given them incentive to do it, maybe it will work, I don't know, because I am not an expert on that, but better than making them do something, because the PIPs is an example. They do that because it's a mandatory to do it, but then they don't market that.
Right.
So, no, I think we should twist it to more incentive ways, and that's something to work, this is out of our scope, but governments, blah, 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 to do it. And the pediatric voucher, for me, is an example.
Sanofi has an interesting model because at their founding, they have a mandate to invest back into pediatric research. So they do it through CSRs, but they also do it through what they call the S Foundation, their not-for-profit foundation. So they do it. But I was recently asked by my board, let's see again if pharma could be a stakeholder. So we did this massive scanning, going into our networks. There are only 3 pharmas that were doing de novo pediatric research. It was Lilly, Roche, and Sanofi. Lilly's fired the entire team. Roche only does R&D, no marketing team, and then Sanofi does do things, but via this foundation. So, that's, and then there are dedicated pediatric pharmaceutical companies like Day One, like OncoHeroes, YMABs, but very, very few of them, and usually focused on a single therapeutic.
Perfect. So we have to finish this encouraging panel session. Thank you very much, Ana Garcia, Marc Ramis, Francesca Budka, and this moderation by Jesus Puroy. Thank you. Obviously, there will be always a good reason behind to invest. We get this and take this home. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, as well. Thank you, because we have to continue with this all our Pediatric Innovation Day's agenda before getting to know the essence of these i4KIDS through 4 research groups in this new session, Innovation Showcase Presentation Bites. Let me introduce some images here on the huge one screen about the international missions. So here you are. We'd like to show you these kind of events where you can participate and join the unique social network as the one you see. All people involved on these images. Let's visit on Riga's hospital just to know all their innovation system, a good place for professionals and change projects, ideas, feelings, concerns, which generates these important connections, promotes an important immersion in the hospital innovation ecosystem of different European countries. This year in Riga's hospital. 6 professionals for these entities join this mission. What about next year? Would you be here? You? Oh, why not? See, enjoy these feelings, all that these images try to translate in audiovisual. Next spoke was the Riga's Student University Medical Education Technology, the first simulation approach, this one. So interesting, listen all new achievements, challenges. Wow. El terreny, veure-ho al terreny és tot un món. So what an amazing time spent together, and the day ended at the research center at the university, completing with all this data, all these devices. And this is a traditional family photo, so a big applause for them and for the next ones coming on, funded by the European Union with this support with the Departament de Recerca i Universitats de la Generalitat de Catalunya. So, we continue with this agenda and this cutting-edge innovation from the i4KIDS ecosystem research groups, 4 groups, more than 30 entities, universities, hospitals, and research centers with a portfolio of more than 90 research projects focused on foster and promote pediatric and maternal health innovation. Takes part of this. These snapshots are a glimpse in the cutting-edge work happening across the i4KIDS ecosystem. So imagine, from novel diagnostic tools, like the ones, whoa, oh no, what our foundation, the vase, no, la piña, no caigui. Imagine, let's continue with this idea. From novel diagnostic tools to therapeutic advances, each project that's going to be presented in this stage represents the future of pediatric healthcare. First, pediatric healthcare faces unique challenges that require solutions specifically tailored to children's needs, from diagnostic to treatment and beyond. By supporting these innovations, we're not just enhancing pediatric healthcare, we're investing in the future well-being of entire generations. So that's why it's so important to give us space to give all this support to these kind of projects. And today we are here to tell the world we need more commitment, we need more invest. So what we are going to hear is 4 bites of 4 big projects, small. It seems to be small, but it's a big project, like this one. It seems to be not fragile, but it's strong enough. 4 big projects that would deserve a whole day in a stage. It's my opinion, but we are lucky to have 4 lines of research that go further to offer great solutions to concrete realities. We want we want a present. So we are going to start with the first group, Muscle on a Chip for Duchenne Muscular Dystrophy, with Javier Ramon Azcon, group leader of Biosensor for Bioengineering, Institut for Bioengineering of Catalonia, l'IBEC. Yes, hello, nice to meet you. Javier Ramon Azcon is a group leader at the Institute of Bioengineering of Catalonia, IBEC in Barcelona, Spain, where he leads a Biosensors for Bioengineering group. And his research integrates sensor technology and nanotechnology with tissue engineering to develop organs on a chip. OOC, yeah? Javier, wait, yes, we are all learning step by step. Javier has established significant national and international collaboration and also has entrepreneurial experience. So the stage is yours, and you have 10 minutes. What? Nice. No time? Yeah, I think you are trying to do your best. Okay, thank you very much, Javier Ramon Azcon. Here you are.
Okay, perfect. So, well, first, thank you very much for the invitation to stay here. It's a pleasure, and it's really nice to have all these people working in different areas of research, entrepreneurs, investors, funding. Our work in our group is focused in organs on a chip, okay? Organs on a chip, probably you know already, but it's basically to try to minimize or miniaturize one function of that one tissue, okay, and put it together in a microfluidic platform in order to mimic one phenotype that's interesting or one specific function of the tissue that you want to test. So we are not trying to make a full liver, we are not trying to make a full kidney or whatever, because this is not able at the moment, it's not possible. But what we are interested in is to try to get this small functionality in a in vitro system. Well, you know already that the drug development is a long process, it's very expensive, so organs on a chip can help a little bit in these preclinical phases, because we can get better data, okay, we can provide better data to the clinicians, to the drug pharmaceuticals companies, and also we can make reduce the cost, okay, of these preclinical phases, and reduce the animal experimentation. That is, if possible, is also nice. We are in the preclinical phases. We can provide different kind of organs on a chip to different approaches. In our group, we are more focused in the first step in diseases on a chip models. And basically, what we are trying to do in our group is working in these 4 tissues. We are working in pancreas, we are working in liver, adipose, and skeletal muscle. But not only in these tissues, okay, separately, but how they interact within them, okay? So how healthy pancreas, for example, can affect liver with NAFLD, or vice versa, no? How an NAFLD model in liver or another disease can affect a skeletal muscle or adipose tissue. To do that, as you can imagine, it's not easy, so it's quite complicated. We have different areas of research in our group that are focused in different parts. We have people working in biomaterials, people working in tissue engineering, in sensors, in microfabrication, and we try to synthesize and put everything together to get our organs on a chip. Today, we will focus in this disease, that is, we have developed a model. So we are working in Duchenne, muscular dystrophy model. Basically, this disease is a rare disease, even it's a pediatric rare disease, but even it's a rare disease, it's one of the most prevalent disease in the pediatric. It's a severe progressive disease that affects the children from very early stage. And basically, now at the moment, it's not cured, okay? It's only palliative, we can say palliative ways to improve the quality of life of the children, but it's not possible to cure them. So our work in this disease was to try to mimic this disease in vitro, so try to make a model, a human model of this disease, and use it as a way to study the disease, but also to test different drugs. So the basic problem of this disease is that it's a genetic mutation, and the children cannot produce dystrophin. Dystrophin is this protein that connects the actin system of the skeletal muscle to the basal lamina outside through the sarcolemma. No? So these patients, these children have no dystrophin, so when there's a muscle contraction, the sarcolemma suffers a lot of damage, okay? And one of the things that happens, for example, it liberates creatine kinase. Of course, the muscle can regenerate, okay, because it's an organ that can regenerate a lot. But when this happens a lot of times, well, basically the muscle is replaced by fibrotic tissue and fatty tissue. So they are losing muscle in the early stage of the life. Well, so our idea was, okay, let's try to do this model. Let's try to mimic this model in vitro. So our first idea was, okay, let's try to make a 3D-dimensional model, functional model of this muscle, okay, to try to mimic these phenotypes. So basically, the thing is that the 3D-dimensional is very important because all the organs are in 3 dimensions and not in 2D. And this 3 dimension makes the functionality of the tissue. So if you don't have the correct shape, you don't have the cells organized in a right way, they are not functional, okay? They cannot reproduce the functionality of the tissue. In this case, the contraction of the tissue. So in our lab, we have different approaches to fabricate three-dimensional tissues. We have 3D bioprinting, electro-sprinting, molding. In this case, we choose molding because it was easy to produce in, we can say, no high-throughput manner, but in a high-scale manner, the tissue. So we developed this mold using just 3D printing, where we can produce these small chips, okay, with 2 pillars, okay? In these 2 pillars, in these small chips that looks like a pool, we can introduce the cells together with a matrix of biomaterial, and we can grow the cells inside, and the cells stay in these 2 pillars, and at the end we can electrically stimulate and check the movement, the contraction of the tissue. So the cells are from patients. We are working with different cell lines that are provided with Benedict Chassot from the group, from French group, working in this disease also. We have like 9 different cell lines from different patients and 7 cells from healthy people. We developed these muscle tissues. I told you this is the protocol for developing the tissue. They look like that. So at the beginning, it's full of the biomaterial of the tissue. In day 0, the material contract through the pillars that we have in the system, and it looks like this in the plate, as you can see. And we check how the maturation of the tissue, because they are highly aligned, they are highly mature, and when we apply electric stimulus, but then it contracts. Okay. So this is very nice because we can, well, the tissue looks like this. This is a full imaging of the tissue, okay? It's very small, as you can see. It's nice because we can make histological analysis. As you can imagine, we can cut, we can make cross-sections and check the different proteins and how they are organized inside the tissue. We can check for dystrophin, for example. That is the main problem of this disease. But also the important thing is that we can make functional analysis. This will be required, okay. So we can apply electrical stimulus, and we can record the movement of the tissue, and with that we can analyze the fatigue of the tissue, the force of the tissue, and how is the behavior of this skeletal muscle. So we can apply this, we can say low frequency, stimulus, like a twitch contraction, okay. I wait until the video finishes, because if not, it will crash for sure. Okay, now. And we can apply also the more higher frequencies and to check tetanic contraction. No? That is this contraction that it requires sometimes to relax, okay, and the tissue to become relaxed again, okay? Yeah, perfect. So with all this information, then we study the phenotype of the disease. So we make a cutting, we cut the tissue in different pieces, and the first thing we were observing is how the dystrophin we have dystrophin or not. Then the first phenotype was clear. We don't have dystrophin on the patients, okay? That is what we were expecting. The second phenotype was, okay, what happens with the tissue when it's contracting? And our surprise at the beginning, a small surprise, was, okay, the healthy tissue and the tissue from the patients looks the same. They have the same force. Oops, sorry, I make a spoiler. Okay, it's the same force, they behave the same, but if you think about that, it is normal because these people, these kids that have this disease, the muscle is okay. So the muscle is healthy, that they can contract. The problem is when they contract after the exercise. So when they start to have exercise is when the muscle receives damage. So we make this, so we make a regime of stimulation to the tissue, so we simulate the exercise on our tissues, and the phenotype was clear. So after exercise, the tissue starts to lose strength and to start to have fatigue, okay? So we can show this tetanic fatigue-like behavior in our tissues. And the functionality of these tissues allow the induction of this damage after the exercise. We validate this damage using Evans blue. Basically, Evans blue is a dye that only enters in the skeletal muscle when it suffers damage, when the sarcolemma of the muscle is damaged. So we demonstrate in this example that the tissue from patient from the MD, the Evans blue enter inside the myotubes. Okay, so we To take profit of that, we integrate in this organ-on-a-chip system some kind of biosensors. I will not enter in detail, but basically are plasmonic biosensors that allow us to measure in real time some proteins are secreted by the tissues. Okay, so it looks like that. The prototype, we have this big platform where we have the tissues, in this case 6 tissues, connected by a microfluidic system, and connected to our LSPR sensors that allow us to monitor the creatine kinase that is only liberated when the skeletal muscle is damaged in real time. So we start to make exercise to the tissues, and then we monitor the creatine kinase that was liberated when the tissue was damaged. We validated that by ELISA. This is how looks the microfluidic system, okay? With the different sensors. This is the 1 minute, but well, I will go fast. This is how they correlate the ELISA with the biosensor, okay? And this is how looks the final platform. No? We have the organ-on-a-chip with the tissues, then the sensors that allow us to monitor the level of creatine kinase. And this is just an example of how it looks. No? When we start the stimulus, we observe the liberation of creatine kinase from the skeletal muscle. So we take profit of that. I will skip that, okay? But basically, we contact with one company in Barcelona, a biotech company that gives us different drugs to test. We tested them in our model, and basically, we demonstrated that one of them, the number 13, that is confidential, was the one that saw better results in fatigue, but also in upregulation of the utrophin, that is one protein related with dystrophin. Now we are working with 2 more companies, one from China, that is called Ratingen, that they give us the drugs, and we are testing them in our model. And we are waiting for another collaboration with biotech from Canada, that also they want to test some drugs in our model to be used in this disease, in Duchenne. So, well, this is how looks the final device, and the take-home message that we developed this system to test or to have the phenotype for Duchenne. We are able to evaluate the effect of different drugs on them. And in principle, this is a tool that can be used for preclinical research. This is our group in IBEC. Okay. And this is the funding and collaborators. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, you got it. Thank you very much. Javier Ramon with this muscle-on-a-chip for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. This first research. So next one, group 2. This practical application of pharmacogenetic biomarkers in child and adolescent mental health disorders with Dr. Amaya Herbas, head of Child and Adolescent Mental Health Service at the Hospital Universitario Mutua Terrassa. Dr. Amaya Herbas, MD, and member of the Royal College of Psychiatrists, PhD, head of Child and Adolescent Mental Health at the hospital, as I said before, in Terrassa, and co-founder of eGain, principal investor in projects are autism and ADHD, with more than 150 publications and 300 presentations. Indeed, she's also coordinator of a master in child and adolescent psychiatry and international trainer in AC diagnosis. Member of scientific field. So thank you very much, Amaya. So it's your turn. The stage is yours.
Well,
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Now.
Thank you very much for inviting us to present our work. This is the work of a team working in University Hospital Mutua Terrassa. And we are a research group. We are an AGAU research group in autism. And also we are a Texan group, and we are part of several genetic consortium. And we have several areas of research. We work in etiological, especially in neurodevelopmental disorders, genetic factors. And also we are implementation artificial intelligence, virtual reality biomarkers for clinical measures. At the moment, we have an horizon that we are coordinating the case 3, and we are using artificial intelligence for prediction of suicide in adult children and adolescents. Suicide is very much increased in autism, especially normal, acute, and verbal functional patients. We also have a RETOS grant that we are just finishing, and we have developed a virtual reality simulation program for social cognition for children between 6 and 9 with biomarkers, and that I think for us has been very important because we are not seeing any relationship between high neurophysiological stimulation with agitation on behavior. For that, we are also we are starting a project with ITT data. We have the tertiary unit for autism with comorbidity, very severe children under 18 that they have not responded to any treatment. 95% of them, they have very severe conduct disorder, aggression, autolysis, and now we are going to implement that they carry a risk for electrophysiological measures because they have problems for communication, but also to recognize emotional cognition, and we have cameras in our unit, and we are developing how we are going to relate the high stimulation, neurophysiological stimulation at the low with all our cameras and registration. Apart from that, we have an increase, a very important increase of mental disorder in children and adolescents. For example, in the last 3 years, we have a 127 increase of anxiety disorder, 33 of depression, 21.6% of eating disorder increase, and more than 195 of suicidal attempts. These are data from the CAT Salute. That has carried on an increase of psychotropic medication, a very important increase, and around between 30 and 50% of children and adolescents, they don't respond properly and develop very severe side effects. The most severe, they are metabolic syndrome, especially obesity, cardiovascular problems, and increase of suicidal ideation. They have more severe side effects, and even they are higher for children with psychotropic medication than adults. Usually, there is the first experience of medication, and if they have side effects, usually the family and the children, they don't want to take medication, and usually the more severe mental health disorder, they start in children and in adolescents. We have a great problem because there is a lack of pharmacological treatment trials under 18, and most of the medication that we use is off-label, and that is a risk for the children. The pharmacogenetic aims is to provide information on mechanism of action of drugs, not the diagnosis, and to identify pharmacogenetic markers to personalize treatments. Not everybody responds equally to pharmacotherapy, and on average, 30 to 50% of people don't respond adequately, and they have side effects. The objective of our pharmacogenetic unit is to develop rapid and low-cost assays for the determination of key pharmacogenetic variants, development of accurate and clinical-friendly recommendations for clinicians based on pharmacogenetic profiles, and to implement protocols of pharmacogenetic interventions and also perform research. We are a unit that we have 50,000 children and adolescents every year, and we have 1,500 kids, 1,500 first visits. We have implemented for every child and adolescent in our service that we start a medication, a pharmacogenetic testing. And we have, since 2021, we have more than 800 patients that we have implemented pharmacogenetic testing. Now we have several grants that you will see that we are doing with all the psychiatric disorders. Usually, we have the results of the pharmacogenetic testing in 2 to 5 days, and it's easy to implement the results in our decisions. Depression is associated with decrease of serotonin and noradrenaline neurotransmission, and the SRIs activates the serotonin pathways by blocking the serotonin transporter and the reuptake of serotonin in the synapses. For that reason, we perform analysis especially for the variants of the genes implicated in the action of the drugs, but also in the proteins that metabolize the drugs. We have seen that we have very high variance, especially of how the variants, the gene variants, have an influence in the metabolizing of the drugs. And we have, for example, in our example, that a very high number of ultra-rapid metabolizers that we have to duplicate or triplicate the doses of drugs. But also we have a high number of poor metabolizers that we have to adjust the amount of medication in order not to have side effects. Also, the antipsychotics are used in children and adolescents. We have the first psychotic experiences, and also we have a very high variance of the CYP metabolizing enzymes, and also we have in the antipsychotics a very high variance of ultra-rapid and intermediate and low metabolizing. Also, we are doing studies, also there are not a lot of research in pharmacological treatment for ADHD. This is the results that we have for one of the examples that we have with 42 adolescents and adults with autism, with a case control study, that we found that all of them, they have problems about the target where the antidepressants work, and also with the metabolizing. When we implemented the pharmacological testing, we have a good improvement in the CGI, in the clinical global impression, in 38 out of the 41 samples of the autistic patients. Even 22 of them, they stabilize with a comorbidity, not with autism. Yeah, I'm finished now. And also with the GGAS, that is also the Children Global Assessment, we have an improvement in 37 out of the 41. We use Salive, it's very easy. All the team is trained in how to use the pharmacological testing and the pharmacogenetic. This is a result, just to finish, of a 13 adolescent that I know him since he is 3. This is, has a mild mental retardation, but he's very functional. And he had a very severe psychotic disorder that he was in hospital, very aggressive. He was restricted. He was in another hospital. In our unit is forbidden any kind of physical restriction. And then he came to our unit, and this is the result of the test. With most of the drugs, he didn't respond properly, and we have to increase to clozapine 3 times the amount of medication, and he improved very well. In fact, 2 years after, he is very well. And just to finish, that are the grants that we are having and the publication. And many grants.
Okay, thank you very much, Amaya Armas, doctor from this Hospital Universitario Mutua de Terrassa. Now, group number 3 with My Mask, development of a 3-dimensional individualized mask for neonatal non-invasive ventilation, with Núria Masip and Berta Palomar, industrial design engineering from Elizabeth School, collaborators in neonatology service in Hospital Clínic of Barcelona. Non-invasive masks are designed based on generic facial models, therefore difficulties in fitting patients. Unique characteristics are common. A poor fit of the mask may have consequences such as air leaks or pressure ulcers. It's possible to optimize, or isn't it, the fit of interfaces by adapting them to a patient's face. So here you are, the stage is yours, 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. My Mask with Núria and Berta.
Hello, good morning everyone. We are truly excited to be here today and to have the opportunity to share this project. Well, first of all, we would like to present ourselves. My name is Núria Masip, and she's my colleague Berta Palomar. We are here representing Óscar García Algar from Neonatology Unit at the Hospital Clínic Barcelona. So our project is based on customized nasal mask for neonatal non-invasive ventilation. It is important to understand that a premature newborn is an immature patient who requires respiratory support during the first days of life. So non-invasive ventilation through nasal interface in neonates is a crucial intervention developed to improve respiratory outcomes, reducing invasive procedures. So NIV is a positive pressure. Through an interface, positive pressure is applied to the airway, maintaining its patency. NIV is performed in both full-term and preterm newborns, and currently there are only 4 different sizes of commercial interfaces, which are not adaptable and do not fit properly to the facial features of the patient. So let's move on. Who are the candidates of our solution? So on the one hand, we are applying NIV to a 10% of all term newborns who receive resuscitation or stabilization in the delivery room, to 80% of newborns who need respiratory support. But who are the candidates for our solution? The ones we are focused on are the 75% of premature newborns and the 20% of newborns in the NICU who they both receive respiratory support. So, prematurity is a global problem, with a rate of between 7 and 13% of newborns. Also, improper fitting, due to the low efficiency of commercial masks, can lead to several problems, such as pressure ulcers, air leaks, or cranial deformations due to fixation. So let's move on to the diagram below. As we can see, approximately 100 of critically premature newborns are born in our hospital each year. Over 70% of them will require non-invasive ventilation for average 8 days. And from these, 30.7% will develop pressure ulcers during the first week of life. As we can see, the problematics are highlighted on the images. Our solution is the design of individualized and adaptable nasal masks for non-invasive ventilation, destined to newborns using 3-dimensional scanning and bioprinting. As we can see, we have divided the process into 4 stages: scanning, modeling process, additive manufacturing, and clinical use. The first phase of our process is technology, the scanning. The 3D scanning of the newborn, placed in a supine position, was carried out using 3D Peel 2 CAT scanner. It is worth to mention that the scanner is done up to a certain distance to avoid disturbing the patient. As we can see in the images, first we have done the scanning, then how we capture the image, and finally the result of the morphology 3D model. The second phase of the process is the design. Modeling process, image processing. So for this, we use Mimic's Medical 24 program from Materialize to customize a mask that perfectly fits the geometry of the newborn with a smooth contact boundaries, as we can see on the upper images. Then, the third phase is the 3D printing. The creative design was sent for printing in an STL format. The masks were printed with biocompatible silicone, but now we are working on to the material selection.
Let's continue with the phase 4 of our process. As we can see, it's the clinical use. It is important to know that the personalized mask fit perfectly the features of the newborn, reducing the air leaks and avoiding overly the force fixation. Under the same conditions and with a constant airflow, commercial masks exhibited more than 75% of air leakage, whereas this value was severely reduced with our individualized masks. As we can see in the image below, our project is the blue one and a commercial mask is the green one. As we can see, the pressure is uniformly distributed all over the nose of the newborn, whereas in the commercial masks has different marked points. 3My Mask is the name of our project, and we think that it's a market disruption. What we have done is a comparison between our two competitors, our two most important competitors. On the first hand, we have Fichet and Paykel, and on the other hand, we have Drager. As you can see in the diagram, our project provides less pressure ulcers, less air leaks, less cost, less deformations, and taking into account all this, we can say that we are more efficient. Let's talk about the degree of disruption in our future activities. It is important to know that some tests have been done with a preterm mannequin, and this gives us some results about the reduction of air leaks, and a non-aggressive capture from the image was done, as well as a certified silicone. Nowadays, we can place ourselves in a TRL between 5 and 6, and in a IML between 2 and 3. Talking about the clinical trial, it is important to know that it was done with mannequins, and these results told us that our algorithm worked, as well as we have to say that some compassionate cases were done thanks to the collaboration with the Hospital 12 de Octubre. Our current situation and where we are nowadays, we can say that we are working on the IAMS permission, as well as we are collaborating with the Hospital 12 de Octubre and the Universitat de Barcelona for the 3D printer. We are as well validating different materials such as silicone and resin for medical use. And we are pending for the manufacturer accreditation and testing a very important shear stress absorbent cream that is placed between the face of the newborn and the mask. 3My Mask, our benefits and our impact. We can say that our project is a process that can be applied in a wide variety of sectors, so we can say that we are scalable, we have scalability. It is adaptable to the features of each newborn, so we can say that we are adaptable. We have different collaborations, as well as we are biocompatible, using a biocompatible material to prevent potential irritations. We can say as well that one single mask from 3My Mask is more cost-effective than a pack of 4 commercial ones, so we can say that we are costless. Through different compassionate cases done thanks to the collaboration with the Hospital 12 de Octubre, efficiency have been demonstrated, so we can say that we are efficient. And last but not least, Hospital Clínic de Barcelona counts with a clinical expertise and a clinical professionalism that can help to lower the less side effects of the masks. For finishing, we can say that 3My Mask counts with 2 different publications. The first one is from the Hospital Clínic de Barcelona, where the clinical trial with mannequins is perfectly explained. And the second one is a scientific publication from the Hospital 12 de Octubre, where the different compassionate cases are explained. Our project counts with a very good group. We are formed by the Hospital Clinic of Barcelona with Cristina, Mario, and Oscar, as well as all the other collaborations and us that we are from University of Elisava. Thank you very much for your attention.
Amazing, Nuria. And Berta, well done it. And you have one minute more. So thank you very much for this brief approach to this My Mask. So we need the last one, last but not the least, group number 4, artificial placenta, with Adrià Escolà, Innovation and Business Development Manager in the Barcelona Natal Fetal Medicine Research Center. This is a MSc in Biomedical Engineering. Adrià has worked as a project manager of the artificial placenta and has experience in venture capital investment in cash capital risk, startup acceleration and corporate open innovation in Chip2B Foundation. And before joining this artificial placenta project at BC and Natal, Adrià led also company creation and portfolio management activities at Vall d'Hebron Institute of Research. So well done it. So Adrià Escolà, it's your turn. Big applause for him. Last but not the least, is artificial placenta. Here we go.
Now? Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, today I'm going to present the Caixa Research Artificial Placenta project. It's an experimental project that we are performing at Barcelona Natal. First of all, let me introduce the problem. The previous speakers already introduced the prematurity, but as you may know, the majority of pregnancies usually last for 9 months. This is between 37 and 41 weeks of gestation. And there are around 10% of the people that is born before. We are focusing in the people that is born around 6 months. This is the extremely preterm or extremely prematurity. And it's a significant amount of people with huge problems. As you can see here, they have a high rate of mortality and also a high rate of major sequels. Almost all of the extreme prematures are going to face major complications later in life. And this problem already affects 25,000 newborns per year in Europe. It may not seem a huge number, but if you compare it with other illnesses that we are more aware of, it is a great number. For example, if we compare it with childhood leukemia, it affects around 6,000 kids per year, and almost all of them survive the treatment without complications later in life. So these extremely preterm babies have a worst scenario to face. And this is why we usually don't know about this problem. It's because almost all these extremely preterm children are going to face problems like vision loss, brain damage, hearing problems, heart diseases, and not all of them are going to suffer the same problems or even all of them. So this is why we are calling this problem the invisible multisystemic problem. And maybe you're thinking, okay, but the prematurity rate for sure is decreasing among the last years. But the truth is the data showing that there is an increase on the preterm birth incidence in Europe, but also in worldwide. And this is because there are a lot of factors affecting the increase of this incidence, like the age of pregnancy, the lifestyle, the assisted reproduction, or maybe the short interpregnancy. So what we can do is to treat these patients in a way that we could reduce the sequels or the major complications they're going to face later in life. So nowadays, we are treating them as good as we can by intubating them, by feeding them by the nose, by supplying them oxygen. But the reality here is that there is a biological barrier because the lungs of this fetus, even if we put a lot of oxygen, their lungs are not still developed, are not mature, so they cannot breathe. And sometimes this treatment also increases the sequels they are going to face later in life. So we are proposing a change of paradigm we're proposing to treat these babies as a fetus, not as a newborn, because they are not able to survive as a newborn yet. And we are reproducing what happens in the majority of pregnancies. If you think what is the natural transcourse, the fetus are inside a cavity, the maternal womb, that protects the fetus from noises, from everything. It's a safety place where a placenta, that's an external organ, provides oxygen and also nutrients for the fetus to keep growing and keep maturing their organs, so it could be able to survive outside the mother's womb. What we are proposing is to recreate this womb and the placenta, but artificially outside the body of the mother. So we have here the chamber where the fetus is going to grow in a safety measures, and also this artificial placenta that is supplying oxygen and nutrients and also medicines to the fetus, only connected by the umbilical vessels. And the blood is pumped by the fetal heart itself. So here is what we want to accomplish, to reduce the major sequels, major complications, and also the mortality by a huge deal. And just to make an example, if we take a 24 weeks of gestation fetus and we can maintain it during a month in our solution, we should expect a reduction from 30% to 10% of mortality, and also a reduction of major complications from 80% to 30%. So, why we are doing this in Barcelona, or why we are developing this project here in Besse Natal? Well, because Besse Natal is a large fetal and neonatal clinical research center based in Barcelona. It integrates two first-class university hospitals, like Hospital Clínic de Barcelona is one of the main hospitals in Southern Europe, and also Hospital Sant Joan de Déu, that is one of the top-tier hospitals specialized in children's. And also because our team, led by Dr. Eduard Gratacós, has a large experience in fetal surgery. In fact, he was the one who introduced this technology into Spain when it was only an experimental therapy in a few centers in Europe and the States. And nowadays, we are ranked top 10 as a fetal surgery center and performed more than 2,000 cases already. And all of this is happening with this project. We started in 2019. Thanks to funding from La Caixa Foundation, we could start animal experimentation in 2021. And we are keeping improving our prototype and our system. And by November 2023, we achieved 14 days of survival in our system with lambs. This is happening because all of this team, we are more of 50 people, highly qualified, from physicians to engineers, and also a select group of collaborators that are helping us to keep improving the system and our technology. And this is the system. As you can see, the protected environment is reproducing the mother's womb, and also the extracorporeal circulation circuit and the nutrition is going through this artificial placenta that connects only through the umbilical vessels. And for us, it's really important also the monitoring system, because we are not touching the fetus. The fetus is safe inside this chamber. So we need to monitorize continuously the fetus by the outside. And we have this system that allows us to have information 24/7 continuously from tests, from the fetal health conditions, actions performed to the fetus, and also sensors from the system. And so far, there are 5 research groups around the world performing animal models like us. We were the last ones to join this select group, and yet we are already toe-to-toe with the better ones. But for us, it's not a race to be the first one, but a path to demonstrate that these systems will have a huge impact on extremely preterm babies. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much to Riascula with this so important artificial placenta. Keep improving like this with this innovation and business development group team. Thank you very much. At the end of this morning, yes, 5 minutes past the 1:30. So it's time to lunch. Yes, you're hungry. Yes, time to come back at more or less at this time. Please try to be so punctual in order to continue with the second block, because it's full of so interesting program with the rare diseases and this competition acceleration program. So here you are. Bon appetit. Have a good lunch together, and see you around at 14:40. Yeah, thank you. See you there. Bon profit. Again, we invite you to have lunch in the terrace. So could you please go down the stairs and see you this right door in front of you. You have this terrace. Enjoy this meal and see you in an hour, more or less. Bon appetit, bon profit, que vagi de gust. The terrace. Yes, the same place where we had coffee break before. Enjoy. Please. This is coming. Oh, yes. Hello, you all. Thank you for thank you for attending. The ones that new on this auditorium, Agoda's place in Cosmocaixa, the science museum from Barcelona to the world. Now, in this afternoon, time to, on one hand, talk about these medical devices regulations and orphan devices from the European cases with professional boys like Peter Bishop's Everything has. And second, with Begoña Nafria here on site, live with us. Then we have the acceleration program competition. So we have all the prizes, awards here, ready to give for all the contestants. So a nice and emotional afternoon that we are going to share from now on, till more or less 5:30. Yes? You have a spare agenda to be here? Thank you very much. So we have in Pediatric Innovation Day 2024, after an interesting, such a powerful morning, now we're very pleased to welcome Peter Bishop Everding as a senior expert in the medical device unit in the European Commission's Directorate General Health and Food Safety, DG Sant. He's going to be connected from Brussels. Yes, Peter, hi, good afternoon. How are you? Nice to see you. Welcome you from this auditorium, introducing you to this Pediatric Innovation Day audience here in Cosmocaixa, the Science Museum from Barcelona. Thank you. So sound is good, works properly. You okay?
Hi.
Yes, a little bit on the, yes, shadow, maybe, okay, yes, okay. So Peter Bishop Everding is, as I said before, is a senior expert in the medical device unit in the European Commission's Directorate General Health and Food Safety. He's in charge of legal aspects related to the implementation of the UA regularity framework for medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. And before that, he was working in the fields of the European consumer law, consumer product safety, and a free movement of goods. Peter is a lawyer by training and holds a PhD from Hamburg Law School in competition law. So we're very proud of have you in this rare diseases field and these medical devices regulation and orphan devices presentations. So talk about this, and we're expecting yes, a discussion after Begoña Nafria, no, indeed, to resume and recap this part of this Pediatric Innovation Day. So whenever you want, the stage is yours, from Brussels to Barcelona. A warm applause, just to know that we are here, yes. Peter,
thank you very much,
as you
and good
check,
afternoon.
We are here
from,
waiting for you.
Brussels,
Thank you very much.
Actually cold Brussels. We had the first snow of this winter. There's a small layer of snow still on the roofs. But I'm very happy to be online with you. Can't be there physically. I would like to say a few words only about with the regulatory framework. You heard, I'm a lawyer by training, and we've been working for quite some time on the regulations that frame basically the placing on the market of medical devices in vitro diagnostics in the different member states in Europe. And today, specifically, I would like to talk a little bit about orphan devices and also the specific situation that orphan devices are under the medical device regulations. Just as a background, well, So there are two regulations, one specifically for the medical devices and the other one for in vitro diagnostics. And both of them were adopted by the European Parliament, by the Council in 2017. But they are applicable only since 21 regarding the medical devices and since May 22 for the in vitro diagnostics. And there are many aspects what the, or basically the regulations, they regulate the whole, basically the life cycle of a medical device, from clinical investigations to the clinical evaluation of the product by the manufacturer, the conformity assessment, the requirements for placing the product on the market, the vigilance process, so when incidents occur, that they have to be reported, the analysis of those incidents report, market surveillance by competent authorities. So really, the recertification after 5 years of the product, so the whole life cycle. And the regulations compared to the previous rules that were enforced have sufficiently or significantly tightened or reinforced, among others, the requirements for clinical evidence. What manufacturers need to use, the clinical data the manufacturers need to use in order to demonstrate that their products, the devices are safe and they perform as the manufacturer indicate. That was for good reasons. There were a number of quite severe health issues with or safety issues with, in particular, some implantable devices, which actually then triggered the reform of the legislative framework, and the result are the two regulations. However, the implementation from 21 onwards, or even before, was accompanied by quite a number of challenges of different nature. There was kind of a bottleneck of the conformity assessment bodies, because contrary to pharmaceuticals, medical devices are not centrally assessed and authorized by an authority, but it's a decentralized system of so-called conformity assessment or notified bodies that are often for-profit bodies that are designated by a national competent authority and then also supervised, but they operate as a business operator when assessing devices and issuing certificates. And these certificates are necessary for the manufacturer that they can place a product on the market. All the new requirements have led to higher costs, to longer timelines for bringing products to the market, and overall the framework is considered relatively complex. And especially then for products, for medical devices intended for small patient populations, what we call the orphan devices. These are particularly severe challenges. Obtaining clinical data in order to demonstrate safety and performance of the device is very difficult, very onerous to obtain if there's only a small number of patients and only a small number of devices that are brought to the market. There's no legal definition in the regulations, and there's no specific pathway to bring these orphan devices to the market. Contrary to, again, the pharmaceuticals regulations, where we speak about orphan drugs, and there's a specific pathway, specific incentives for orphan drugs to be produced and to be brought to the market. This problem was acknowledged by the Medical Device Coordination Group, which is kind of the governing body under the regulations for medical devices. It is composed of representatives from all the 27 member states, from the competent authorities of those member states. And already 22, it was acknowledged that some specific guidance assistance need to be found to support manufacturers of orphan devices. And the task force was established with authorities, but also with many stakeholders, especially healthcare professionals were in there, academia, notified bodies, the industry were representative. And what then in this June this year, we came up with was a guidance document, which for the first time in Europe established criteria for orphan devices. So, and these criteria, there's a quantitative criterion based on epidemiology. So it says that it concerns products or devices which are intended to treat or diagnose a disease or a medical condition that is present in not more than 12,000 persons per year. So incidence, yearly incidence rate of 12,000. And there are qualitative criteria, which essentially say that there's an unmet medical need, that there are no alternatives or insufficient alternatives to treat or diagnose that disease or medical condition, or that the device will bring a substantial clinical benefit compared to what currently exists or what is the current state of the art. And what is interesting also, the guidance also applies to the devices for orphan subpopulations, so where the disease or the medical condition affects more than 12,000 persons a year. But it's specifically intended for a smaller group, a subset, a subpopulation of those patients that is lower than 12,000. Or also devices that are intended to be used for a larger population, for the adult population, for example, but has also an orphan indication that may also be used for example, for children. That's very relevant for the extrapolation of data that comes from the adult population. So beside the criteria that have been set out in this guidance, it provides a number of consideration and recommendations as to the clinical evaluation to be carried out for those devices. It gives some guidance on how to generate pre-market clinical data for orphan devices intended for these small patient populations. It has specific considerations how to design, conduct clinical investigations if the patient population is so small. It emphasizes the role of non-clinical data, so where clinical data cannot be sufficiently generated, that there can be recourse to non-clinical data. And very important, it acknowledges that there may be certain limitations in the pre-market clinical data, and that those limitations may be acceptable. The kind of gaps, lacuna in the pre-market clinical data that then may be filled out in the post-market phase. So therefore, the importance of post-market surveillance or post-market clinical follow-up to be carried out by the manufacturer. And what I already said, the use of extrapolation of clinical data that exists for non-orphan population, for example, for adult patient, that this may then be extrapolated to the indication for the orphan, for example, for the children population. Besides those more substantial considerations, there's also some procedural considerations. The conformity assessment, the notified bodies, so these entities that third-party entities that carry out the assessment of the manufacturer's technical documentation in order to prove or demonstrate that the product is safe and in conformity with the applicable requirements. They need to engage very early with the manufacturers in order to decide, to determine, is this product an orphan device and may eventually then, when they have to issue a certificate, issue the certificate with conditions, for especially when there are acceptable gaps in the pre-market clinical data, that it does not hinder the issuing of a certificate, but the manufacturer is then obliged to collect additional data in the post-market phase from the real-world use of the device within a certain period of time. And in order to support here the notified bodies, the expert panels that are established with the European Medicines Agency, but they are expert panels specifically for medical devices. They are there to provide scientific advice and scientific support to manufacturers, but also to notified bodies. First of all, in order to help to determine, is it an orphan device, yes or no? And secondly, also to determine the expectations as regards
Hello, Peter. I think we could, yes, recover this connection with Peter. So interesting, this guidance, no? Putting light on the shadow with these scenarios, talking about all new programs involved and related to change the scenarios, the context, with this no regulation, no specific legal definition, but we are optimistic that we can recover this connection with Peter in order to finish his presentation. Yes? Some minutes, in a while, I think it's going to be possible. Meanwhile, talking about the rest of this Pediatric Innovation Day, we have our 4 speakers waiting for their time to explain about the projects. So, yes? Yeah, why not? Yes, perfect. So we could continue with Begoña Nafri, because he's attending this Pediatric Innovation Day here live with his expertise. So we could please invite to the stage Begoña Nafri, Head of Patient Engagement in Research Department about Rare Diseases. Begoña has a long experience in the field of the involving patients and families in research initiatives. Her areas of expertise are focused on pediatric patients' involvement in research and specifically in the field of clinical trials. She is currently a PhD studying in the patient involvement in pediatrics field, specifically in the children's rights in regards to the access to the cross-border clinical trials in Europe. And Begoña, as a coordinator of EAPIC NET, coordinating of Kids Barcelona, co-chair of the Children's Medicines Working Party of AFPGCP, chair of the working group of cross-border access to the clinical trials at MPREMA. Thank you very much for being. Thank you very much for matching this moment. So big applause for Begoña Nafri attending and changing the time to present. Thank you very much, Begoña. So the stage is yours.
Everybody, it's my pleasure to be today with all of you. If we can share the presentation. Everything is to keep your attention, by the way. First of all, I want to thank you, my colleagues from i4KIDS for the invitation to be this afternoon with all of you. 1 second. Perfect. The title of my presentation is about the involvement of patients, specifically in a field in which we don't have too much expertise. I need to be fair about this, that it's the field of the orphan medical devices. I'm not going to try to explain probably very nice stories, but I'm going to try to convince you about the importance to involve the patients, even if we have a very small number of patients living with these orphan conditions, because also they deserve to have a voice in the development of the clinical studies to design and analyze the benefit of these technologies. First of all, I want to comment that I was a little worried and concerned when I was invited to give this talk today with all of you for the reason, because we don't have, good examples, but I think that it's important to build on top of the expertise that already we have. And you will see some tips and lessons learned today, and this is my mission, try to convince you that we can work with the patients, even if they are children, and even if they have these very rare or ultra-rare conditions. One of the most important tips or messages is that the children are not little adults. We cannot take decisions on behalf of them, because probably our perspective, our opinions, our beliefs will be different. And for the reason, any time that we can involve in science, in health research, the patients, let's do it. Second, if you listen, the children, probably you will hear their opinion, because something that is important that you know from the children is that they don't lie. They don't have filters. And this is wow, today I don't know what is going on here. But this is important that you realize about this. They explain the things as they feel, as they see. And this is important because probably, as I said, the perspective that we can have as an adult and not living with the disease that these child they have would be probably very, very different. I'm going to show you two examples about what innovation provides to the patients. These examples are not fully based, let's say, in the perspective of the patients and the families, but show a little bit how we can change science and how we can change the way that we are treating our patients. And I want to thank you, my colleague and friend Kike Basat, because he gave me these examples. The first one is about the children that we need to perform a lumbar puncture when they are babies. It's a very invasive medical procedure, and as you can imagine, in this case, the parents, they are not really happy to go through this procedure with their children. And afterwards, I know that another colleague from East Global is going to explain that at that moment, what we are doing is the analysis to study this device in order to avoid this very complex and invasive medical procedure. Another example, and this is based in the common sense, and in a specific context, and a specific country, and a specific culture, because diversity also is important. This is an example about the acceptability, or in this case, non-acceptability, in the general pediatrician revision of the kids in one African country about the method that was used to measure the size of the kids. The parents didn't accept this specific procedure because in their mind they had the photo, the picture of a coffin, because it was like a box created with wood and the baby inside. And based on this non-acceptability of this very simple process to measure the babies, at the end what we have is a different device that is more accepted, in this case by the parents, to go through these specific regular follow-ups of the children. Easy examples, but if we listen the patients, if we listen the diversity that there are in these groups of patients, probably we can do better our work. Innovation, and this is the perspective and the challenge that I have this afternoon to convince you, starts and ends close and in partnership with the patients. And probably you have heard a lot about the concept of patient centricity, and here you have the patients and the families and of course the clinicians in the middle. But we need not only to believe on this, we need to practice. And sometimes it's where the challenge it is, because clinicians, they have the scientific knowledge, the experts in regulatory, they have the expertise in regulatory science, etc. But sometimes what is missed is the expertise in people working with the methods to involve children and parents. Another simple example about the importance to listen the patients. This example, as you can see, doesn't come from the health setting, but probably from the unhealthy setting. But it's a very nice example to explain what the brands, the big brands, they do, and they have doing for many, many years, that it's listening the customers. And you have here 4 different examples about taste of soft drinks that probably in Spain, if you go to the supermarket, you don't find these specific products, but if you go to a specific countries, you will find, because this company did market research, listen to customers, and decide that probably in some countries it's accepted and the people will pay for a drink with a taste, for example, or garlic or bacon. This is the real world. And this is what we need to do in the field of health. Listen the preferences, the needs of the patients and the parents. Probably it's not the best example, as I said, but it's very nice to explain the value to listen the patients and the diversity. Second point that I want to comment, the European Medical Devices Regulation. I think that here we have an opportunity because you know now that we need to go through clinical studies with the medical devices that before this regulation was not mandatory. And there is where we have the opportunity to include in the plan of these clinical studies the contribution of the patients and the families. And you will see afterwards how we do this in Sant Joan de Déu. We have a scientific method, and in parallel also with a scientific method, we can incorporate the perspective of the patients. Third point, there is a secret recipe? Probably. But it's not a unique recipe because we need to work based in the project, based in the disease, based in the age of the patients, in the country of the patients. There are many variables. There is no manual or a formula to copy-paste. Our magic recipe is the bespoke plan. It means that we create a tailored plan for each project to incorporate the perspective of the patients and the parents. It's based in science, because we discuss if it's important to do focus groups, interviews, simulation. You will see afterwards some of the methods that we use. And let's say it's a new science, because not everybody is incorporating this qualitative, let's say, research perspective when we work in scientific science and projects. When incorporate the perspective of the patients and the parents, for me, two keywords or hashtags, you have hashtags today in the slides, needs to be continuous from the beginning to the end. From the beginning, it's where it's more important because it's the moment in which decide the design of our clinical study, and at the end, because we need to communicate the outcomes of this study to the patients first and to the society second. And we need to do it in a format and in a language that they can understand. And it's a partnership. If you build these groups of patients and families, you train them, they are ready to be incorporated along the project. And this is a snapshot about the process to perform a clinical study. It's a very classical slide, but it's only to comment that the voice of the patients and families, as I said, can be through the whole process. And something that is important is that if we have these groups of patients in partnership working with the people that are doing the science, anytime that they need them, they are there. Because in some projects it can be a challenge, the recruitment. In some projects we need sometimes to do adjustments in terms of the design, etc. And they need to be working hand by hand with the scientific community. Methodology, how we do this patient involvement in medical devices and in general in any scientific project, based basically in qualitative and in some cases also with mixed methods with quantitative methodologies. As I said, in every project we do an analysis about where the patients and the parents provide a value, and we decide which is the best method. You will see here in red color simulation, because the other methods that you have here basically are based in the opinion, preference, and the experience that the patients they have before to be involved. But with simulation, what we can do is to test in a specific environment, like in the real study, some specific pain points of the project. And it's the best probably context or environment to do this analysis about the perspective and the opinions and preferences of the patients and the parents. There are different ways to incorporate the voice and the perspective of the patients. With the patients in first person, but of course they need to have the right maturity level, the right age. Usually when everything is aligned, we involve from 12 years and onwards, not younger, because sometimes it's hard for them to understand the discussions, the projects, etc. Anytime we have the parents, because they are experts also in the disease of their kids. And we have also scientific youth councils with the name YPACs, Young Persons Advisory Groups, that at that moment are established in different European hospitals that we are in the network that already the introducer of my bio explained that we have at the European level working together. This is one photo of our Scientific Youth Council at Sant Joan de Déu of Barcelona, and the other picture is a snapshot to explain that in any project, even if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 patients, we have always a family, and they are not a number. They are people, and they have the right, and I'm going to insist on this, to make opinions and to contribute to our projects. One comment specifically in regards of the involvement of patients in regulatory activities. In Europe, let's say we are one step back if we compare with the FDA, because the FDA has a guidance to suggest about how to incorporate the perspective of patients, specifically in the field of medical devices. We don't have yet this in the European Medicines Agency, and I think that it's important to be persistent and to ask for the voice of the patients also in the regulatory environment, because they also are taking important decisions. And some comments about the impact of involving patients, and this is based in the analysis of different projects in general, not about specific projects in regards of our medical devices. They can help us to make faster the recruitment, because probably these patients will exist in the real world, because in some cases the eligibility criteria of these projects, they don't exist, and we have a problem there. Of course, the enrollment and the completion of the trial. They can also represent, and I have insisted a lot in this word, in the diversity perspective, because where you are born, your socio-demographical background, your education, everything can make probably a different experience in your disease. And we need to incorporate this perspective of diversity when we involve the patients and the parents. Also, it helps to have fewer or less number of protocol amendments, and protocol amendments has an impact in the time and in the cost of the trial, and this is also so important. If we plan on a study and we don't stop this study, we don't have amendments, the study will finish according to the plan, and this, of course, benefit the patients, but in general, the scientific community. It helps also to collect quality data, and of course, something that is really important, incorporate the outcomes, the perspectives that are meaningful for the patients in the design of these studies. Because sometimes, of course, the patients are concerned about the scientific primary endpoint of the study, but probably outcomes in regards of their quality of life are probably in the top of their priorities. And sometimes we forgot the quality of life of the patients. How we do this at Sant Joan de Déu Research Foundation, we have a dedicated department that was set up in 2015 that I have the honor and the privilege to coordinate. For us, in this institution, in our hospital, we really believe in the concept of patient centricity. The ones that you know the hospital, if you only visit our facilities, you will see that it's a pediatric hospital, because we have incorporated the perspective of the patients and the families in the design of these facilities. We do the same in our department in regards of scientific projects. And two important approaches about how we involve the patients. The first one is in regards of the ethical principles. We need to do it based in these ethical principles, based in the autonomy and the capacity to be involved and to decide, and also that it's very relevant and important. And yesterday was the World Children's Day. It's based in the rights, because this is not a fashion that it's going to last, few days or few months. This is a right, and we need to work on behalf of the rights of the children and the young people. This is our network. This network was set up in 2017. 4 institutions were the founder members: Sant Joan de Déu with our Youth Council, Kids Barcelona, Kids France, that is based in the Hospices Civils de Lyon, and 2 groups based in the UK, one in the Alderey Hospital in Liverpool, and the other is the coordinating team from the Children's Research Network in Scotland. At that moment, we have more than 30 YPACs, 30 youth councils across children's hospitals in Europe. But something that is very important, and it's one of the lessons learned, we have the capability to create ad hoc groups of patients for the projects, because in these scientific councils, in the hospitals, we have children with different conditions, but probably we don't have any with the orphan condition in which we are working for the design of a specific medical device. What we do is create these groups per project and design these tailored projects that I already mentioned. Something that for us is important is the contribution of Fundació Sant Joan de Déu to the coordination of all the patient involvement activities of the Connect for Children. At that moment in Europe, we are lucky because we have a big infrastructure that connects 20 national clinical pediatric networks across Europe. And from Sant Joan de Déu, we offer the capability to any academic or commercial sponsor to incorporate the perspective of patients and families in their studies. Of course, the collaboration with the innovation field, because sometimes it's not only a clinical trial about a treatment, sometimes it's a mix between the device and the medicine, or only the device, but it deserves, children and young persons deserve the same and equal opportunities to be involved in innovation, such as to be involved in projects of medicines. As I said, children should have a voice in health research in Europe. It's not something fashion or new. All the children have rights, and remember, if they cannot participate because of their condition, because probably the age, or because if they have a cognitive impairment, always we have the patients, and we need to work always with this in mind and provide the right means to do it. And something that I think it has been commented today many, many times, but sometimes we don't realize about the impact that the work that all of us we are doing at the European level, or in some cases at worldwide level. If we have better research and better treatments for our kids, our society will be healthier. And I think that we need to realize about the work that we are doing every day. And this is all from my side. Hopefully, I have convinced you about the importance to involve children and parents in science. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you very much, Begoña and Afria, for your explanation. Brilliant. And the way you work against this resilience in this so difficult field. Thank you very much. Working together with these new researchers reminds us African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go farther, go together. Like the one explanation about Begoña's Nafria. So time we restart the connection with Peter, just to sum up, to conclude his presentation. So please, Peter Bishop from Brussels, here you are. Thank you very much for attending during these minutes, so interesting ones with Begoña Nafria. Now, looking forward and apologize for these technical issues. Now, time to sum up your presentation about all these new approaches for orphan devices in this European medical devices regulations field. Thank you. Peter.
Yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, I'm back again. I'm sorry for this technical problem. Zoom sometimes plays games we do not like so much, but okay. I'm always at the end, and I just listened to the last part of Begoña, and I think it fits actually very well, because where I ended my presentation before, when I was kicked out, it was about the expert panels on medical devices that are hosted by the European Medicines Agency, where clinicians, academia, researchers in various fields of medical devices are in these expert panels. And they offer, since August this year, free scientific advice on the orphan device. We can't call it really designation, because it's not like in the US by the FDA a designation, but at least advice on the orphan device status and on the clinical evidence expectations for orphan devices, including also to give advice whether from their scientific perspective it is acceptable to accept certain, or it's acceptable to have certain gaps in the pre-market clinical evidence, what kind of post-market follow-up activities can be conducted in order to fill then those gaps. It's true that for the time being, Begoña said that there's no orphan or pediatric device panel, but the EMA colleagues, they select the experts from the relevant panels from neurological, from cardiovascular, it's mostly cardiovascular panel. And then they select that they have relevant experts also in the field of pediatric or orphan devices in then the pool of experts that would give advice. But it's indeed something that also healthcare professionals have already raised, whether it wouldn't be useful to have a specific panel on orphan or pediatric devices to be further discussed. And then on this very last slide, I wanted to briefly also mention that last year, no, actually this year, it's the call for proposals was launched last year, but this year, for the first time under the European budget, more specifically the EU for Health program budget, we have set up a grant program to support non-profit organizations, organizations like academia that provide a platform to develop, to bring together, to network in the field of orphan devices, especially for children. And we could award grants to 3 projects, and one of them is the i4KIDS for Rare, coordinated by the Sant Joan Hospital in Barcelona. So congratulations to that. It was the first time that we launched this grant. We looked, of course, a little bit to what the FDA does in the US. They have also a grant program for pediatric devices to non-profit consortia. And we'll take stock of how this grant program has been received, whether and when we'll see whether we can continue it. And with this, I want to close. I want to thank you very much for having invited me, for your patience, and to listen to me also to the last part, and to give me the chance to close, to finish my presentation. I wish you a very interesting, fruitful afternoon session. And it's really a great initiative that you have this day organized today in Barcelona. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Bishop from Brussels, with all these scenarios related to all these orphan devices and regulatory, all these achievements we have to face and tackle ones. Thank you very much. Time only 1-2 minutes to a question and answer coming from the audience here in the Agora Auditorium in Cosmocaixa, Barcelona. If you want to ask something to Peter, yes, now properly, Viu and Begoña Nafria, the 2 professional voices talking about these new approaches for orphan devices, this blog dedicated to rare diseases. Yes, please, if you want to ask something. Seems something? If not, yeah, everything works. Everything clear? So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. So keep on doing like that with all this research in this legal and normality and regularity orphan devices field. Thank you very much for being part of this chapter in Pediatric Innovation Day here in Barcelona, the 5th editions, and so on. Thank you. See you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you as well, Begoña Nafria. Nice and brilliant presentation. And now we are here to conclude this first block of this day dedicated to this dissemination of aspects about the pediatric and maternal health. We have seen how we manage, how an incredible team in Stanford manage with all the projects, and we want to share together the new ones with this new collaboration, Impact i4KIDS with Catalonia. Catalonia, and we appreciate the help of public statesmen in research and also the huge work of the academic collaboration. We also remind on the economic issue, studying the monetary investment on the field, and we learn much more about the potential local innovation with the 4 fantastic research programs, but we need more commitment, we need more investment, we need more effort to take and to be part of this resilience moment. So we continue, and then we have the honor of inviting a person with an important background in the field of research and public health. So we are very glad to invite to the stage the Pediatric Innovation Day 2024 in Cosmocaixa, Barcelona, honored Mrs. Núria Montserrat, Minister of Research and Universities of the Government of Catalonia. Consellera, un plaer tenir-la amb nosaltres. Endavant. Gràcies. Merci.
Moltes gràcies. Very good afternoon to everybody. The honor is mine being here today. I have very close friends at Sant Joan de Déu, and I'm super honored being here, invited and joining this session. Unfortunately, we couldn't join the whole meeting, but we were informed at very early stages of the initiative, but also we know the project quite well. So to me, again, it's an honor to address to you and on a matter of profound significance, which is the imperative to identify and guide innovative projects in fetal, pediatric, and maternal health. The Pediatric Innovation Day, organized by i4KIDS, the hub coordinated by Hospital Sant Joan de Déu, brings together healthcare professionals, researchers, entrepreneurs, and innovation experts to explore the latest trends in advancements, something that you know very well, and I think that the journey today had been really impressive. And you also have a clear objective to promote collaboration and drive projects that enhance the well-being of pediatric patients and their families. So again, this event is more than a gathering. It's a powerful statement of our collective commitment to transform pediatric healthcare, a commitment that from the Conselleria we are taking very seriously into account, and we are already organizing impactful programs for this. So together, I think government, researcher community, families, children, we are all together fostering groundbreaking ideas, nurturing collaboration, and also driving or trying to drive solutions that we hope that will profoundly impact on the lives of children, mothers, and families worldwide. May this day inspire all of us. I think you have already done this, but also to push more boundaries. You have also recalled to us the importance that is to have support from the government and to take things into consideration, but also to respond actively and be very reactive. So we also are here today as government to recall that these types of initiatives are important because they address critical gaps in healthcare by fostering, again, innovation tailored to specific populations such as children, which is the main purpose of Hospital Sant Joan de Déu. So you know better than I do that children have unique and rapidly changing physical, psychosociological, and developmental needs. Addressing early life disease has lifelong benefits for individuals, families, and communities. However, pediatric research, as we know, already faced very important drawbacks, such as financial drawbacks, regulatory drawbacks that you have been addressing today, institutional drawbacks, and also ethical concerns, and very important career challenges for the next generation of researchers in pediatric health. So this scenario has placed pediatric research at the distinct disadvantage compared to adult investigation. And this also hinders our ability as government and as institutions to understand the full spectrum of pediatric disease. Also, this limits the prevention of these disorders and also of many other chronic adult onset-related diseases that come across the life of children. So additionally, the limited availability of pediatric-specific medications and treatment modalities also underscores the critical need for target research efforts to address this gap in medical care. So the realization of translational research in pediatric disease really requires design and problem-solving skills in both medical and biological science to develop new technologies, new treatments. And this also accounts and also imposes that we react and provide innovative solutions. So undertaking such challenge, as we say, will only be possible through the deep understanding of disease biology, coupled with world-class discovery platform pipelines that stem from basic discoveries in the daily practice, including genetics, genomics, gene editing, bioinformatics, proteomics, cell and tissue engineering, image analysis, biobanks, disease-specific stem cell lines, and the development, perhaps, of advanced materials or bioprinting strategies. So these are all the different items that you are already tackling at Hospital Sant Joan de Déu and many other institutions that are here today attending to this meeting. So, as we say, science-based innovation does not take place in isolation. And this is also, again, another proof of today that you are also trying to target a very specific and very huge challenge by doing this in collaboration. So, to achieve outcomes and breakthroughs for children, it's imperative, again, for push this broader landscape to embrace the need of innovation. So, from the Ministry of Research and Universities, we firmly believe that it is of our utmost importance to stimulate the demand and offer for science-based innovations, also to cultivate and fertilize institutional and industrial partners for collective ownership, also by building, sustaining mutually beneficial relationships between industry, academy, and also hospitals, to develop current and future leaders in pediatric bioengineering, gathering critical mass, including current and emerging leaders in the field, and also to achieve impact at national and also international scale. And you have been also having a great session today for that. Again, today you have emphasized the importance of global collaboration to save lives. I cannot conclude my remarks without expressing that your purpose is also ours. We fully agree that establishing effective partnerships at all levels is essential to achieve common goals, and only by working together we can overcome the challenges that are imposed for pediatric healthcare. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Consellera. Thank you, Minister of Research and Universities from the Government of Catalonia. Thank you for being with us this Pediatric Innovation Day 2024, from Cosmo Caixa to the world, the local think global. Now, appreciated public, now time to acceleration program pitch competition. Woo! Yes, music. Woo! Yeah, time to have fun and join all these projects. So, you know, the i4KIDS Acceleration Program is a unique initiative dedicated exclusively to advancing early stage innovations in pediatric, fetal, and maternal health. This accelerator offers a specialized two-phase structure to meet the specific needs of pediatric-focused projects, ensuring they don't duplicate the resources available in other general accelerators. In the first phase validation, the program provides a functional training framework to align all participants with essential competencies covering topics like intellectual property, MDR regulation, business models, and market access. This phase aims to validate each project's core value proposition using methodologies inspired by the Boston CIMIT model, which helps teams identify gaps and set strategic goals. Strategic ones. The second phase, valorization, is tailored to help projects advance through their TRL stages with customized services. This includes validation through patient and clinical feedback, mentorship by experts, impact workshops in collaboration with the Impact Hub, and preparation for high-stakes presentations. Oh, and apart from that, you know that each pitch here and the session putting together all this knowledge at the Pediatric Innovation Day will follow a concise format. You know, projects will have 5 minutes, only 5 minutes to present the project, followed by 4 minutes for Q&A from the jury. The best and so extreme audience. Presenters, speakers will receive the time warnings from this screen, the pitch to ensure they stay within the allotted time. This format, as you know, as you see, aims to keep presentations focused on engaging, allowing for both a clear overview of each project and meaningful interaction with the audience, like yours. You are the best audience. Thank you very much, and I hope you are encouraging with a big warm applause or wherever you you think about it. So the important best prize in this Pediatric Innovation Day accelerating competition is 7,000. Yes, 7,500 euros. No, yes, 7. Wait, sorry, what is? Sí, 7.500. Sorry, lapsus memoriae in assessment. 7.500, sí. Jury group of specialists will have to decide which project is the winner. In this presentation, everything counts. In a pitching session, not only the presentation, the added value you are explaining about contribution to science, response to a need, and the way of being and doing. Body language, So, some advice for the pitch speakers: take a breath. Enjoy the moment and try to do your best as the best work that you've done during all these years and all these 24/7, 360 days a year. It's a pleasure to introduce all the members from the jury. They are 4. Enric Barba. Yes, where is Enric Barba? Here. A big applause for him. Enric Barba. He holds a PhD of Telecommunications Engineering and MC of Business Management. He was Managing Director on several multinational companies, and currently he's a member on the Board of Trustees of Vall d'Hebron Institute of Oncology in Barcelona, as well as member of the Innovation Committee of this hospital. He's an expert on innovation management and statistics, such a lecturer at universities and business schools, and author of several books about those projects. So, Enric Barba, nice to be here. Thank you for being. Magda Rosenmuller. Yes, here we are. A professor at YESE Business School, teaches in MBA elective on health innovation management and health sector executives in entrepreneurship and innovation with European, Asian, African, and Latin American business schools. She serves on the executive committee of BAM, the Business School Alliance on Health Innovation Management, and she provides expert advice on European and global health issues in the policy with the European Commission and the World Bank, WHO, and others. So thank you very much for being with this extensive work in health innovation research. Thank you very much. Magda Rosenmuller. We have on the other hand Josep Ballester Alavard from ESADE, this MBA, with over 30 years of experience in business consulting, corporate finance, and leadership. His practical, hands-on approach helps professionals navigate new venture complexity to deliver new business opportunities. As a lecturer at ESADE in advanced management programs and executive education, he brings a wealth of real-world experience. Josep worked with organizations like Bayer, Amgen, Medtronic, Roche, AstraZeneca, Novartis to develop more effective business strategies. He's a member on the board and directors of Taylor Surgery, coach within BioCat, Crash, The Health, and Barcelona Health Booster, a senior advisor to EDCAPS, BCLC, and Foundation of Fetal Clinic. So thank you very much. What a curriculum, what a bios. Isn't it? So thank you very much, Josep, and last but not the least, Elizabeth Rosas. Thank you for coming. Elizabeth earned her PhD in bioengineering from the University of California, Berkeley, and the University of San Francisco, Institute of Regenerative Medicine Fellow, and Obra Social La Caixa Fellow, and civil scholar. Yes, why? Elizabeth is currently the Assistant Director of Impact One, the Pediatric and Maternal Health Innovation Program at the Stanford Bayer Center for Biodesign. She also consults for early-stage medtech and health tech startups, as well as the VC film Sant Ventures. And she completed the Stanford Biodesign Innovation Fellowship after her industry role as R&D scientist at Illumina. So, all the right and the light for Elizabeth. Yeah? Thank you, Tokaya. So we have these 4 members, incredible jury. Not press, push. Take a breath. I need a breath. And then we could start with this accelerating program competition. Pitchings, 5 minutes only. And we start with Project 1, DR4FB. IRD, with Jaume Català, pediatric ophthalmologist, introducing the project with this, en català, dispositiu de realitat virtual per monitoritzar la visió en pacients amb distròfies hereditàries de la retina. And now, Jaume is going to explain about this new research. Jaume Català, pediatric ophthalmologist at Hospital Sant Joan de Déu de Barcelona, specializing in anterior and posterior segment surgery, as well as clinical and surgical retina, graduated in medicine from the University of Navarra, completed his training in ophthalmology at the Belvici University Hospital in 2002. He has completed training stays at international institutes such as Divers Eye Institute and Moorfields Eye Hospital, and he presented more than 70 communications and scientific articles in ophthalmology. Jaume, your turn. Time is running. Go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me and to the organization to select our program and all the consultants who work with us to make this a reality. I want to present you this V4Fun, which is a virtual reality device for the evaluation and monitoring of functional vision in patients with low vision. Vision is the most powerful sense guiding our interaction with the environment. The problem we have in these cases is that we are used to talk about visual function, which measures the visual acuity, the visual field, the contrast adaptation. But in fact, the patients care about the functional vision, which is how they can read, how they can move around the world, and that's something that at this point we are not able to measure in that point. In children, we also have the problem that depending on the age, on their collaboration, they are not able to collaborate for visual acuity, visual fields, and this is something that it's already making them get behind in some therapies. There are some gene therapies that cannot be applied to children because they are not able to demonstrate a beneficial fact with their vision. The problem we have is that we know a lot about the inputs of the visual stimuli. We can work on visual acuity, contrast, location, depth, colors, but there is a gap between the inputs and the output, behavior. What do we use in all the vision, and what are we able to do with that vision? And the problem is that that's what the people matter about their vision. There have been some solutions to this problem, and this is a maze, a physical maze, where this is the same girl that had a low vision problem, and in the upper part he tried to resolve the maze before the treatment, and in the downstairs he resolved the maze after the treatment. He was the first patient in Spain that received gene therapy for an inherited retinal disease. The problem with this maze is that, of course, we have to keep very standard conditions, very standard illumination to have results that are measurable. What we propose is a vitreoretinal maze where the patient navigates through a room, but he feels that he is in a real maze, and he has to move around the maze and in different light conditions, which are standardized, and we can automatically detect the time they use in every tile, all the time they use for the maze, and the errors, the mistakes they get through the maze. Through the evaluation we have a preliminary class 1 classification for this device. So regarding the market size, we are focusing on low vision patients, especially ophthalmology departments and pharma industry, but we have also think about out-of-the-box extension to other vitreoretinal devices, virtual reality devices, and other functional vision evaluation and training of the patients. We are in the prototype software and accurate. We have demonstrated that it's accurate and reliable with patients and also volunteers that Begoña and the department has shown us, but we still are ahead of the other phases. We need to develop the complete software and demonstrate his utility in a clinical trial. Then we have to get into CE marking, and finally the market access. Our competitors are, the most advanced one is in Paris. They are working with the Institut de la Vision, and they have already developed virtual reality devices. They call it most virtual reality, and it is already in the market. And in Philadelphia, at the Children's Hospital, they were the first one that developed a physical maze, and they have published preliminary data with virtual reality devices. In our team, we are 2 ophthalmologists and 2 bioengineers at this moment. At this very preliminary team, we are working on that. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Perfect, Jaume. You have 10 seconds to enjoy this view. Yes, thank you very much, Jaume Català. Stay here because we need some minutes, 4 minutes for Q&A from the jury. So,
good afternoon, Jaume. Congratulations for your idea. It's great. Thank you very much. I have one question because I don't understand. What is the business model that these kind of your competitors at least use to commercialize a product like this? The business model, please. What is the business model of your business?
We are working on a software that is able to work in a commercial device, and then we have developed that software, and then we sell the software, and we train the people, the ophthalmologists and the optometrists for the evaluation of the patients inside of the places where we sell the software. And
just following up on that, who's your client then, like in your business model? And the second would be, I didn't see the difference to the competitors. They look even better than you. So what is your competitive advantage?
Mm-hmm. Our clients are mostly ophthalmology departments and then pharma industry that could be working on gene therapies or advanced therapies that need to evaluate these small changes in vision that maybe they are not clinically significant for the approval of a treatment, but if you demonstrate functional visual benefits, then they could be getting to the market. And that's the case of the only gene therapy approved in the world, which they developed a physical maze just to demonstrate that benefit. On the other side, the difference between the other companies is that we have an extended number of patients. We are a national reference center for inherited retinal dystrophies, and our virtual reality device is focused on children, which is different from the other competitors.
Perfect. Another question from the jury? Yes, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I had a question on, can you explain why it's better to use a VR system instead of a physical system? So what kinds of things are you measuring that the physical system can't measure?
Thank you very much for this question, because it's something which is the base of everything. When we use physical maze, we have to have a very controlled a very controlled place with different illuminations, which are controlled at every time, and then we have to change everything between every time the patient is going to the maze. We have to change everything, otherwise he will memorize what's going on. So for doing that, of course it's possible, but you have to have minimum 2 technicians to detect all the mistakes of the patients, someone who is measuring the time they're doing for the maze, and then of course someone to change everything and to control the light, which is, it's possible, but much more difficult than with virtual reality.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question on, you showed the team, but you didn't tell us really their function. And a related question is, what is the future? Will that be like a startup, or will you rather work together with a bigger company? What are your plans in terms of really bringing this into market?
Mm-hmm. Our plans are, first of all, develop the rest of the mazes we are planning to do. At this point, we have 5 mazes, and we have tried that, and they work. But we need a minimum of 15 mazes, because otherwise the patients memorize the maze, and then because we have developed this device for doing that in 5 different illumination settings. So, so we need more mazes for that.
Time's up. No, great. You want to conclude your sentence?
Okay.
Yes. Sorry,
Jaume. I finished,
Yes.
okay. So, and then when we have that, we will begin a startup to try to have an economic support for that. Thank you.
But you have already someone in the team to take care of that?
No, we're looking for someone.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and good luck, Jaume Català, pediatric ophthalmologist from l'Hospital Sant Joan de Déu in Barcelona with your project number 1. Going to the second one, project number 2 is called Extreme from Bàrbara Baró, scientific lead from IS Global. En català, prova ràpida per classificar la gravetat d'infeccions en infants basada en nivells d'extrem 1. Bàrbara Baró graduated in biotechnology from Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona in 2007 and earned her PhD in biomedicine from Universitat de Barcelona in 2013, researching the molecular mechanism of cell cycle regulation. During her postdoctoral work, she conducted research on Plasmodium vivax malaria in Brazil, characterizing the impact of bone marrow parasites on erythropoiesis. And in the United States, focused on Plasmodium falciparum host parasite interaction. In 2018, Dr. Baró joined IS Global to implement the research component of malaria elimination program in Papua New Guinea, as well as several COVID-19 diagnostic and transmission studies during the pandemic. And currently, as an assistant research professor in IS Global, she coordinates all the multiple projects enhancing diagnostic and risk stratification strategies for severe infections. So thank you very much for coming and joining this acceleration program. Bàrbara Baró, good luck. The time is ready to start. Yes, staff, technical, yes, thank you. Bàrbara, your turn. Extreme.
Thanks for the introduction. So I'm going to introduce you to the project that I'm leading, Extreme, which is revolutionizing how we assess patients at emergency services. So this is Julia. She's a specialized pediatric nurse working at Hospital Sant Joan de Déu, and she's in charge of the triaging point, where she needs to decide the urgency of attention of each case that arrives. So yesterday, she attended a 2-year-old child that arrived with fever and normal vital signs, which the clinical score and software used at triage classified as priority 4. After 1 hour and a half in the waiting room, a skin rash appeared, and the child did not respond to stimuli. And it was only then that she suspected a meningococcal sepsis, which is life-threatening, and it's a priority 1. So at the end of her shift, she was devastated because despite her 4-year training, a lot of experience, and actually doing the things correctly, they still have missed the critical window of intervention, and the child was in the ICU with very poor prognosis. So severe infections are indeed very difficult to recognize early, both in children and adults, because clinical presentation isn't specific, hence clinical scores are not accurate and reliable enough, and this leads to increased mortality, morbidity, and healthcare costs. Now imagine what happens here. She's Selena, she works in a rural hospital in Mozambique, and she has to do the same job with 1-year training, almost no tools to implement the clinical scores, which, by the way, don't work at all for some of the infections that exist there. So in this type of setting, up to 70% of the severe infections are missed and sent home, and this leads globally to 15 million preventable deaths. Preventable. Is this the best we can do, really? Triaging severity should not be a guessing game. That's why we developed Extreme, which is a device to assess risk of severity and death. It uses 2 drops of blood and gives results in 20 minutes. It has excellent accuracy because it's based on measuring Extreme-1 biomarker, which is the best predictor of severity and death for all types of infections. Here you can see Extreme prototype. It's composed of a disposable cartridge where you place the mix of blood and reagents. So 1 cartridge per each patient assessed. And then it's introduced into the reader that tells the STREM1 levels and risk of severity. So XTREM is more accurate and reliable than clinical scores, but also than other severity scores that we use in the clinical practice in high-income settings, like CRP and procalcitonin. Furthermore, it's the only biomarker-based device that can be used at the point of care, that it's rapid enough, and that it's affordable. So our business model is a B2B. We sell to healthcare providers and hospitals through distributors. We charge for the consumables, the cartridge, which has a low production cost of 1.5 euro, and this allows us to have prices from 2 to 20 euro and reach both low and high resource settings. We place the reader for free to enhance uptake. And as an example, in 1 year in Catalonia, reaching 20% of the testable infections, we can generate 1.5 million euro in sales, and in Europe, reaching 5% of the market, more than 500 million euro in sales. So in 2025, we are validating XTREM in children below 5 years old in Spain, Mozambique, Gabon, and Ethiopia. And in 2026, in these same countries, plus Uganda, targeting the neonate in this case. So XTREM is being developed at IS Global in collaboration with UAB and BioClosion. We are a highly committed team with diverse expertise in biotechnology, medicine, and innovation. And we have a huge network of clinical partners that actually work in all continents. So now what we are seeking is private investment to build our spin-off so that we can start executing our vision. So we want to change the paradigm. We have been focusing only on diagnostics for too long, and it's a must to correctly assess risk of severity as well if we want to have real impact. So the next time you go to the emergency room, what do you prefer? Certainty and knowledge or guesswork? You tell me. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, thank you, Barbara. Now time for listen carefully our jury. So 4 minutes for you.
Congratulations for your presentation, because I think this topic has a paramount aspect in dealing with disease for pediatrics and also adults. But can you return to the slide with your competitors? Because my question, it was very quick, how are you able to sell your product to the hospitals with the competitor number 2? Can you?
It does not work.
Well, there wasn't a slide, yes. And the second one was cheaper and quicker. And unless...
The lactate, I know which one you're referring to.
So how are you able to sell your solution against a competitor that is quicker in the diagnosis time and cheaper?
Yeah, the issue with lactate is actually the accuracy of lactate as a prognostic marker. So it does not work for all types of infections, and it does not work equally good in adults and children, while XTREM does. So one thing are the advantages of the device, but which in this case, the lactate device, it's faster and cheaper. But the main advantage we have is the accuracy of the biomarker we measure. And XTREM beats, well, actually I have, I have a slide that shows the, well, no, it's not here, anyway. That shows how the AUROC compares, and it's much, much better XTREM to predict severity and mortality than lactate. That's why.
The only question is, do you think that this gap, this difference, will convince the payer to get to your solution? That was the key issue.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what we have until now is what we have until now. You can keep using that, or you can improve and not miss those cases that lactate is missing.
And my last question, sorry, is the data you provide regarding the sales are only pediatrics or also including adults?
No, the numbers I put also adults because XTREM works equally good in children and adults. Our plan is, we are starting validation in children, but the plan is later to flip it to adults.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 2 minutes more, okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is related to what kind of pre-screening would you recommend, physicians or caretakers do before actually using your device? Because I'm assuming you can't use this on every single patient that presents to the emergency room.
I think it depends on the context. Like, for example, in a low-income setting, I think you could test any children below 5 years old because of the degree of severity they have and the level of expertise and tools. In a setting like ours, you could target and test all high-risk groups, like the neonates and maybe children below 2 years old, but then it depends on the criteria of the clinician. If they have doubts or they suspect, there are some risk factors and maybe you are not sure whether admitted or sending home, that can solve your doubts. So you can target all risk groups, but then also use it in case of doubts.
Quick question again on the client. Is your future client, for the moment you have given it, would it be the hospital buying it? That's one question. And the other then is about the future. Will you create a startup? Where will it be? Will you join with a company? And also, where will you manufacture this? Is there already an idea of that? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with the last one. So we partnered with BioClosion, that is who developed this reader, and they are already working on which industrial partners we can work with for the industrial manufacturing. For the moment, we use Recerca to have the mini-series for the trials. Then, can you remember the clients?
Yeah, there was a client, like for the moment you give it to hospitals, but how will they pay for it?
So again, it depends on the countries. Like in low middle income settings, many times you directly sell to national departments of health. Here you can sell directly to hospitals, but also to Institut Català de la Salut, that actually they were quite interested.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck to Barbara Baró with this extreme project as a scientist lead from the East Global team. Now we'll continue with project number 3, Any Care, with Clara Maspons, co-founder of Maternia. Dispositiu de monitoratge fetal de baix cost per a ús domèstic en zones amb accés limitat a l'atenció mèdica, com l'Àfrica subsahariana. Clara Maspons is the co-founder of Maternia, a medtech startup focused on improving access to prenatal care from women in East Africa. Her professional career has been driven by 3 main pillars: women's health, inclusive innovation, and healthcare access. She has collaborated with renowned foundations to improve healthcare delivery in low-resource settings and is currently involved in other projects to mobilize high-risk capital from initiatives aimed at underserved communities as well. Passionate about frugal innovation and with a background on cooperation and development and social entrepreneurship, Clara finds her purpose in innovating for those who are left behind, which is the main reason she co-founded Maternia. So, 5 minutes for your Any Care. Let's go, Clara.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Clara Maspons. I'm the co-founder of Maternia. And today I'm here to talk about a global health challenge that has been overlooked for far too long. No woman wants to lose her baby or put her own life at risk during pregnancy. It's obvious, right? What we're seeing is 800 mothers die every day from pregnancy complications, and 1 baby dies every 17 seconds. Well, this is a global health challenge. Sub-Saharan Africa bears the heaviest burden, with limited access to quality prenatal care and pregnancy monitoring amongst one of the main causes. This means that too many women don't get the critical care they need until it's too late, and this leaves a profound impact on families, societies, and communities. But the truth is, all of this is preventable. While putting the focus on this limited access to prenatal care and pregnancy monitoring in Tanzania, our focus country, we've observed that on average, pregnant women attend the first prenatal care visit during the 2nd trimester, and only 64% of them will attend 4 additional ones, which makes it absolutely challenging to first detect complications, but second, detect complications on time. Absence for these visits, of course, might range from monetary limitations, location, or doctors being understaffed. So my question is, what if women in Tanzania could have access to a very simple, affordable, non-invasive device that they could use at home and monitor their pregnancy? And what if this could actually be used worldwide by other women, regardless the country, nationality, or socioeconomic status? Welcome to Binti. Binti is a take-home, easy-to-use, non-invasive fetal monitoring device that is designed for use for the third trimester by pregnant women themselves. It's an audio-based solution that doesn't need gel to perform any type of monitoring and can be used to monitor the baby's health anywhere, anytime. It consists of two components. There is a hardware placed on the belly that captures the fetal heart sounds and transfers them to a mobile application, and then a software side that processes and filters the data that has been captured and provides very intuitive results of that monitoring. This is displayed in a phone application in 3 colors to the patient, and it's also designed in a way that the doctors also receive a summary of the monitoring results. The impact that we want to achieve is to provide consistent and convenient monitoring, so really complement these attendance to prenatal care visits, to improve patient adherence, but also to give more power to the patient and to give them information right now that they don't have, to have this opportunity to identify timely pregnancy complications, and since we will be collecting a lot of data, there's a huge potential to conduct further research. It's a B2B subscription planned to be sold to hospitals and obstetricians, and we designed 2 different types of subscriptions, one for public, adapted to tight budgets, and 15 for private hospitals, a more personalized service for them. Our first year in the market, these are our numbers. We plan to reach 161 hospitals, secure around 1,000 subscriptions, provide around 70 devices per facility, and right now the price of the device is around 70 euros. We think we can lower it to 50. And that's the expected revenue, a bit more than 1 million, basically coming from hospitals in urban and semi-urban areas. We beat the competition in 3 ways. The user doesn't need any medical or technical expertise to use this device. It doesn't need any gel to perform, so we are anticipating any supply shortages that it can get, and it connects the doctor and the mother, which is something that right now doesn't exist. This is a team that's behind Maternia. It's a team that combines a lot of knowledge and also brings a lot of nationalities. It ranges from social innovation to medical expertise, biomedical background, sales and communication, and we're of course supported by an advisory board. And right now, Maternia has already developed its first prototype, and it's strengthening the software component. We believe that right now we're focusing in Tanzania, but this has a huge potential to expand to Europe and beyond. That's why we're calling for partnerships to conduct data collection together and also to conduct pilot studies and some other actors that might be interested in scaling up this to Europe. As I said before, I would like to bring some of the figures I mentioned at the beginning. 800 mothers die of pregnancy complications every day. 1 baby dies every 17 seconds. We would like to get to a point where women don't have to guess. They already know that the baby is safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clara. Good luck for her. And now, don't guess, your baby is safe. And Jury, what do you want to ask her?
Great idea, great presentation, and I think this is a very good need defined. What I missed, maybe you did present it, the results are shown, we have only seen like a green okay.
Yeah.
What is it if it's not okay? How is it presented? Do you use AI? Is there an interpretation that helps the mother? What does it mean when the sound is a bit irregular? Is this a problem or not? So I would love to see how it really works when there's a problem.
No problem. So first thing I would like to say, this is a device that will be prescribed. So women cannot randomly get this device into a pharmacy or buying it online. This has to be prescribed. When this is prescribed, the doctor already helps the women to install the mobile application and provides a first training to her on, first of all, how to locate the baby, how to position the device to capture the sound well. So there's the first training. The second one is in the phone application, there are very, very intuitive instructions on how to use it, baby steps that the women can follow themselves on how to position. And once we've already identified where the fetus is located, then she can start doing the monitoring. So that's all. Once she finished the monitoring, we can give 3 potential colors. Green is that everything is good. We've not detected anything. We can get the orange, which means the result is inconclusive. That might happen maybe when they have not been placing the device correctly. So then there's a message coming saying, please try again in half an hour. Let's redo it. Maybe there were some mistakes. And then they might get the red, which means what we've been detecting is worrisome. So it's time to seek assistance. So we're really giving them the time. First of all, the information that right now they don't have. And then the time to really seek assistance and go to a medical facility to get a checkup.
But no information on what's happening?
In which sense? On the result of the... so no.
Okay.
That's the more elaborated information. This is sent to the doctor.
Congratulations for the idea. What's your IP strategy? Do you have any patent and an industrial secret? The brand?
Yeah, so still very early stages, but thanks to i4KIDS, we've been actually understanding whether this could be patented or not, because I don't know if I can, I've displayed something that I should not have. As you can see, the hardware part, we're taking inspiration of a very old instrument here. This is called pinner horn. It has been used everywhere to monitor the baby when there's no electricity around, so we're taking inspiration from that. That makes it complicated to patent the hardware, but we know that we can patent the software. So now we're putting in place a strategy for that.
Just one question. Your product is meant for an area where people have not, well, you can say underdeveloped area, like Tanzania. Meanwhile, that you are relying on very sophisticated solutions, because you need Wi-Fi, you need smartphones, you need, that means an infrastructure, because that can work. Because without Wi-Fi, it doesn't work, without a smartphone, it doesn't work. Don't you think some contradiction, your market, taking into account that you need an infrastructure that without that your product is not working? I mean, it's more understandable here in Spain than in Tanzania, your solution.
Well, thanks
unless Tanzania has a very big, high infrastructure from telecommunications, but I'm not about that.
So we're starting with urban and semi-urban areas. From the market research, we've seen that there's at least one smartphone, or one smartphone per household. So already we're already overcoming that challenge. In terms of the device itself, it does not only work with Wi-Fi. It can also work with Bluetooth.
Time's up.
Yeah, just to conclude that, that means from our market research, at least there's a period of time where the patients can have access to certain connectivity to send the results to the doctor. So the infrastructure where we're starting first, and also the region, East Africa, it's a bit more open and has a more elaborated infrastructure to receive this type of solutions. And now what we're working on is what would happen, how this would look like if we bring this type of solution to rural areas. And here we're looking at a complete different type of design, infrastructure, and output of the solution that we can bring. So right now, from what we understood, we're prepared to bring that.
Okay, thank you, Clara Maspons, co-founder of Maternia. It is AnyCare, this new device. We introduce project number 4, BRAV-QAI, from Sandra Bernaus, medical imaging data scientist from this super team, the Hospital Sant Joan de Déu. This is a biomedical engineer with expertise in applying artificial intelligence to healthcare. Currently, she works as a data scientist at the Pediatric Computational Imaging Center, PESIC, at Hospital Sant Joan de Déu, where she develops the medical imaging algorithms and leads the BRAV-K project. Artificial Intelligence, aquest sistema d'intel·ligència artificial per predir i avaluar malalties cerebrovasculars pediàtriques. So, 5 minutes for this BRAV-K. Come on, Sandra.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. I'm here to introduce BRAV-K, a revolutionized pediatric precise decision-making tool for radiologists. Let me begin with a real situation. Here you can see two images from the veins, from the arteries of the two patients. One is a health patient and the other one has a cerebrovascular disease. Can you say which one is the cerebrovascular, the one that has a disease? Probably not, because you are not a radiologist, but even the more expert radiologist would find it difficult to assess if they need a surgery. This is because they need. This is because the structure is really complex. So this is where BRAFCAI steps in. Using AI, we analyze the vasculature structure and we quantify and give some metrics to determine if they need the surgery. For example, here we have a pediatric patient with the same vascular disease, and we have used BRAFCAI to analyze the structure. So with BRAFCAI, we have seen that there is a decrease of the 20% of blood density and a 10% of narrowing of the diameter. So these two metrics gives us the evidence that this patient needs surgery. BRAFCAI helps to reduce the mortality of the. Helps preventing strokes, which is the second cause of death in worldwide, and it's also on the 10 top causes in pediatrics, with 2 million children affected for those diseases. Here's a quick MVP demonstration where healthcare professionals can upload the images and extract automatically the text files and the automatic reports with concrete values and can help them to analyze if they need surgery. If we compare BRAFCAI with other existing solutions, our solution is focused on pediatric patient, which has a concrete vasculature and differs from the adults. And also, it quantifies the complete vasculature with a wider range of morphological features using MRI, which is it's a secure image and non-ionizing. We use a B2B model, software as a service, and we sell to hospitals with a pay-per-use or pay-per-patient report, and to pharmaceutical companies, we sell an annual license. We have developed an MVP. We have applied to a patent application. We had a regulatory roadmap, and we have 2 partnerships with 2 leading hospitals. In mid-2026, we hope to arrive to national phases, and in 2027, we aim to obtain a CE mark and to launch our product. Just to give you an idea of the market size, the global cerebrovascular diagnosis and therapeutics is about $33 billion, and in Europe and just in pediatrics is about $216 million. Our team is composed by José Munuera, which is the CSO. It's a neuroradiologist of 20 years of expertise, and with Dr. Mata and me, which have expertise in medical images.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra Barnaus, with this BRAFCAI. So, Jury, what do you think about it?
Well, thank you so much for this amazing work. My question is related to with your MVP, what kind of validation, clinical validation have you done already?
We have done a pilot in Hospital Sant Joan de Déu with 2 radiologists. So for the moment, we just have the pilot, but we want to start the clinical validation the next year with 2 more hospitals. Well, with 1 more hospital, it's Hospital Sant Joan de Déu and Hospital Sant Pau. Yeah.
Yes, and congratulations for the idea. You know the AI is extremely regulated. Do you have your software audited for that?
We don't have it audited, but we are planning to with our regulatory roadmap. We have planned to do it. But we will start it in the following year.
With how many patients or cases have you fit your artificial intelligence model?
Since pediatrics is there are small numbers. We have trained it with 300 patients. It's not much because if we compare it with adults, but in pediatrics it's a really valuable data set, and yeah, it's what we did.
Well, the similar question we had before on what is the next steps in terms of developing and really bringing it to market. Do you have already a first idea, or you say no, we so early stage? Let's. What are your plans in terms of creating a startup or maybe teaming up? You had a very good view there on the different competitors. That might also make sense to team up because what you develop might also be interesting for adults. So like starting with children and then move to adults. Any plans that you might share with us now?
Yeah, as you said, we are in an early stage and we are focusing on the clinical validation. But we are planning to do a startup and to start bringing our product to conferences and to other communication places. And yeah, we hope that we will find there the clients or pharmaceutical companies or hospitals to bring the product to them.
Yes, we have 1 minute for you.
We'll let the last question then. What is your most important competitive advantage regarding the other competitors that you show in that table?
Okay. We are focused on pediatrics, so the rest of them are training their models in adults, which they have a lot of data, but we are focusing on this market, and we can analyze the complete vasculature. The other ones normally they are analyzing the large vessels, not the collaterals or the external ones. And also we are using MRIs, which are safer than CTA, because, well, tomographies, because they are ionizing, so it's harmful radiation. And yeah, it's...
Perfect. So thank you very much, and good luck for Sandra Bernaus with RASPay. And now, last but not the least, project number 5, called NanoRed, from Alfonso de Oyarzabal, a lead researcher from Hospital Sant Joan de Déu. He's gonna introduce the project NanoRed, les nanocàpsules per administrar la proteïna MSP2 al cervell per tractar la síndrome de Rett. Dr. Oyarzabal is a researcher in neuropediatrics and has extensive experience in the development of personalized therapies for rare neurodevelopmental diseases, combining knowledge in neuroscience, metabolism, and advanced technology. He's currently leading an innovative project at the Hospital Sant Joan de Déu in Barcelona, where he explores precision solutions for the administration of proteins in the central nervous system. With an understanding track record in research, he has participated in other innovation initiatives and the treatment of neurodevelopmental pathologies. pathologies. Thank you very much, and your turn, Alfonso de Oyarzabal. NanoRed, what's about? Come on.
Let me ask you a question. Who of you has a daughter? Could you please raise your hand? Okay, so if your daughter is over 1 or 2 years old, I'm pretty sure you remember when she was 1 to 2 years old and she started to talk, to say mom and dad, to walk around, to play with building blocks, and so on and so forth. Now imagine that one day, out of blue, all was gone. Your daughter loses her ability to speak. She starts developing autistic features, epilepsy, loses her use of hands, develops stereotypes, loss of gait, and you can do nothing about that. Well, that is Rett syndrome, and it is what at NanoRed we're going to treat. So Rett syndrome is a rare disease affecting about 3,000 girls in Spain, but affecting worldwide. And it is a severe neurodevelopmental disease with no treatment nowadays. Actually, Rett syndrome is a genetic condition due to a spontaneous mutation in MSCP2 or MICP2 that prevents the protein from expressing properly. It affects the whole organ, but the most important and most severe affected organ is the brain, where MICP2 is not properly expressed. And that is what we are going to do in NanoRed. We are using a set of nanocapsules to incorporate the MSCP2 protein within a brain permeable nanocapsules to deliver this protein to the brain and restore its proper expression. By that, we hope to treat the disease from its roots. The preliminary results we already have, even though this is a really early stage project, is that we have said that the nanocapsules can enter the cell and within the cell release the cargo. When we actually encapsulate MSCP2, the desired protein, which goes to the nucleus, this protein is going to where it has to go, in the cell nucleus. When we do it in animal models, in mice, and we inject it intravenously, it goes to the brain, and it has a wide distribution in the brain compared to other technologies where you can just reach a certain point. And more importantly, which is the base of the project, these capsules cross the blood-brain barrier to reach the cells and do their effect. Now, the further steps, as we said, is a really early stage project. The further steps will be validate the molecular effect, demonstrate molecular effect in cells of patients, prove and optimize the dosage and discard toxicity, even though we have preliminary results on that as well, in animal models as well. And finally, prove the therapeutic effect on the phenotype of Rett model mice. While this is the upcoming phases and expected timing is within 6 and 2 years, with 6 months and 2 years, we hope this will finish in a clinical trial. Once this happens, when we have a clinical trial, we will have to face the competitors and market share. There are some pros and cons on this approach, which we have already faced. On the con side, we have that there are 2 currently ongoing clinical trials on genetic therapy for this disease, but yet we do not believe that our solution has to compete with genetic testing or genetic therapy, but it's actually compatible with other genetic therapy and overcomes its limitations widely. While Rett syndrome is a rare disease, and then it's the rare disease market, it has a low prevalence in patients, we have to take into consideration that rare diseases also have to be treated, and actually the orphan drug or devices designations can offer some advantages for the development. And this is, at the end, a disruptive approach for Rett syndrome treatment, which can see either a con or a pro, but then we have to find that there are similar enzyme replacement therapies developed, and nanocapsules are already being used in neurological diseases. At the end, this is a project with a great impact on patients, caregivers, and the scientific medical community. And we envision this project as a solid proof of concept. Now, just to finish, who is NanoRed? Who is building this project? I am Alfonso Oyarzabal. I'm the project leader of NanoRed. I am a PI at Hospital Sant and Universitat Oliva Joint Lab. And it's also involved Paloma Rami, a PhD student, researcher here with us, and Ecopoltec, who has already developed the nanocapsules. It has been funded so far by Generalitat de Catalunya through a Paris Validació grant, for which we had 100,000 euros, i4KIDS through this acceleration program, and a patient advocacy organization, actually 2, Mi Princesa Red and Redando Síndrome de Rett, through annual donations over 4,000 euros. This is a team dedicated to treat NanoRed, to treat Rett disease, to leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. We still have 26 minutes. Okay, thank you for your explanation, Alfonso de Oyarzabal, NanoRed. Jury, your turn.
One question. there is no competition at all?
No what?
Competition. There's no competitors?
Oh, well, if you want, like the competition will be any treatment for Rett syndrome. The most important ones will be genetic therapy. Nowadays, there is no treatment for Rett syndrome. Well, there is one drug that was released like 6 months ago, but the actual effect of the drug is, well, let's say, really limited, and it's not been adopted by the medical community because the side effects are more than the actual effects. It was approved because of the lack of treatments. So right now, there is no competitor. The future competitors could be, if you want, the genetic therapy, but then genetic therapy offers severe limitations. The most important is that not all the population can be treated with genetic therapy because of the immunoreactivity of the adeno-associated particles. And then genetic therapy is like one-shot therapy. So you only get that much. I mean, like, you only get to improve at a certain point, probably. The results are not public yet, just in small forums and private forums that I have tended to. But then, with the protein therapy, you can actually go beyond the genetic therapy. Like, if genetic therapy just gets the kid to this point, we can go farther with the protein therapy. And only that, it also has to be considered that Rett syndrome is a neurodevelopmental disease, and then in neurodevelopmental disease, you often see many phases of the disease, right? Like, you start like, it's not only like a steady course, but you maybe have like a different expression upon birth, then in adolescence or in mid-time or something. And with this protein, with this approach, we can modulate the giving of the protein to adapt to the needs of the patient.
Question, several ones. One would be, who will you be partner up with to continue? Because that's probably an undertaking. You need to involve several hospitals. You need to involve, this is rare diseases, where to find the patients, etc. That would be one. And the other one would be the future of this. It's like if we think about a genetic marker that can tell us at birth that you have Rett syndrome. I don't know if this exists. I'm not the expert, you are. Would that then be possible to start such a therapy very, very early? So what are the prospects of this innovation? For the moment, it sounds fantastic, but I don't see how it will be really getting into the clinical day-to-day. So I'd love if you could elaborate on that.
If I may, I will start by the end for the genetic testing. The thing with Rett syndrome, while it's a genetic disease and the final diagnosis came through genetic confirmation, the problem is that it is de novo mutations. That is, it's not inherited. So the children is born apparently healthy, and the kid, like the girl, is between 6 months and 2 years when she starts doing the regression. So that is why we don't have already genetic testing nowadays for that, because there is no possibility to suspect that priorly. Yet there is this program being in development in all Europe and in the United States for genetic newborn screening, And in that screening, Rett syndrome is probably going to be included because we know the gene, we know the mutations, and we know the prognosis once you have the mutation. Truth is that we don't have a treatment yet. So actually finding a treatment for a disease facilitates its including into a newborn screening project. And if that is made, yes, definitely the treatment as soon as possible will be better. We actually have I am PI also for other projects for Rett syndrome treatment. One of them has already been patented and it's about to reach the market in like 2 months probably through a spin-off from Hospital Hinderdeo as well. And the other one is a pharmacological normal drug, yes, that we have tested with another PhD student here. And for that one, what we did was treat both symptomatic and pre-symptomatic animal models, and we saw that when you treated them pre-symptomatically, you had better effects than when you address the Rett symptomatic ones. So for this one, yes, most definitely, we'll try to treat pre-symptomatic babies, if possible. And then for the partnership, we actually are included in a network of study of syndrome. May I finish it? Well, yes, so regarding hospitals, yes, definitely. We're actually leaders in Spain, definitely, and co-leaders in Europe on Rett syndrome research. We will, if it gets to a clinical trial in the future, I must say this is a really early stage project. We still need to prove in animals that it is working, right? If that happens, then we'll go to other hospitals, integrating the network, and probably drug companies, because the ones we are working with right now for nanocapsule development, which is not our expertise. We just had the idea of combine nanocapsules and treat them. We will probably need to find as well someone to develop that properly.
I know time is up, but I would love, and you can tell me maybe off or afterwards, how did you involve the patients? We heard from Begonia how important it is, and you mentioned it, and that would we love to hear. I know time is up, but...
We have a really long history working with them. We are just working now right now due tomorrow. I was just chatting with one of them. We have a really long history working with them. 2 of the PhD students see here, they are financed fully by the patient associations. We work closely with them.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for Alfonso and all his team from NanoRed. Yes, we arrive at the end of this presentation, this acceleration program pitching, and now they, Ford has to deliberate, decide which project is the winner of this 7,500 euros in assessment, mentoring, new formations to get to the top with their projects. So in this moment and during all these 5 minutes, few minutes more or less, we invite you to have fun and propose an interactive game. Let's kick off our quiz about innovation. You need your device, your mobile phone, and through Mentimeter website, you need to write some code number. This is our interactive quiz on pediatric innovation. So let's go. Who wants to be a player? Let's play together and let's see how is your knowledge of pediatric going on. See? Yes? Let's kick off. Join with this QR code, please. So easy. Meanwhile, Enrique, Josep, Magda, and Elizabeth has to think about, what an important decision between 5 so important projects involved. So you are here, 18, 20, 21, more. We want more people involved in this quiz. Let's join together with this pediatric innovation quiz. It's only 6 so easy questions. And then we have a present from our staff from i4KIDS organization for the winner. Yeah, 32. Hey, whoa. Volem més. No hi som totes. Vinga. Come on. Yes. Leave some seconds. Yes. Yes. Well, let me have some water, please. Yes. How many people? Yeah, 51. Yes. Up. Push it. I think we are more or less 80 people here in the auditorium. This morning, 180 persons. Thank you very much for coming and attending. Yes! How many? 51. It's not quite good, isn't it? So we are going to start with the first question. 60 players ready with your nickname, okay? Answer fast to get more points. We have only 20 seconds, more or less. Look at your device. The first question, what's i4KIDS? We have 4 answers: an European program for research in rare pediatric diseases, an innovation hub that promotes the development of pediatric solutions, a network of European, I don't have time to read everything, pediatric hospitals, or an investment fund dedicated to startups in pediatric sector. What do you think? 1 second. And come on. The second one, this is the right one, an innovation hub. Yes. And how many people? No, everything is in the same direction. What? Perfect. i4KIDS is a pediatric innovation hub based in Barcelona since 2020. Hey, Julia, how are you? Today you are so open mind, clever, fastest. Because yes, we know that you are a fastest people, but look at Julia. We have to reach Julia till the top. Yeah, Julia. Okay, the second question. 58 players. Thank you for coming and joining. Second question is about what percentage of the global population is pediatric? How many people involved? Imagine 25 of the global population, 5, 10, or 18. From the global population, How many poop? How many? What percentage of global population? You're from mathematics or from languages? From language. I couldn't afford my question. I don't know. What percentage of the global population is pediatric? Yes, 25%. Look at this 18. Oh, you thought 18? No, it's 25. The global of the world today, but they are 100 of our future. It's essential that we invest their care with well-being to shape a healthier, a stronger, and go ahead. Go ahead. The third one. But we want to check it out. Yes. Maria Sanchez. Where is Maria? Maria. Ren. Okay. So, let's say a story. Okay. Third. Yes, thank you, the people that joined. What's the mean percentage of medical devices approved by FDA for pediatrics over the last 10 years? Again, we have to think about a number. 30, 15, 20, or 45? What's the mean percentage of medical devices approved? What do you think? Everyone has voted, yes? And what's the opinion about? Hey, but yes, please. 15, yes. Over the last 10 years, only 15 of the medical devices approved by the FDA has been specifically indicated for pediatric use. Come on. Mamma mia. Atención. Janine! Woo! Yeah, stay there. Try to be on top and be sure. Venga, another one, 4. 4 is, what's the name of the new acceleration program jointly coordinated by i4KIDS and Impact 1? Impact 1 program, Impact 4KIDS, 4KIDS, Impact 1, at 4KIDS. The difference is important. Surely, the huge one, the size of the world. What do you think? For him, but the right one is yes. In fact, for Impact 4KIDS, as previously announced, we are thrilled to introduce a new acceleration program. So good work and good luck for North America and Europe Advanced Innovation. Woo! Then, look at Janine. Yes, 2018. Whoa, but. Yeah, you are still there. Marta is reaching you. Only 6 points only difference. Okay, let's go. 5. What's the difference in years between the approval time for adult medications and pediatric medications in the European Union? There's no difference. 3 years? 1 year? 5 years? The difference between the approval time for adult medications in the European Union. What do you think? No difference? 3, 1, 5? Let me see. What do you think about this time approval? Whoa, 5 years. Yeah, that's right. What happened with these 3? Just for a little, There's no difference. 6 people. There's no difference. Yes, there's the difference. This is my friend. New medicines are approved for children on average 5 years after their initial registration in adult indications. This delay affects a quarter of population during life's critical phases of growth and development. So this is the reason why 5 years. And last but not the least, okay. Still we have Janine. Marta! Oh, what happened with this one? Marta, then Bego, Janine, the podium, feminine podium, this STEM woman. Okay. And last but not the least, yes, it's the last one. So 6 is this one. So what's the name of the investment fund managed by Ship2B Ventures and promoted in collaboration with i4KIDS and Sant Joan de Déu Barcelona Children's Hospital? Pediatric Fund, Sant Joan de Déu Innovation Fund, Montana Impact Fund, or Chill Health Fund? Fun. Just fun. Foundation. You're crazy. Yes. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. And the answer was Montana Impact Foundation. Okay. And 42, it's okay. With the Chill Health Fund, Pediatric Fund, yeah, why not? So thank you very much. The investment fund is Montana Impact Foundation, and its main objectives, advancing prevention on childhood diseases, develop personalized treatments for pediatric patients, promote solutions that improve the quality of life for children who have overcome illness, and to monitor side effects. Montana Impact Fund. Yes, a big applause for which person? Seems to be on the top. The fastest one is Marta! Congratulations, Marta! Marta is the winner. And Julie is gonna take the present, the bag present. Martha with this 5,000, yes, 732 points. Yes, and why not in the stage, eh? Okay, it's a present for you. Wait. Congratulations, Marta. Well done it. So you could share with this impact, no? For i4KIDS, no, just for you. It's let me introduce the present. No? It's so funny. It's our liquid gold. It's our liquid olive oil, and our sweet traditional one, turró, the Sant Vicenç Solidarity Charity for Sant Joan de Déu, and i4KIDS little dog. Sweetie, and yes, and all, and well, ragat, no, I don't know how to say. With all the structure and all the circle has to be, with this olive oil, with your new team, together with a Stanford team. Stanford, Catalonia, Stanford, and then we finish our interactive quiz on pediatric innovation. Come on, congratulations all people that joined this honey quiz, funny foundation quiz. And now, what time is it? 5 minutes to 5, and we have already the deliberation. We don't know. Enrique, Joseph, Magda, and Elizabeth deciding which project has to be the winner with this assessment. Remembering as well all the social media. You could tag Pediatric Innovation Day. Yes, tag us with this hashtag, and then follow all these website, newsletter, and so on. This Twitter and LinkedIn. Okay, pages. Yes. I think we have a little Raquel Valle. Seems we have in a while. No? Less than 1 minute. Yeah, perfect. 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 Oh, big applause. We have 1, 2. We need the other 2. Oh. Perfect. Let me remember the name of the projects. Yes, we have the opportunity of know this important deliberation in this 2024 edition in Pediatric Innovation Day, in this acceleration program during this year, and days in the future, in the present. 7,500 euros in assessment with all these professional people. So thank you, Enrique Barba. Please come to the stage, please. Thank you, Magda Rosenmoller. Come to you, please. Thank you, Josep Ballester. Thank you, and Elizabeth Rosas. Yes, okay, thank you. Woo. And Raquel Valle. Perfect. Remember, VR for FV and ERD from Jaume Català, Extreme from Baró, Anycare from Clara Maspons, RapK from Sandra Bernaus, and NanoRed from Alfonso de Oyarzabal, and all the teams that they are involved in. Yes, wow. I'm so nervous for this moment. So, yes. Let me introduce Giuseppe. I think it's going to be the one who is going to tell us something about the evaluation, about everyone. Okay? Yeah, share, and then let me explain something about the rocket, the prize. Yes, please. Just so in a minute, let me, Giuseppe, and the rest of jury explain about this moment of the ceremony. Time to discover which is the winner. But first, all the finalists will receive a special recycled rocket made by Precious Plastic Barcelona. In 2016, they started a precious plastic in La Safor project, and this team created this project in Barcelona, filling a space for recycling awareness and education in the city. During these years, they participate in different events, recycling through workshops, portable recycling machines, and they have won the necessary experience to be able to offer a service as a highest quality. How they prepare this original rocket? They receive your PLA 3D waste and share it. They mix them with our waste to give in the desired color, and with this mixture they make an iron and cut the plate into the shapes, and they need to make the trophy and assemble the trophy and add the plate. So easy, no? So easy, so recycled, so sustainable rocket for you, for fifths, but one of them is gonna get the prize. So Giuseppe, your turn. Tell me about this edition. Thank you.
No? No? Okay, that's great. Well, first of all, from part of the jury, we would like to thank you for assisting to this event. It's so necessary. Thanking Sant Joan de Déu for this initiative, which is absolutely needed. Also thanking to Raquel for your commitment during this process. And of course to all of you, because I think that all the projects that present today are the winners. We really feel that you are the winners because you move from your area of comfort, your comfort zone, from your lab, from your class, from wherever you were, from researching. You move yourself to a new space, which is the business. And you change, you shift your mind. And that for all this, you are the winners, and I would like an applause to all of the teams. Said that, I think Magda, she's going to tell who is the winner. So please come here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We really loved all the presentations. We thought that the enthusiasm, the motivation of all of you for really making a difference for children. I particularly liked in the last one, that was my question, about the involvement of the patients and the children in the work. We would like to start by giving it to the runner-ups, and we will wait with the winners. So we will give to all of them, to all the one who presented. They will get there, and then we will tell the winner. But before doing that, maybe a little quote from both of you.
Oh,
yes.
Yes. Thank you. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you for Sant Joan de Déu. For organizing this amazing event, and actually it was. We'll wait to see the quote of the night from one of the winners, which you will announce. Yes, but yes, thank you all so much. And again, you're all winners. We're all very impressed with all your projects, and we can tell all of the efforts that went into all of your presentations. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I congratulate all of the members of the several projects because in all the cases they are addressing pediatric needs, and that is very relevant for this organization because most of pharmaceutical companies are not dealing with that. So all these efforts, I think, are worthwhile, and I think it deserves the congratulations for all the people present here.
Thank you.
Give this original rocket for all the finalists, all the projects. So, first of all, in the middle of this stage, please, with a properly light. Yeah, please. Yes, exactly. Magda, thank you. So the first the first who has a presentation, Jaume Català with his BR4FI R&D. Yes, medical and dispositive device. Thank you very much. Is not here, but a member of i4KIDS is receiving this rocket. Thank you very much. We continue with this extreme barrow. Yes, thank you very much. Congratulations for being a part of these projects. Another applause for Sandra Bernaus from RepK. Another finalist is Clara Maspons with AnyCare. Congratulations, your rocket. You deserve this one. And last but not least, Alfonso de Oyarzabal with Nano Red. Okay, this is the photo finish of this edition, and then the best moment arrives.
Okay, now, I mean, they all did fantastic work. They all had good speech. They had great elements. But there was one who just did it all great. I mean, we had quite unanimity in the jury panel, just that was really, really, really excellent. Very well the need defined, very good speech, and also a lot of thinking about what we will do with this. And there's one particular thing that we had actually commented, that was this quote she already referred to, was saying, well, we start with the children and then we move to the adults. And this is nothing then extreme, no? Yes, exactly. Winner.
Congratulations, Extreme! This is the winner of this acceleration program. Extreme wins this edition. Barbara Barrow from his global team. Looking for a solution for a better world. No matter where the country or the continent is. Thank you very much. Congratulations. If you want to give us some words of some mercy words.
Well, just a big thank you for the prize and to believe in our mission and our development. And also, I want to thank the team that is here, especially Pera, because he's dealing with all the clinical validations and the hard work.
Congratulations! Yeah, the team, Pera, Peter, come here, please, with a photo finish with all the contestants, with all the... Yeah, this is the attitude. Yeah, very fun. That's the mode, that's the hype. Thank you. And together, yeah, we've done the photo finish, I think, together. Yes, could you please stay for a second just to finish with this rapport with audio and video from our ladies audiovisual team. Wow, yes. Music. Perfect, congratulations. What an effort all the teams have done to arrive at this moment with this rocket on their hands. Congrats. Merci. Gràcies a tots. Enhorabona. Des de Cosmo Caixa, en aquest Pediatric Innovation Day de i4KIDS. Proud of you all. Hi, one rocket from Baró, sí? Don't let, yeah. Yes, Baró, congratulations. Yes, so thank you very much, jury, for your decision. So extreme and difficult decision. And we arrive at the end of this i4KIDS journey. We have set 7 minutes from 5. So now to recap all what happened today, to do these closing remarks, to give a glimpse of everything we shared in order to improve our fetal, maternal, and health. We want to invite Arnau Valls, Director of i4KIDS, a Coordinator of Innovation at Sant Joan de Déu, Barcelona Children's Hospital, that take the call.
Gracias.
And yours. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Arnau.
So thank you, everyone. I think it's been, and we can say that it's been an exciting day, and that it comes to an end. And as we come to an end of this very inspiring day, I want to thank every one of you for making this 5th edition of the Pediatric Innovation Day one of the most special for us. And it's been so vibrant, insightful, and comfortable day for all. But first, I want to extend our deepest gratitude to our partners and collaborators who made today possible. First, La Caixa for hosting us one more year. I think it's a perfect venue here for this type of events. Also, thank you to Agaur, because was the seed for starting this hub and continues to support our activity and making i4KIDS possible. Also, a special thanks to the Honorable Mrs. Núria Montserrat, the Minister of Research and Universities, for making her time to come here and take a word for us. And also, and very special to the full delegation of friends from across the Atlantic that came all the way from Stanford Impact 1 Biodesign to Barcelona. Really, having this relationship for us is an honor, and I think we can say that you can come home with this relation even stronger, at least from our side. And we think that together we can really change the paradigm in pediatrics. So we hope to continue with that vibe. Also, I would like to give a special and very special thanks to all the i4KIDS team. This last month, you've done an incredible work to make it happen. Not all have been in front of the lights, but all are putting their seed to make it possible. So thanks to Sofia, Raquel, Luis, Marta, Gerard, Martí, Julia, and the whole coordinating team of all the work done these weeks. Also from all the team to Joan for believing in us and allowing to make this happen. And finally, I would like to thank one very special person, Patricia, that has been the coordinating and the coordinator of all the events. So she is the head of the communication of i4KIDS. And although you've not seen her, he's been behind the scenes, smoothly moving all of us to make this happen. So I would like to give a big applause to Patricia and all the team. Also to our moderator for your smooth day and bringing all the energy during all the journey, and also for keeping the time. So thank you very much. Big applause, please. And today's agenda, I think it brought an extraordinary lineup of speakers, panelists, and innovators who shared insights and experiences. We began with inspiring keynotes that outline the challenges, but also the opportunities that we have in pediatrics. And also we've seen today technologies, cutting-edge technologies focused in pediatric, maternity, and rare diseases. Just a fun fact, today we've presented 18 I think, highly impactful and with great potential technologies, not only the ones that have pitched in the acceleration program, but from the ones presented at the beginning from Impact 1 to the other ones in the panel. So I think that it's the best way of showing how this ecosystem is growing and the potential that we have. Also, we end up with this pitch competition, so congratulations also, Barbara, for that. And we had some insight from some of the panelists on how CEOs can become investors, investors can become CEOs, and how to transform no's to yeses in terms of the pediatric innovation. So at the end, collaboration has been the underlying, I think, theme of today. Because we really believe that innovation flourishes when individuals, institutions, and nations come together with a shared vision, because no single entity can tackle the momentum and the big and deep challenges that we face in pediatric, maternity, and rare diseases. So the networks and partnerships we've strengthened today will be critical in shaping the future of pediatric healthcare. Also, as a close, I would like to remark the launch of this Impact for Kids. For us, we are very excited for that, and invite all of the projects that really are looking to understand better the US market or understand better the EU market to join this journey that we hope can continue for a lot of time together with our Stanford colleagues. As a close, I invite you all to reflect on these ideas that we've exchanged today and consider how we can continue maintaining this great momentum that we have started. Whether you are a clinician, a researcher, a policymaker, an entrepreneur, an investor, each of you, I think, have the role in transforming the landscape of pediatric innovation. And we hope that one day, Janine's sentence on we invest more as a society on enlarging the last month of life instead of in innovations that can change a lifetime can no more be significant in the future. So once again, thank you all. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your insights. And see you next year. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now time to make this photo finish. This traditional photo, a big family from i4KIDS, so the stage is yours. Come on, please, all the speakers with all the i4KIDS researchers, programs involved. Thank you very much for coming. As Arnau said before, see you next year. Thank you very much. i4KIDS is yours. See you. A pleasure. See. Maybe, why not just see this photograph? Let we see Carlota. What? Sí? Aquí? Perfecte. Doncs gràcies i fins l'any que ve. Innovation Paediatric Day. Continua. 24/7, 365 dies l'any. See you around. Yes. The winner, the finalist, els finalistes, el projecte guanyador. Sí, no marxeu encara, senyor, també el doctor Comella, no se'ns escapi. Totes les persones que han format part d'aquesta superagenda d'aquest any, us esperem a l'escenari. Come please. Sí? Gràcies, thank you. We wait for you in order to